네, 귀빈 여러분 안녕하십니까? 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 곧 오전 9시부터 2021 기후변화 대응 세계 도시 시장 포럼 첫 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 이번 포럼에선 다국적 청중을 위한 동시 통역 서비스가 제공됩니다. 통역이 필요하신 분들께서는 온라인상에서 언어 채널을 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 마지막으로 이번 행사는 코로나19 관련 방역 수칙을 철저히 준수하며 진행되고 있습니다. 그럼 잠시 후에 첫 번째 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 많은 관심과 참여 부탁드립니다. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Session 1 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021 will commence in a few minutes, starting at 9 a.m. on the dot, Korea Standard Time. So please tune in and please stay with us. For our multinational audience, we are providing simultaneous interpretation service today, so please check your language options online. And please note that we are following COVID-19 related safety measures in a stringent manner. And once again, session 1 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021 will begin shortly, starting at 9 a.m. on the dot, Korea Standard Time. So please stay tuned. Thank you. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning or good evening, depending on where you're joining us online today. My name is Hemi Kim, and once again, I'm going to be your master of ceremony for the 2021 Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change. Well, it's indeed my great honor and pleasure to serve as your MC for 2 days in a row, and it's very nice to meet you all once again, both online and offline. Thank you very much for joining us again today. And we had a very constructive, high-level plenary session yesterday featuring diverse representatives from different cities. And today, 5 sessions will be conducted under different themes all day long, so please stay tuned. Well then, without further ado, let us begin session 1 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021. And as you can see in session 1, we will discuss greenhouse gas reduction in buildings, which aims to achieve the goal of carbon neutrality. And first of all, I am very pleased and honored to announce that this session will be moderated by the Honorable Madame Joy Astor-Guy, Head for Asia-Pacific Programs at the World Green Building Council. Now let me hand over the microphone to our distinguished moderator. So Madame Guy, the floor is yours. Please take it away.
Thank you so much. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's really to see this kind of global event happening. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me here with you today. My name is Joy from the World Green Building Council. I'm the Asia Pacific Programs Head. I'm also the founder of Joy of Sustainability, specializing in sustainability and positive psychology. So it's really a great honor to be here with all of you virtually to share how we could influence our world so that we can quickly take the rigorous and immediate actions to halve the global emission by 2050. And for those leaders, even taking a step forward to achieve net zero target by 2030. So World Green Building Council, as the member of UN Global Compact, we work with businesses, organizations, and governments to drive the ambitions of the Paris Agreement and the UN Global Goal for Sustainable Development. So our strong, connected, and synchronized network consists of around 70 green building councils. So the network is still growing. So if the goal of sustainability remains, the passion, the urgency will continue to bond everybody together to create these meaningful changes. So at the same time, as we know that making a change needs to be nurtured, supported, and also demonstrated. So that's why it really takes time and effort for us to drive the change. So our mission is to transform the building and construction sector across 3 strategic areas. So these ones are the climate action, health and well-being, and resources and circularity. So under each of these strategic areas, we actually rolled out different supporting frameworks, strategies, and plans under each of these strategic areas. So for example, we have net zero commitment signatories like Race to Zero that when we prepare for the COP26, and Asia Pacific Net Zero Readiness Framework addressing the climate action. So all these are supporting this strategy area. So at the same time that when we have better places for people, health and well-being framework, and more to support the strategy area of health and well-being. So at the same time, we also have another strategy area, which is the resources and circularity to address embodied carbon, to address circularity, circular economy, and all these buzzwords we are very familiar at this moment. So later in this forum, I'm sure that I'm really looking forward to hear from all the cities about how these frameworks are applied in your city. And definitely in our discussion, we will really wanted to see that how we are reshaping our projects, our city, our environment according to all these strategic impact areas. So one of the recent framework we are going to launch by end of November, and very good that this framework will be launched on the 26th of November during the Hong Kong Net Zero conference. So we are taking the stage, borrow the stage from the Hong Kong government to really launch this framework for the Asia Pacific network. So our framework will address 5 categories, which is supporting the action of advancing net zero. So these 5 actions are government leadership, and then the technical solution and approaches. And also we also need to address the impact of finance, the transparency of data, and most important thing, we realize that achieving net zero is the impact of the mindset. So that's why we decided to put this holistic 5 framework into to prepare everyone to be net zero ready moving forward. So I'm also already seeing that these elements are reflected in the topics later. And next, let me hand over this stage to our distinguished speakers so that they're able to share their case studies, their valuable experiences with us. So the first one we have lined up is Mr. Ross McWhinney, Senior Advisor, New York City Mayor's Office of Climate and Sustainability. Mr. McWhinney works on climate policy and programs development, leveraging energy and emissions data to support ambitious greenhouse gas reductions. We can't wait to hear more about New York City's climate action program. Mr. Ross, please.
Okay, thank you, Joy, for having me. Let me share my screen. Are you able to see this? Good, okay, thank you. So yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to join you today. Again, my name is Ross McWhinney, and I'm a Senior Advisor in the Mayor's Office of Climate and Sustainability in New York City. I'm going to be talking today about the Climate Mobilization Act, which is a suite of laws that we passed in 2019 to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in buildings. So the law is made up of, or rather the act is made up of 5 laws. Local laws 92 and 94 focus on solar and green roof systems in new construction. Local law 95 requires buildings to post energy efficiency grades on the front door. Local law 96 establishes a sustainable energy loan program, which we call PACE. And then local law 97 is really the centerpiece of the Climate Mobilization Act. It's the one that will drive emissions to the largest degree. It's our building performance standard, which will reduce greenhouse gas emissions in large buildings. So, in New York City, buildings are responsible for almost 70% of citywide greenhouse gas emissions. So they're our biggest focus. And we have committed to reducing emissions 80% by 2050 and really going further than that. We think local law 97, or we expect local law 97 will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 6 million tons by 2030. So that's over 10% of citywide emissions. We expect it to create about 26,000 jobs, avoid 150 hospitalizations and up to 130 deaths each year. And so that's based on the improved air quality that we expect from reducing fossil fuel combustion. So local law 97 limits greenhouse gas emissions in buildings larger than 25,000 square feet. That's about 35,000 to 40,000 of our largest buildings in the city. These buildings need to start reporting their emissions to the city, or actually have to start reducing emissions in 2024 and reporting in 2025. The law creates an Office of Building Energy and Emissions Performance, and that office is now convening an advisory board of experts within the city to set future limits out through later in the law's lifetime. We've already completed a study to look at the potential role of a carbon trading scheme in Local Law 97. And then May 1st is really our biggest deadline. It's in 2025 when buildings will have to start reporting their greenhouse gas emissions for the calendar year 2024. They'll then have to report every year for the prior year through 2050. Each building will have to develop a greenhouse gas budget, which is based on the occupancy types, the use types of the spaces within that building. And then they'll have to have a registered architect or a professional engineer verify that budget and also verify the emissions that they have throughout that year. And for every ton that they exceed their budget, they'll be facing a $268 penalty. Those penalties can be significant, up to around $1 million if buildings don't make reductions in emissions. These are just kind of a listing of the greenhouse gas intensity targets. So the ton per square foot budget for different use types within a building. And this is for 24 through 2029, where the limits are a little more relaxed. In the next slide, you'll see the limits get tighter in 2030, a lot tighter, really. We expect most of the work initially to come from the 2030 period. The 2024 to 29 is intended to get people's attention and to bring really the worst performers up to a certain level of performance. We've set greenhouse gas emissions in the law for different fuel types, emission factors rather, for different fuel types. And then particularly for electricity, that challenge, we've just really landed on our 2030 value, making a projection of how dirty or clean we think the energy grid will be. So this is an example of how you calculate the emissions budget for a building. You'll see if you have a mixed use building with 30,000 square feet of retail space and 20,000 square feet of residential space. Down at the bottom, you'll see that those spaces, their square footage is being multiplied by their greenhouse gas intensity to find a total of 935 tons in this example. So this building can emit 935 tons per year. Here we see that their actual emissions is 1,630, so they're over by 695 tons. Multiply that by 268, and they face a penalty of $168,000 for that year if they don't make any reductions. Of course, we want people to make reductions. We don't want their money. We want their greenhouse gas emissions. There is a separate path. We have a set type of building in the city that's on rent regulation. It controls the price of rent in some of the residential buildings. Those buildings are on a separate path. It's about 2,000 to 4,000 of those buildings. They don't face the same limit. They instead have to use a prescriptive list of measures, basically energy efficiency measures that they have to complete to be in compliance with the law. And then the law also focuses on municipal operations. So city government has to reduce their portfolio-wide emissions, including their vehicle fleet and their buildings, by 40% by 2025 and 50% by 2030. And then our housing authority, our public housing authority, also is facing a 40% reduction by 2030. This is a quick timeline. You'll see 2024 is our first compliance period, 2030 the second one. I won't dwell on this too long. We're developing tools and calculators to help building owners calculate their emissions and find out how much work they need to do. We also have a one-on-one coaching service, energy coaching, which we call New York City Accelerator, to help building owners understand how much they need to reduce, how to find financing, incentives, consultants, and just try to help them through the process. So that's it for me. Thank you very much for having me, and looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much, Ross. It's really great to see this kind of commitment, and also it takes the action steps and also make it measurable. I remember the last time when we see if we are having this kind of budget to follow is your phone data. You have, let's say 10, in the past, I think we have like 10 giga or 5 giga for you to run. If you exit, you get the penalty. And that was the closest memory we have. But I think very soon, because of this limited resource, maybe we have to face certain penalty that if your carbon footprint exceeds certain budget, certain threshold. So I can see this might be happening in more than when we face the same thing. So there are a lot of questions I'm sure we wanted to ask Ross to learn more about this. So the audience, if you feel that there are burning questions, please type in the chat and we'll be able to address that later. We do have a decent amount of money, decent amount of time to really address your questions as well. So the next in the line that we have is Mr. Nobumi Higashikawa. So he's the Director for Emission Trading, Climate Change and Energy Division, Tokyo Metropolitan Government. Mr. Higashikawa mainly oversees the operations of the emissions trading system, which is one of the two main components of Tokyo Cap and Trade program. And today we're going to hear more about his program and its key achievement. So Mr. Higashikawa, please.
Can you hear me?
So can you hear me well? Can you hear me well, clearly?
Yes, we hear you well.
So good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Naomi Higashikawa. So I am responsible for the emission trading in the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. I'm very pleased to be invited to this forum. So I'd like to explain the Tokyo Cap and Trade program. As you see on the first page, and then so we have a Tokyo strategy. Tokyo is a very big city. And then now we have a global commitment to pursue the 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050. Then so we are asking for the participation by all citizens. So 70% of the CO2 emission in Tokyo come from the buildings and the construction sector. In Tokyo, so the share of the CO2 emission come from the largest scale facilities and businesses, so specifically buildings and factories. In terms of the stage and the size of buildings, so we have defined what types of actions we have to take then. So for the new buildings, so we will apply the new rules to ask them to install the new types of equipment to reduce the carbon emission. So since 2002, we have applied the new requirement to ask most of the buildings to report their own the greenhouse gas emission. And then so if they fail to meet the conditions, then so we ask them to pay some penalties. The Tokyo Metropolitan Government has not separated these buildings into specific categories. So we will ask them to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. And thus we ask the commercial buildings and the office buildings, as well as the factories and the hospitals, the colleges, and the schools to follow these rules. And this is the urban style, the carbon reduction program. Then so we target the 1,200 facilities. And this is the outline of our program. So each period consists of the 5 years that we have reviewed the performance of these participants every 5 years. So the third period has started last year. Then the next year, we will launch the fourth period. Then so we have applied more rigorous rules and the requirements for all the covered entities. And so we are urging them to take more actions to dramatically reduce their emissions of greenhouse gases. But these buildings are usually have the tenants of the doing businesses, so they are doing business and then taking some actions to require the more consumption of emissions. Therefore, so we believe that they have to install those equipments to continuously reduce their consumption of energies. So this is not just a 1-year requirement. So we have defined this a 5-year period the compliance period. Up to now, to achieve these rigorous goals, then they have taken some actions to fulfill these requirements. We have taken another actions. So they have to, even the store, some credits they have taken, but that we do not allow them to borrow credits from other entities. So for existing buildings, so we have applied very strict rules. Out of those covered entities, some of the buildings have already voluntarily taken actions to cut down on their emission of GHG. Then, so for those buildings, if they just fulfill their requirements, then so we can give them the licenses, and then so we can give them the permissions. But so we can say that so we have very strict rules to grant these licenses to them. Only small percentage of the building owners have met those guidelines. So we have discussed with experts from different categories to develop a very well organized guidances. And so this is a very long just content that you can just later refer to this content. They have cut down on their CO2 emission by 27%, and but only 21% fulfill the conditions of the third period. They have taken voluntary actions. So this graph shows you that this is a very successful program. Tokyo Cap and Trade program has been very successful. After the large-scale earthquake in Tokyo, since that period, many entities have applied very strict rules to cut down on their emissions. Have you ever visited Tokyo? So compared to other cities, Tokyo is always compact with many activities. So even though other regions have successfully cut down on their emissions, Tokyo would be very difficult in reducing their emissions. However, many entities have successfully reduced their emissions. They have made a great contribution to the reduction of the CO2 in Tokyo as a whole. So many companies and as well as other entities have taken actions to significantly reduce the emissions. They are well be in line with the cap and trade program, even compared to the US and the Chinese entities. Their actions are less active. This is the program, the carbon half program by 2030. They not only reduce their consumption of energies, but they also will make their city into a very carbon neutral city. This is a very short content, but putting them into action will be very challenging one. Then, so we will make efforts. By 2050, Tokyo aims to be a carbon net neutral city. Then, so I hope that we will make more positive report in the later stage. So we will make more efforts to achieve this goal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nabumi. I can see that similarity of New York City and also Tokyo City as well. So I can see that with these different programs, you're shaping the behavior change in the energy consumption. So definitely we are curious to learn more about what's the difference, what are the lessons learned, how this strategy are implemented and the status. So it's good that we are seeing this leadership already set in the office and other type of building in the commercial sector, and also to address the existing building, because existing building consists of the large building stock in our city. So how we are implementing all these structures and all these frameworks to the existing building and shaping their behavior change is actually, we can see this barrier and also the learning points from this. So next, we would like to pass the stage to Ms. Katie Burkfield, Branch Chief of Building Performance and Enforcement, Washington, D.C. Ms. Katie has been with the agency since January 2015. She currently oversees the team that enforces the district's benchmarking program, as well as the implementation of the district's new Building Energy Performance Standard program, which we will learn more about these policy and implementation status from her. Ms. Katie, please.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning / evening. So again, my name is Katie Bergfeld. I work for the government of the District of Columbia. So I work in Washington, D.C. Under the administration of Mayor Muriel Bowser. I work for the Department of Energy and Environment. And so essentially, we all operate under the Sustainable DC vision here in the district, which is to make DC the healthiest, greenest, most livable city for all district residents. So this is sort of the umbrella policy that we have here in the district, and sort of what lays the foundation of everything that we're doing having to do with sustainability and green buildings. And just to give you a sense of some of the policies that we've enacted over the years, so DC has a pretty long history of passing green building and sustainability policies, and all falling under sort of that, falling into that Sustainable DC vision. And starting with our Green Building Act back in 2006, which set minimum standards for new construction for green building. We were the first city in the United States to have a Green Building Act sort of in that manner. And then moving on into 2008, where we passed a reporting and disclosure law for energy performance. So we've been collecting data on our largest buildings for probably 8 or 9 years now. And we have a lot of, a plethora of data that kind of we use to inform some of our policies moving forward. And then I'm going to talk about some of the more recent things. So talking a little bit about Sustainable DC, I also want to break out, a piece of that that talks about our climate action plan. So Sustainable DC essentially sets goals for the district for us wanting to achieve certain sustainability milestones by 2032. The ones that are most germane to our conversation today are cutting citywide energy use by 50% by 2032, increasing our use of renewable energy to 50% by 2032, and then cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2032. And then in the most recent years, Mayor Bowser committed us to be zero carbon as a city by 2050. And coming off of that Sustainable DC plan, we released a climate action plan called the Clean Energy DC Plan back in 2018. And so essentially the way that I like to explain the difference between these two is that the Sustainable DC Plan essentially is what, so it's what we're trying to achieve. And then the Clean Energy DC Plan lays out the how. So how are we going to get to a 50% greenhouse gas emissions reduction? How are we going to cut citywide energy usage by 50%? And so what Clean Energy DC does is it lays out 57 policy action items that the district needs to enact in order to achieve those goals. When we're talking about buildings, specifically coming out of the Clean Energy DC plan, when we have kind of 3 major areas of focus. One is addressing the greenhouse gases in our new buildings by adopting net zero building codes by 2026 for our commercial buildings. The next is improving the efficiency of our existing buildings by implementing a building energy performance standard, which Ross talked a little bit about what they have in New York. DC has a similar policy. It works a little bit differently in DC because ours is more focused on an efficiency metric rather than a greenhouse gas metric. And then the last piece is essentially addressing how we get our energy, right? So requiring 100% renewable electricity by 2032 with a 10% sort of carve out for local solar by 2041. Taking a look at why this is very similar. We've seen this in all the presentations, why buildings are so important. In the district, buildings actually make up nearly 75% of the greenhouse gas emissions. A lot of that has to do with the fact that we don't have a lot of heavy industry here in the district, whereas other cities have a lot of industry that is sort of, consuming a lot of energy and creating a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. We don't have that here in the district. So we're nearly 3/4 of our greenhouse gases come from our building sector. And when you look at the Clean Energy DC, so going back to the Clean Energy DC plan, essentially, as I mentioned, there's these 57 action items, and each one has sort of a modeled energy or modeled greenhouse gas savings associated with each action item. And so this chart right here just demonstrates the relative impact areas of each of those different types of actions that the district will need to take to get to those 2032 goals. Over on the left-hand side, you'll see it's split out between buildings, energy supply, and transportation. And you can see sort of the relative impact of the different action items in the plan. And then over on the right-hand side, you'll see sort of that broken down a little bit more. And if you focus on the dark green part of that circle, you'll see that a large portion of what we need to address here in the district to reach our 2032 goals comes from our existing buildings. So I'm going to talk quickly about our new building policies and then dive in a little bit deeper about existing buildings. So on the new building side, as I mentioned, under the Clean Energy DC plan, the idea is that we would establish a pathway to net zero building codes between 2020 and 2026. And so recently we updated our codes to provide an optional pathway for building owners to take in order to reach net zero sort of code compliance. And then the plan is that we would eventually roll out a mandatory code in 2026 for commercial buildings. And then talking about our existing buildings. So we have here in the district what we call BEPS, which are Building Energy Performance Standards. And essentially what happened is that DC Council went into our Clean Energy DC plan, which again is just a plan, and took out items out of the plan and put them into law, right? And so made them legislation. One of those being the Building Energy Performance Standards. And what the Building Energy Performance Standards compel DC to do is essentially set minimum energy performance standards for all of the commercial buildings here in the district that are over 50,000 square feet to start off with. So all of our large commercial buildings have to meet these energy performance standards. And if they are deemed to not meet the energy performance standards, they are essentially required to enter into what we're calling a compliance cycle. So the way that the process works is the building owner submits their data to DOEE. DOEE sets the minimum energy performance standards based on the data that we've collected. Then we look to see each building and say, does that building meet the energy efficiency standard that we have set? If the building does not meet that standard, then they are placed on a compliance cycle by which they have to increase the efficiency of their building by a certain percentage over a 5-year period. If the building does meet the standard, they don't have any regulatory requirements. However, they will be reevaluated against the standard in 6 years because DOE will be resetting the standard every 6 years. The compliance pathways that most building owners are going to follow are either a performance pathway, whereby they have to reduce their site energy use intensity. So that is their energy use consumed on site divided by their square footage. So the area of the building. And they have to reduce that by 20%. So we're looking for a 20% load reduction on the building over a 5-year period. And then the other option is to choose a prescriptive pathway, which is essentially an action-oriented pathway, whereby building owners have to complete specific actions to implement cost-effective energy efficiency measures in their building. Again, that's over a 5-year period. Building owners that fail to comply are going to be subject to fines of up to $10 per square foot. So we're talking, in the multiple millions of dollars of fines that could be issued to building owners that are not meeting these requirements. And then the last thing, I just want to kind of round out the conversation with, some of the things that we're doing here in the district to help building owners on their pathway to carbon neutrality, as well as meeting the energy performance standards. Right now, we're working really hard to align a lot of the incentive programs we have, one of which is our DC Green Bank. So our DC Green Bank is essentially it's a bank that helps building owners, get sort of creative financing options to help with energy retrofits, energy upgrades, things like that. And then we have our DC Sustainable Energy Utility, which is funded by utility ratepayers here in the district. to offer efficiency programs to building owners. So building owners can go to the DC Sustainable Energy Utility and they can be offered sort of incentives to move more towards more efficient practices in their buildings or equipment and make upgrades in their building. And then we have what we're calling our Building Innovation Hub, which is sort of a technical piece of that. So the Building Innovation Hub is an entity there to help building owners get connected to the technical resources they need in order to meet the requirements that the district has laid out. We're really excited because we recently got sort of an infusion of federal funding to help bolster these programs and to really align everything in a way that will help building owners reach the requirements that we have and eventually meet the stricter energy performance standards we have moving forward. And that is it from me.
Thank you so much, Katie. Yeah, so I think in the building sector, we already say that, existing building, new building to drive, especially in the existing building, to pass regulations are important and also crucial. So I'm definitely really appreciating this action-oriented, performance-driven target they're putting forward. There are also incentives to encourage. And then in New York City, we even have this coaching support to help the owners and also the building as well. So this is very aligned with the World Green Building Council's vision to halve the global emission by 2030 and achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. For some of the leaders, they're even taking this extra step to achieve net zero by 2030. So next, I'm going to pass the stage to Mr. Kam Sing Wong, Secretary for the Environment of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Mr. Wong launched and updated a number of policy blueprints covering climate actions, energy saving, air quality, electric vehicles, waste management, and biodiversity. During his current tenure, the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government pledged to achieve carbon neutrality before 2050. Yay! And today we are eager to really learn about this new Climate Action Plan 2050 from Hong Kong and its strategy and goals. Mr. Wong, please.
Hi, everyone. Nice meeting you, Joy, and other speakers from New York City, Tokyo Metropolitan Government, and also Washington, D.C. Today, I would like to present from a different perspective, a higher level about how a city or the total built environment can meet the carbon neutrality goal. Before I present what Hong Kong is doing and going to do, from this picture, you can see the difference between Hong Kong and many other cities in the world. Hong Kong is a compact city, mostly high-rise buildings, not only for the commercial activities, but also most people, including myself, are living in high-rise apartment buildings. So it's pretty different from other cities like, I guess, Washington, D.C. And so the policies would be somehow different. At the same time that the climate is different, Hong Kong belongs to the humid subtropical zone. So due to the climate change, that Hong Kong, like other tropical cities, are getting hotter and hotter. And also these building systems are mostly decentralized, particularly in apartment buildings. So the regulations and policies would have to be tailor-made for the local situation. I recall that in 2017, when World Green Building Council supported Hong Kong to host the World Sustainable Built Environment Conference in Hong Kong, we highlight the importance to see the challenge in a holistic way in terms of the sustainable built environment instead of buildings, in particular in Hong Kong's or similar contexts. As mentioned by Joy, Hong Kong just published the updated Climate Action Plan 2050 to honor our pledge to meet the 2050 carbon neutrality target. You can see the press conference organized early this month, about 2 weeks ago. So it's a fresh document to talk about how Hong Kong as a whole can meet the carbon neutrality pledge. This is a leaflet showing the overview of the plan. You can see it at the footprint. Hong Kong, similar to other cities, that the majority of the carbon footprints are related to electricity generation, transport, and waste management. And about 90% of the powers are consumed in buildings. So buildings are important sector. But before that, to go towards net zero carbon electricity generations is equally important. 5 years ago, we issued the Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2030 Plus. We are phasing out the coal portion for power generation. We issued the energy saving plan for Hong Kong's built environment. In the past 5 years, overall, including existing buildings in Hong Kong, we reduced about 5% of the total electricity consumption in Hong Kong. And we are supporting the popularization of electric vehicles. This year, in the first half of this year, 1 out of every 5 new private cars are electric vehicles. That is the higher ratio in Asia and top 3 highest ratio in the world. We are also looking after the adaptation and resilience, because while we are working on mitigation, we have to make our built environment more adaptive to the extreme weathers in relation to climate change and have the resilience policy. At the same time, we analyze what are the challenges in Hong Kong. We don't have much renewable energy potential. Even in our region, it's limited compared with many other economies. And with limited land, we have a high density, etc. So we have to understand the constraints in different places and cities. We do have a strategies how to have the government structure to accelerate the decarbonization. At the same time, we see opportunities. For instance, Hong Kong is a green finance hub to serve the world and the region. So go towards green finance. How Hong Kong can help itself and also the region to accelerate the transformation, including greening up the built environment. And there are 3 key strategies, as we can see here: net zero electricity generation and energy saving and green buildings. That is the core subject. And then we have the green transport and waste reduction. And on the other aspects, we issued the respective blueprints earlier this year. That's the overview. China made the pledge last year, which the peak emission before 2030 and reach carbon neutrality before 2060. How about Hong Kong? Hong Kong reached our peak emission in 2014. At that time, the per capita emission was about 6.2 tons per year. By now, it's about 4.5 tons per year, decreased by about 30% already. And we should reach the peak, past the peak, and going down. According to our new plan, we'd like to reduce the total carbon emissions in Hong Kong by 50% in the middle, around before 2035, and then go towards carbon neutrality before 2050. As mentioned earlier, that is the overview of Hong Kong's local carbon emissions. About 2/3 in relation to electricity generation, about 10% transport, less than 10% about waste, 90% of the electricity generation are consumed in buildings. As mentioned earlier, the Climate Action Plan is the overarching policy, but at the same time, we issued the interrelated blueprints earlier this year on clean air and also the popularization of EV. That echoes what Joy mentioned about how to make the city healthier. Air quality improvement is something really closely related to the health and well-being of the people. And the waste movement is about the resources and circularity, circular economy. So it's a total package under the banner of carbon neutrality. At the same time, we improve the livability of the city and also to address the issues about waste and circular economy. So each documents are interrelated. They address the issues about waste reduction, air quality, but at the same time, they tie in closely with the carbon neutrality patch. In terms of structure that I mentioned earlier, it's important as a policymaker, as the environment minister, to somehow restructure the governance organization so that we can implement the plan, produce the plan, and also assign relevant resources. So this year, we set up the topmost level steering committee, chaired by the topmost officials in the government. That's the chief executive. There is the new steering committee on climate change and carbon neutrality. At the same time, we are going to set up a new office dedicated to climate change and carbon neutrality so that we can coordinate the effort within the government and also engage the parties outside the government. We also set aside a significant climate budget to be used in the next 15 to 20 years. 240 billion Hong Kong dollars. That is a significant amount, a number of times higher than the relevant budget or expenses in relation to this subject in the past decade. And we are also going to set up a dedicated advisory committee to engage the public. Today, I will further elaborate on the electricity generation and also the building sector. That is very important, similarly shared up by other city representatives. As mentioned earlier, we review the plan every 5 years in a holistic way. The last plan was the Climate Action Plan 2030 Plus. We are spending significant money on decarbonizing the electricity generation and also the buildings. And we push the power companies in Hong Kong to do in a similar way. We are cleaning up the power generation, and we have the energy saving plan to dedicate it on the built environment. Among the APEC cities, the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperations, there's a target shared up by the economies to reduce the energy intensity. On top of that common patch, Hong Kong set an even more aggressive overall target, even though Hong Kong has been the best performers in terms of energy intensity usage among all APEC economies. We overall, including new and existing buildings, we reduced in total 5% of the electricity consumption in the past 5 years. That's the new plan. On the net zero electricity generation, we are going to phase out the coal portion. We increase the zero carbon energy portion by 60 to 70% by 2035. We are going to improve the local renewable energy and also collaborate with the Greater Bay Area, that is our region. At the same time, we set a new target to reduce the commercial buildings' total electricity generation and also the residential buildings' total energy consumption. We will tighten our building-related regulations and also upgrade the standard about different appliances to be used in households. Because in Hong Kong, unlike the cooler region, not the building fabrics, but the appliances like the TV, the fridge, being used by the occupants are representing the most of the electricity consumed in apartment buildings. We are also having district-level smart system, for instance, district cooling system to serve the new development areas so that it would enhance the efficiency of energy at the same time to reduce the heat island effect for the whole district. And we are going to change all meters in Hong Kong to be smart meters. We have already changed it about 40%, and the remaining 60% of all meters covering apartments and commercial buildings would be changed in the forthcoming 3 to 4 years. So we would make the smart meter opportunities optimized to Hong Kong to make Hong Kong smarter in terms of energy consumption. At the same time, the transport is closely related to the built environment. So we have the clean air plan and also EV popularization, and to test out both electric vehicles and hydrogen vehicles in Hong Kong. And also that offer opportunities. As mentioned, that green finance is important, not only for Hong Kong to support the transformation, but also help the whole region to have the resources, financial resources to transform. The transformation process also create green jobs and opportunities, and we are going to make the best use of technology and innovation, and also boost the universities, the tertiary institutes to train people to provide the talent to support the transformation. And for new areas in Hong Kong, you can see from this picture, that is we call the Northern Metropolis, just announced it early this month. All these new development areas must be carbon neutral in the planning and also the built environment. Lastly, you can see from this picture that that is the first zero carbon building in Hong Kong, completed about 10 years ago when I was an architect outside the government. Through the implementation of this new Climate Action Plan 2050, we'd like to meet the vision is zero carbon emissions, make the city more livable and healthier, and support the economy and social development towards sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Wong. We have some of the questions coming in already. Feel free to type in that we have about half an hour to address the questions and discuss within our panels as well. So thank you all to share your experiences and your projects. I think one of the lessons I really learned that despite New York City's local law 97, despite the cap and trade program in Tokyo, DC action plan, or the Hong Kong Climate Action Plan, or even Singapore, where I'm based in, has the Green Plan 2030. There is no right plan, best plan, ideal plan, but there is the most suitable plan for your city, because it's your climate, your citizen, the preference, the action, and all the habits that you're addressing. So before we slowly coming into the questions, I just wanted to have a light one to start this conversation. So you see that usually when we learn and make a behavior change, we usually change through the pain or gain. So very interesting that New York City and Tokyo using penalties. And then when I'm hearing the Washington, DC and Hong Kong has incentives. So it was like quite an interesting thing. Of course, then there may be other things maybe we haven't taken the opportunity to share yet, but I just wanted to send this back to our panels to discuss what is the ultimate and most useful way for us to drive the change, especially the change is kind of affecting everyone. So maybe I will start from Katie and Hong Kong, and then let's just move on and we can share everyone's view.
Yeah. Thank you for asking me this question. I was trying to think of an answer, so I will do my best to, because it's an interesting question. So the biggest way to drive change. So I would say here in the district, like the first thing that pops in my head is that particularly with our climate action plan, we've tried to be very data driven. So we definitely use like the robust amount of data we have to sort of paint the picture of like, this is where we need to be and this is how we're going to get there, so that it makes it a lot clearer of like, these are the steps that we have to take, right? And this is how we have to get there. And so I think that's one thing. Another thing that's really big for us is stakeholder engagement. So engaging with the people that are going to be most affected, not just by climate change, but also by the policies that we are trying to enact. So particularly with our energy performance standards, we have a task force made up of a mix of private sector members and public sector members. And we meet with them on a regular basis to say, this is what we're planning to do with the policy. We need your advice. We want to hear what you have to say. And they help guide that decision. They help guide our decisions. And so I think that that's also a really big aspect in affecting change, is that you're actually talking to and working with the people that will be affected by what you're doing, and not just sort of doing all of this in a vacuum, and never really talking it out with stakeholders.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Katie, to take the initiative to really set this conversation. I can really see that the government is putting up this task force and all these groups to help the industry moving forward. So let me hear from Secretary Wong from Hong Kong, then see how is your view on this.
Okay, thank you, John, for the question. I think each city tends to have a basket of carrot and sticks on this issue. So similarly in Singapore, that we do have the regulations pushing them to meet certain benchmark, etc. At the same time, we provide incentive. But in Hong Kong, I think our current emphasis is that we'd like to see the government to be the leader. So the government set targets. For instance, in the past 5 years, we asked all the government buildings to meet certain energy saving target, say 5% within 5 years. Somehow the government met the target within 4 years. And within 5 years, we reduced about 8% of the total electricity consumption in government buildings. At the same time, in Hong Kong, there are big developers and corporations, even those, for instance, about, say, 40 in total or 50 in totals. But they account for about 30 to 40% of the total commercial electricity consumption in Hong Kong. So they are major players. So we devised a scheme called the 4T partnership. 4T means target, timeline, transparency together. So the concept is similar to the Tokyo's cap and trade or the New York scheme's cap and trade, but on a voluntary basis. So in the past 4 years or 5 years, we asked the big developers and corporations to set their own target, etc., and then to reduce the buildings, mostly existing buildings, electricity consumption. So in total, they can achieve a performance similar to the government, say 5 years, 5%. So it's pretty good. So we're going to step up this kind of voluntary partnership scheme. So in fact, this Friday, we're going to meet the big developers and corporations again. So we elevated this scheme to become a carbon neutral partnership, not only on the building's performance, but also how to support Hong Kong's EV transformation, and also how to support more renewable energy and waste reduction, i.e. a total solution to echo our carbon neutrality plan towards 2050. So we asked them to set the target on renewable energy, on energy saving, on the new energy vehicle, waste reduction, and also green finance. So it's a way that we can accelerate Hong Kong's transformation. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. This is very informative. Yeah, it really is that the government setting the leadership, and then this is what drives the industry move. Yeah, so let's just hear from maybe Tokyo City, from Mr. Naobumi, about your view on the carrot and stick. Which one is more effective, or like your opinion on this?
今話してくださったように、データですとか確かに大切なんですけども、東京で大切にしてきたことは、3つと1つです。1つ目なんですけど、段階的に進めること。
So we have a belief that, so we have take actions one by one. Even though we have collected lots of data, so without the good plan and actions, we cannot implement them. Then second, we have to define the many rules. As for the emission trading, so we have also developed many other alternatives, and then so we have continued to do communication. Even though we have presented lots of data to many stakeholders, so we have to convince them why it is important. And the last one is the +1. The leadership is very important. The government leadership has to take the right solutions as policies, then so that many other stakeholders can follow.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I think this echoes what we have shared in other cities as well, the leadership, and also to nurture the change step by step and looking at which one is more suitable to start first, setting the leadership role model, then we can implement. How about New York City adapting the most ambitious, most stringent law, Local Law 97? What is your opinion, Mr. Ross?
Yeah, so, I think particularly for large buildings, you need both. You need carrot and you need stick. For 15, maybe 20 years, New York State had offered incentives with no, and there was no compliance requirement, right? It was entirely voluntary. And we saw a very limited uptake of those incentives. In fact, NYSERDA, the entity that was delivering those incentives, could barely spend all that money. I mean, really couldn't spend all that money. And that was a major driver in our decision to say we need some stick, right? We're just not getting there with voluntary all by itself. And so that's a big part of the decision really for us to go forward with the building performance standard approach. So for large buildings, I think you need both. If you only have penalty with no incentive, people will say, I don't know how to do this. I don't have the resources to do this. This isn't fair, right? We don't want to sow hard feelings. We want people to reduce emissions. So I think you need both. In smaller buildings, I don't think we've unlocked the answer yet. I think it'd be a lot harder to impose that stick on many small, building owners, mom and pop, single family homes. I think that may be a different formula. And that's something that we're trying to understand better now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and also I think those coaching programs you have rolled out must really reach out to more cases so that you can address that specific need, because every case, every building is unique. Every case has its unique background as well. So we have some of the questions from the crowd, just to save time to address more of these questions. So we'll just direct the questions to maybe one panel to answer. So I see this question is more, I will post it to Katie about this question. So the question asks, managing each building requires evaluation and the management of huge amount of energy usage data. For example, in Seoul, we have 600,000 buildings that require management and evaluation. In order to carry out such policy, I am curious how the analysis of each building is done by each CT.
Yeah, I can answer this. And New York collects their data in the same way. So, so we in the U.S. we have the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, which is a federal agency. They've developed a tool called Energy Star Portfolio Manager. So they have an Energy Star program for appliances, and then there's an Energy Star program for buildings. And there's a tool called Portfolio Manager that is sort of an industry standard here in the US for buildings to track their energy, water, and waste consumption. And then what EPA has done is they've sort of built out a model of efficiency by property type. And so each building that tracks their energy, water usage in this tool are sort of compared to this national model to tell them how they're performing compared to buildings across the nation. So if you're an office building, and it's a very simple 1 to 100 score that your building can get, and it just requires the building owner to enter pretty simple information like the size of their building, number of occupants, things like that, and then take their utility bills and put it into the tool. And then the tool automatically compares them to this national model. And so that's what we use to track our information. New York City, their benchmarking law uses the same tool. Pretty much every city in the United States uses that tool.
Thank you. Yeah, and this is collecting the data and also set the benchmark. So you know what your neighbors is doing, so you can actually, in the way that adjust yourself accordingly. Ross, is there anything you would like to add in?
Well, I mean, Katie described it very well. I'd say it was just totally foundational to our building performance standard. I mean, it is a very difficult thing that we are asking building owners to do. And politically, we could never have gotten it to that point without the evidence of how buildings were consuming energy and generating emissions and what the gap is between where we are in those buildings and where we need to be. So the data has been extremely helpful.
Thank you. So we have a next question. I think this is to Secretary Wang. So the question asked is there any particular method to reduce carbon emissions in apartment complex, which I think in Hong Kong we have this kind of context to share?
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think for apartment buildings, probably would like to divide them into two aspects. One is about the new buildings, when they are being planned, decided, and constructed, how to make them meet certain standards. And then the second one is about existing ones. Firstly, about the new buildings, not only apartments, but also other commercial buildings, we do provide certain incentives For instance, if they go for the local green building certification, then they can have the extra floor area as an incentive that's similarly adopted in many other places. So in Hong Kong, with the Beam Plus, so there's the platinum, gold, silver, and other levels. At the same time, we have regulations on the building services systems on commercial buildings and also apartment buildings. Those, those systems in the common areas. And as I mentioned earlier, in Hong Kong, there are two factors affecting the local electricity consumption in relation to the domestic sector. First, the most important is the equipment that parents use at home. Air conditioners, TV, fridge, etc. are the most energy consumption aspect. Because Hong Kong is a tropical climate, unlike the cooler areas, they have the overall buildings cooling or warming system, heating system. So that is the most important. So we are incrementally tightening up the standard of the appliance. They have the grade 1, grade 2, etc. So we are going to eliminate or discourage those energy-consuming appliances through the labeling system. At the same time, we have the regulations or the system to guide the building owners to ensure that the building fabric to be more energy efficient. Because, as mentioned earlier, Hong Kong belongs to the tropical climate. How to make the building envelope, the windows, the building walls to be more energy efficient is very important. Lateral ventilation, shadings are important elements in the new building design. And then for existing apartment buildings, besides the appliances to be bought or renewed by the tenants, it's important to also improve common areas electricity consumption. So through the two power companies, we provide incentive to the owners or the owners corporation to apply for the funding so that they can upgrade the common areas systems in terms of the space, cooling, lighting, even lifts and escalators. Because in Hong Kong, mostly are high-rise buildings. So if we can improve the energy efficiency and performance of those systems, then the overall performance could be improved. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for such a detailed explanation. Mr. Nobumi, is there anything we would like to add in? Because the apartment building context also applies in Tokyo City, and see we have a lot of this set up. What was the lessons maybe we have learned that you can share with the audience?
東京の方にも確かにマンションがたくさんあります。で、どんどん今新しいものが建っています。で、今年建ったものは2050年にも必ずまだ存在すると思われますので、なるだけ、環境に優しい、性能の高いビルを建ててもらうように、評価制度を作っています。このマンションは非常に環境によく作られているマンションであるという、ロゴ評価を東京都がしています。
So to just evaluate them as very profitable, the complex and then apartments, then so we give them the certification. So actually labeling is if they just fail to receive this labeling, then they will not be able to operate their buildings. So for not for high-rise buildings, just for the small housing, so residential buildings. So we have learned from the New York's examples, and the solar panels can be installed. The installation of solar panels has become the mandatory action the building owners have to take. So does it answer your question? So I have some more ideas to add, but I have to stop here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think we really learned about these, and then the certification recognition also to give them that kind of assurance that where are you, I think is also quite useful for them to have a better understanding of where are they. I think giving that clear awareness to the residents make a difference. So while we are waiting for the question to slowly flow in, so there's also another part I would like to add in, is we know one of the big events is going to happen in 3 days' time, which is the COP26 will be happened in Glasgow. So I'm sure that you might, some of you might already heading into Glasgow or on your way there or ready to tune in. So one thing that we wanted to really eager to learn is that what the world leader will pledge to, what are they going to set and help us gain confidence in this global event, and also how they are going to plan to implement this Paris Agreement. So that's like the overarching background like at this moment. So the question here we wanted to reflect to our panel is, what do you foresee as the key success factor to realize the emission goal that you have set for your city, so that you are actually over the time building confidence that said by 2031, by 2050, or you are able to achieve this. So what are the key success factors you are seeing? Maybe we'll just start from New York City, Mr. Ross.
Sure. Yeah. So key factors, I think, are that the state continues to be the state of New York continues to be a really helpful partner. We currently have very well aligned climate goals to both the city of New York City and New York State, and we're working, I think, very well together on the efforts to bring clean power into New York City. From upstate and from offshore wind. And I think that cleaning the electric grid is maybe the most fundamental issue. And then behind that is that the city and the state, and hopefully the federal government, will continue to work well in the electrification of our heating and transportation systems. It's interesting to hear the Secretary from Hong Kong's plans, because it's kind of like a lens into what another world would be like, right? Because their focus is on cooling and ours is this heating and electrification of heating challenge. It's, we're both targeting emissions reductions, but our challenges are, somewhat opposite, in their nature. But so for New York City, definitely the electrification of heating and transportation and the efficient execution.
The government support decarbonization of the grid. Thank you. How about Mr. Naobumi from New York City? So what do you foresee as the key success factor to realize your emission goal?
はい、聞こえますか？はい。はい、私たちも、昨年ですけども、ガバナ
So can you hear me? So last year, so the governor of Tokyo has worked with other ministry officials, and then so he announced that he will work with the ministry members. So we cannot just transform everything, but even though with the limitations, so we have to take actions on a national level. I have some requirements for the central government. Even though we will make our almost efforts, that we need support from the central government. So we have to work together. So as long as the central government does not take the drastic actions, so we cannot make dramatic changes.
Thank you. Leadership, partnership, commitment. Yeah, I think this is what really important to really make the policy work. How about Katie, the Washington, D.C.'s key success factor you foresee?
Yeah, I'm going to second what Ross said about cleaning the grid. That's a big one for us here in DC as well. And DC is a little bit unique here in the United States because we're a city, but we don't have a governing state. So we essentially can set efficiency standards for our utilities as a city, whereas like in New York, as Ross said, they have to do that at the state level. So it's kind of something that that's unique here about us in the district. So that's a big one. And then I would say, ensuring, I think like a big piece of success, again, is ensuring that building owners, particularly when we're talking about building policies, that they have the resources that they need to comply, right? And to reach the goals that we're imposing on them, and then the requirements that we're imposing. So like really making sure that we're meeting people's needs. And we have a big, focus here in the district on equity, particularly talking about racial equity. That's a big focus for us. And so ensuring that everybody is sort of being able to, be brought along and be meeting our requirements, and then being brought on into our goals, and ensuring that we are really hearing all voices is I think a really important piece of this too, because it's going to take a lot of buy-in from a lot of diverse group of stakeholders. And so kind of navigating that process as we move along is going to be really important as well.
Thank you. I can see that kind of partnership in the market as well. How about Secretary Wong?
We do have the plans that set the targets, pathway, etc. But what's more important, I would like to supplement two aspects. Because when we are going towards carbon neutrality, it involves investment and expenses. For instance, the electricity tariff will somehow go up because we have to invest more on the new systems, etc. Even though in longer term, the more zero carbon energy source could help stabilize the tariff level. But the transformation process would involve such an impact. So we have to be very careful and conscious about how to tackle the tariff implications, particularly for those people at the grassroots level. Okay, they would suffer. Okay, before the extreme weathers, they have to bear the tariff increase. So that is a challenge for Hong Kong and all other governments in the transformation process. The second point I would like to supplement is about innovation and technology that would help. For instance, Hong Kong, unlike other cities, that we don't have much local renewable energy sources. So we have to be more innovative. Similar to Singapore, that we have to look for other alternative sources. For instance, hydrogen economy. Okay, how we can prepare for it and how we could make it affordable and also available, etc. So according to our plan, while we are investing in the traditional renewable energy, that's wind, solar, and waste energy, we are also gearing up towards hydrogen economy so that we can, in the power generation, use hydrogen, and also how to make our transport also using hydrogen at the same time. That would help Hong Kong to meet the carbon neutrality pledge, at the same time to provide alternative and hopefully affordable means in the transformation process. So innovation technology on one hand, and how to make the transition more affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Wong. We have about 3 minutes before we wrap up today's session, but I can see that it's so informative for us to learn. So there are still some of the questions coming in. So this question is addressing to KT. So it's the question for Washington. The question says, it is seen that 3 policies, financial, technical, utility support, are implemented to support reducing greenhouse gas in the building. Therefore, I wanted to know more about DC's sustainable energy utility. I'm curious if it is done by a certain company that hold a technology to reduce the greenhouse gas.
No, not necessarily. So essentially, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility is an entity whereby, so everybody in the district pays their utility bills, right? And so then what we have here in the district is there's a surcharge. So there's an additional charge that goes on your utility bill that goes into what's called the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. And so we have this fund by which we then, my agency contracts out an entity to take that money and implement efficiency programs in the district. So just to give an example, let's say a building owner wanted to replace a certain piece of equipment in their building, right? And it would cost them a certain amount more money to get a more efficient piece of new equipment. What the DC Sustainable Energy Utility can do is sort of pay that difference and say, if you go for the more efficient equipment, we'll give you a rebate so that it makes financial sense for you to get the more efficient equipment, right? And they do that with lighting, HVAC, heating, cooling equipment, any type of sort of system that's in the building, they can offer rebates. And all of those rebates, as I mentioned, are paid for by the ratepayers. So all of the ratepayers pay into that, and then they can take advantage of it through the DC Sustainable Energy Utility that offers these rebate programs.
Thank you, Katie. This is clearly explained, and so I hope that it addressed the question. So there's one more. I think I want to pose the question to Ross. It says many countries are trying to cut the greenhouse gas. Developing countries are still struggling to reduce greenhouse gas emission. How can you help them to solve such problem?
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a tough question. Yeah, I mean, I guess I've always felt like the folks who should reduce are the big emitters, and to me, that's meant United States primarily, probably China, right? I mean, these are the big emitters. These are who have been responsible and who have big carbon footprints. But I am aware of carbon finance tools like carbon offsets, which can be both a tool to reduce emissions and to transfer resources into developing countries. It seems that that's had some success through the Clean Development Mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol. So, perhaps more of that would be the right approach. I think it would also be interesting if, like, governments in, cities or states or the United States as a whole thought about paying into funds like that for carbon reductions and maybe some other transfer. But that's a tough question. A very interesting one as well.
Thank you so much. I think we're already hitting the dot for this session. I'm really enjoying the conversation, but I just want to borrow one more minute to ask you one last question. What is your biggest wish list for COP26? Just one. Maybe let's start from Secretary Wong, please.
Okay, I think I would like to wish to see the world working together towards carbon neutrality. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, how about Katie?
I'm going to second that one, particularly coming from the United States side.
Fully agree. How about Ross?
I would love to see the United States bring a strong agreement from the United States to present to the rest of the world and facilitate a lot more, of working together. So a lot of the same idea, yeah.
Thank you. How about Mr. Naofumi?
So we also hope that everybody has to work together to make a real, tangible results.
Thank you so much. We really love this ending, working together, being united, holding our hands to really make the change. And from there, we'll happily hand over back this session to the podium.
That concludes session 1 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021. We would like to thank our exceptional panelists, presenters, and our distinguished moderator once again. Thank you very much. From now on, we are going to take a short break, and session 2 will commence at 10:50 a.m. Korea Standard Time. So please enjoy your break, and please come back to your seats on time. Thank you. 내외 귀빈 여러분 안녕하십니까? 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 곧 오전 10시 50분부터 2021 기후변화 대응 세계도시시장 포럼 두 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 이번 포럼에선 다국적 청중을 위해 동시 통역 서비스가 제공되고 있습니다. 통역이 필요하신 분들께서는 온라인상에서 언어 채널을 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 또 이번 행사는 코로나19 관련 방역 수칙을 철저히 준수하며 진행되고 있습니다. 그럼 잠시 후 두 번째 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 많은 관심과 참여 부탁드립니다. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Session 2 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021 will commence in a few minutes, starting at 10:50 a.m. on the dot, 550 Korea Standard Time. So please tune in and please stay with us. For our multinational audience, we are providing simultaneous interpretation service today, so please check your language options online. And finally, please note that we are following COVID-19 related safety measures in a stringent manner. So once again, session 2 will begin shortly, so please stay tuned. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now let us begin session 2 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021. And the main topic of this session is Green Circular City and Resource Circulation. And the second session will be moderated by the Honorable Mr. Manchi Merlin Lau, Senior Program Manager of ICLAI, Local Government for Sustainability. So now let me hand over the microphone to Mr. Lau. Good morning, Mr. Lau. The floor is yours. Please take it away.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me well. Good morning, good evening from where you are. I would like to briefly share my screen first. Okay. I hope that's all good. Thank you again for joining this section that we talk about resource circulation, in particular how city, like by being circular, can lead to climate neutrality and greenhouse gas emission reduction. So as some of you may know, the current circular economy model usually implies efficient and sustainable use of natural resources. But in reality, its impact also goes well beyond our resource use. So this section, we actually look at two particular aspects. A more specific example will be on continuation from the last section, but more from the recycling perspective, how recycling building and urban space would contribute to climate action. And the second part will be how what we call SCP, sustainable production and consumption, would lead to also climate impact. A brief introduction is like construction itself is responsible for more than 23% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and its output is continuous growing, as we can see in megacities. And by 2050, another 2.5 billion people, they are expected to live in urban areas. So we're covering building materials from the building demolition in the life cycle process and reducing material wastes and greenhouse gas emissions by designated circular and localized building production processes can improve how the built environment is made and address the efficient resource use in materials and operation. And obviously, the second section is more relevant to our everyday life because it's not only practiced by our public authorities, but also by many different organizations in the private sector, which care about sustainability issues, as I will introduce our lineup of speakers afterwards. By doing so, like all of us are making a difference by encouraging sustainability in all the value chain through shifting the spending towards a more sustainable goods and services. In these ways, it can also enhance and transition to a more circular economy, improving resource efficiency and thus reducing waste and greenhouse gas emissions. So that being said, this section, as you can see from the agenda, we will cover cities' best circular actions that contribute to greenhouse gas emission reduction and carbon neutrality goals. I will briefly show the agenda here. We are very honorable to have a keynote address from a Turku mayor in Finland, Minna Afrin, that she would talk about how Turku's overall planning and her resource wisdom roadmap and Green Circular Cities Coalition work would contribute to her city's goal. Actually, by as I remember well, by 2029 they want to become carbon neutral. So please allow me first to introduce Mayor Minna Afrin. She has been serving as the mayor since 2017, and Mayor Afrin was born in Turku. In her career, she has worked as many positions, including the managing director of Turku Chamber of Commerce and the National Coalition Party Secretariat and full-time chairperson of the city board. So as the mayor, she has highlighted major issues such as sustainable growth, urban inclusion, the prevention of social exclusion, and new means of industrial and business policies that include a wide range of circular economy actions. So Mayor Afrin is also the global portfolio holder for the circular development at ICLE, Local Governments About Sustainability, a network of hosting 2,500 local governments committed to sustainability. So that being said, we would like to now introduce the keynote speech from the Mayor of Turku, Mina Avrit, please.
Honorable fellow mayors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Minna Arve, Mayor of Turku, Finland, and it's my great pleasure to join Seoul Mayors Forum in my capacity as the Vice President of ICLE. First, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Seoul and its mayors and the organizing partners of the Seoul Mayors Forum, ICLE, Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, and C40 for the important event and agenda. I would like to quote the former Secretary General of UN, Ban Ki-moon, who said that climate change is the single greatest threat to a sustainable future, but at the same time, addressing the climate challenge presents a golden opportunity to promote prosperity, security, and a brighter future for all. Cities have a key role to play in redesigning economic systems so that we can limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, set out in the Paris Agreement. City of Turku is one of the most ambitious cities in the world in the terms of climate action. In 2018, the City Council of Turku decided unanimously that the city will be carbon neutral by 2029, when the city celebrates its 800th anniversary. By now, we have more than halved our greenhouse gas emissions from the level of 1990, thanks to investments in renewable energy, decarbonizing district heating, and low-carbon transport. During the same time, our economy has grown steadily and population increased. This has been recognized last year, as we won the European Covenant of Mayors Climate Award as the best mid-sized climate city. However, to address the remaining emissions and ensure that city achieves its targets to become carbon neutral by 2029, transformations and innovations are needed across various industries and economic sectors in Turku. In 2019, we launched the Circular Turku project in partnership with ICLE, Finnish Innovation Fund Sitra, and our regional partners. We are looking forward to introducing the Circular Turku roadmap at the UN Climate Change Conference, COP26 in Glasgow this November. The Circular Turku roadmap aims at supporting Turku's transition to resource wisdom by 2040. This means that the city is waste-free, emission-free, and uses natural resources in a sustainable way. The roadmap targets 5 key sectors: food, transport and logistics, buildings and construction, energy and water. Turku is one of the first cities globally that has included circular economy in its climate plan to help address greenhouse gas emissions and protect biodiversity in a systemic manner and beyond its jurisdictional boundaries. More than 200 stakeholders were involved in consultations to define the circular economy interventions included in the roadmap, representing local businesses, research institutions, public companies, as well as national and regional bodies. We are decarbonizing the economy and boosting low-carbon innovations, businesses, and jobs. For example, the Smart Chemistry Park offers an innovation platform and network for startups and small and medium-sized enterprises, providing solutions for the bio and circular economy. The basic idea of the Smart Chemistry Park's business model is to reuse industrial waste streams of each other, which companies can access from the surrounding industrial zone. We have created new clean sources of energy from waste and prevented waste and pollutant to enter ecosystems. As an example here, Turku region's wastewater treatment plant, Kakola, recovers energy from sludge and extracts thermal energy from the wastewater to produce heat for district heating for 15,000 households. Since the plant was implemented in 2009, the phosphorus load of municipal wastewater of the nearby sea areas has decreased by 83%. We believe that everyone should be engaged in creating a resource-wise Turku, and we are involving businesses, communities, and residents in climate action and circular economy work. Turku wants to encourage citizens to shift towards 1.5-degree lifestyles. The idea is both to involve citizens in creating carbon-neutral and resource-wise city, and to inform citizens of various ways to lead a 1.5-degree life. Through Turku's engagement in the ICLEI network, we want to raise global awareness on the role of cities and regions in localizing circular economy. In the coming years, the city will be exchanging lessons learned with peers from all world regions through the ICLEI Circulars platform and the Green Circular Cities Coalition. Circular economy offers opportunities to build sustainable societies of tomorrow. We want to embrace this opportunity to invite cities to join us in creating a fair transition to a society in which we maintain the value of what we produce and operate in balance with nature. Finally, I would like to repeat the important message of the Honorable Mr. Ban Ki-moon. Climate change is the single greatest threat to a sustainable future. But at the same time, addressing the climate challenge presents a golden opportunity to promote prosperity, security, and a brighter future for all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you for having Mayor Arvid's excellent presentation. And as said, Turku actually is, I think, one of the really first city to have a clear circular roadmap and bundle together with a really early carbon neutrality goals. So I hope our fellow listeners here in the future can have more opportunities to go to Turku and also look at their latest planning. So that being said, I would like to actually go into a series of presentations that are really circular to the space of how cities are being circular that lead to climate action. So as said, like the first part of the section, we will be focusing on recycling, building, and urban space. And the first presentation that we have invited is Mr. Klaus Kahneman, who is a sustainable architect from the government of Roskilde municipality in Denmark. So Mr. Klaus Kahneman, he has been working with the sustainability sector in the built environment for the last 8 years. So in his present function in the municipality, he is representing the municipality in several international development projects. We focus on moving the standards in the building sector towards a more responsible and circular business model. My understanding is that Mr. Klausman will be presenting one of the latest Horizon 2020 projects in the European Union that will be really relevant for other cities to follow up. So please let us welcome Mr. Klaus' presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about our participation in the EU project City Loops in the Roskilde municipality. My name is Klaus Kellerman. I'm a sustainability architect in the Roskilde municipality, and I'm going to give you a couple of insights that we have in circular economy in the built environment in the municipality, and also about our participation in the City Loops project. The City Loops project is an EU-funded project focusing on circular economy. It's a solution for bio-waste and construction and demolition wastes, including soil. And the project itself is participating with participation of 7 cities from all over Europe. We have 10 demonstration actions within the projects, and they're being developed more than 30 new tools and processes within the project itself. In total, we are 28 partners, so there's a lot of knowledge collected into this project, and we as a municipality, we are benefiting greatly from the participating in a project like this. But I would like to talk shortly about why we are participating in circular economy projects like City Loops. I'll come into what the framework is for the transition, what a circular economy is on a practical level, what we're using in the municipality as tools, and also how we are expecting to move to a more commercial scale within the municipality. Roskilde municipality is a medium-sized Danish town. We have several neighborhoods with a focus on sustainability, but especially the Musicon neighborhood in Roskilde is known for its focus on circular economy and the possibility of reuse and recycling building materials. Originally, the whole site of Musicon was a concrete factory, and it has been slowly being transformed into a mixed use, everything from museums to dwelling and schools. The whole area is carrying a lot of signs of the old factory buildings. They have been preserved to the extent that it was possible. We have been using most of the big concrete factory facilities more or less directly into the new houses and the new functions in the place, but of course with new layers on them. Our way into circular economy in general in the municipality have been focused on trying to obtain new knowledge and obtain new practical skills when it comes to procedures and other ways into this the new area of a circular economy. Our way in was participating in different projects where we were recycling concrete and gathering timber in different levels. We found very quickly in the process that we needed to have an increased level of collaboration between the authorities in the municipality in order to make this work. And that's been a major part of our findings in these early projects we have been participating in. We also have been developing a material bank on site in Musicon, where we are testing different materials before we put them into the material bank. And again, being able to take the materials and removing them from the waste hierarchy by applying for end of waste applications for each material has been a very successful procedure that we have been using in the municipality. These informations are being carried with the tested materials into a material passport, and they are being carried with the passport through the building processes and also in the documentation material that we are having for each building after it's been constructed. The material bank also works as a local craftsmanship where it's possible to work with some of the materials so they will be ready for use in another site. Again, it's a very practical level we're working with it on, and it's hands-on both information and learning throughout the process. As mentioned before, the practical learning process also was consisting of participation in the projects. We have been learning how to recycle crushed concrete on a professional level. We actually affected the national law that is allowing us now to use 100% of the aggregates of the concrete to be reused. which is a big step forward. Before it was only 30% that was allowed to be used. And we have been using this knowledge in many of our projects. We've also been working extensively with smaller projects like the resource sheds, where we have now been completing 3 of them from leftover materials and from the material bank. The advisors we're using, they are actively going into the process of creative use of these materials, both in the original form and shape and in new functions and shapes as recycled materials. But mainly it's about reusing things to the maximum of its potential. One of the most important things we've been finding in this, on the experience we've been given from carrying out these smaller projects, is that the benefits that is in 3 categories. We have environmental quality, where we are saving a significantly amount of CO2 on using recycled and reused materials. And you can ask why it's only 50%. It's mainly due to the use of recycled concrete, where we still have to use the cement in the process. But in other projects, we have been seeing a much higher percentage of saved CO2 if it's pure reuse of materials. We also have lower costs as an economical quality. There's a high concern in Denmark and other places that the circular economy is going to be more expensive and it's going to be more complicated. That's not our experience. We can see that the costs are equal or even lower. In this case, 20% lower compared to traditional construction costs. One of the reasons for this is that there's a kind of migration of economy within the project, and that leads to the 3rd quality, the social quality. 75% of the costs are used for local salaries, that is both advisors and carpenters and masonries, where we have a traditional placement of the costs within normal constructions, where we can see there's a high degree of cost for transport and new materials and insurances and so on and so forth. So there's like a migration of the economy that goes towards more local costs. However, there's one thing that differs from the traditional project, and that is time. It takes longer time to build sustainable within circular economy. That's our experience until now. We have been trying to move towards a more commercial frame in music, and now we just finished a multi-storage parking garage, which has been built with the demand of recycling and reuse, and also with the demands of design for disassembly. That means that we have now documentation that the project will be able to be dismantled and reused in the future when its the service time is over. Also, again, concrete and other elements are being reused in this project. This has been a more traditional commercial projects and on a normal market terms, and it was very successful. In the same project, we have been storing surplus materials from the building process, both locally and from other places, both in the material bank and also along with the projects where they're being used. And we can see that it's being taken into to the new projects, commercial projects as being carried out. We also have always a focus on taking the social quality with us into the projects. Some of the times we are asking the participants of a future use of the house to participate in the construction with the reused materials, so they can hands-on experience with them as well. That was a very short, brief tour through the experiences and findings we had in the Roskilde municipality. I hope it was some benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Klaus. for the excellent presentation. And actually, this project is really new and innovative. For more information, as you can see there, you can find it in the website, and the information is publicly disclosed. And he touched upon a few points that are very relevant. Circular economy in building, like recycling, can be actually cheap and localized. But at the same time, one of the main challenge would be more like it actually takes longer time. So when it comes back to our Asian context, our development speed is really, really fast. So it would be something that we will also look into in the future. So we touch upon Asia. So I would like to have the next presentation more relevant to the Asia context as well. So we have invited our neighbor, Ms. Yan Hui Li, who is the city councillor from the city of Hsinchu. She has actually been in the public affairs for 20 years. So it's a very relevant colleague to share about public experience on recycling urban spaces. So previously, she focused on youth and children welfare, sustainable energy, and the intersectionality between humanity and technology. So with a vision to cultivate the city of Hsinchu as a young, humane, and also highly competitive technical hub, she is striving to collaborate with other local agencies as well as international expertise to make this desirable future come true. So that being said, let me welcome Ms. Lee for her presentation.
Okay. No.
So it seems some technical issue here.
Yeah.
Yes, we can see that now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, all the honorable members of SMFCC. I'm Yan Hui Li, a city councillor of Hsinchu City, where it's also called as the technology hub to Taiwan. Today, I'm so thrilling to be in front of you behind the screen, and I hope to share the beauty of the recycling and the revitalization of the urban space in Hsinchu City. First of all, where is Hsinchu? And what makes Hsinchu stand up among cities in Taiwan? Now, please look at the maps right side down. We can easily notice that Hsinchu is located at the northern Taiwan. It is around 70 kilometers south to Taipei and around 80 kilometers north to Taichung, the second largest metropolitan area in Taiwan. Basically, Hsinchu links north and the middle part of Taiwan, enabling people travel fast through the major international ports, such as Taoyuan International Airport and the Taichung Port. For the aspect of population, Hsinchu City is populated by around 450,000 people of residency. If the nearby satellite cities and the suburban areas are counted, the population increases to around 1.2 million in the Hsinchu metropolitan area, which is the third largest metro area of northern Taiwan and the seventh largest in Taiwan. As the technology hub of Taiwan, the industrial performance is no doubt the most brilliant one among cities in Taiwan. To be specifically, Hsinchu City enjoys annual GDP of more than 2 trillion NT dollars, which equals 72 billion US dollars in 2018. Moreover, the number has been rocketing for the pandemic of COVID-19 since 2020. Now please turn the right up side. Around 76% of annual revenue is yielded from the manufacturing, such as semiconductors, other microchips that are essential to the vehicle PCs, and the flash RAM. Meanwhile, the service industry shares around 23% of Hsinchu's annual GDP. Farming, under this circumstance, only takes part of this share by 0.1%. In short, the high-end technology products generate the development of Hsinchu, boosting the population and revenue growth in such a global hardship during the global spreading of coronavirus. All right, in honor of our concern of a greener lifestyle to human beings, what are the efforts that Hsinchu have made in the past few years? Solar power boards have been installed on public buildings since the past years, and now its benefits have shed light on our path approaching to a more effective way generating necessary power in our daily life. For example, the pictures below are the boards we have installed into campuses and coastal areas. Through these efforts, we successfully reduced CO2 emission by 4.7 tons in 2020, furnishing 40 plain rooftops of public buildings with these stark but effective solar boards in our lovely city. Also, the Hsinchu Science Park remains its high standard of circulating energy for years. The rate of the whole material circulating of its procedures has reduced 87% in 2020, compared to the rate at 83% in 2011. Furthermore, Hsinchu City is committed in ingraining the knowledge and lifestyle of an eco-friendly environment. We co-work with the international organization of the Tzu Ji Foundation, enriching our dietary variety with a more organic, veg-oriented menu on the dining table on elementary schools. Last but not least, we also designed multimedia materials that help students from K to 12 to know the importance of a less carbon, less waste, and a more sustainable lifestyle. All right, now we are moving to the major portion of today's topic: how we are planning and have achieved the goals of recycling the urban area. Let's look at the maps on our right-hand side. Two cores propelling the expansion of the city are the downtown Hsinchu and the blocks around Hsinchu Science Park. How this bi-core structure influences the development of Hsinchu City. As I've mentioned in the previous slide, manufacturing generates 76% of the annual GDP of Hsinchu, boosting the asymmetrical growth rate between the two cores, fast around the Science Park, but slowing in the downtown. As a result of this phenomena, Hsinchu residents have to commute from the old communities to the booming newly urbanizing place, exaggerating the congestion of major tunnels linking the two, and therefore yielding a crowding in the housing facilities in the new city. The downtown, aka the old town, faces shrinking in its commercial function. More firms are seeking closer linkage to the booming new district, mollifying the building in the old commercial area and the residential places as well. In short, bearing reactivating the old town in mind, I'm introducing our efforts in revitalizing our discarded buildings and our future toward a less commute distance, smoother transportation, and a greener environment to Hsinchu City in the following decade. Now, the Zhongxin apartment store is a case of recycling the once discarded building in the downtown Hsinchu. Zhongxin apartment store was established in 1989 and peaked its golden era in 1990s. This building was once the most lucrative market in the town. People over 30 in Hsinchu know it, visit it, buy things in it, and even gather and date in it. However, with the shifting of commercial hub, in the early 2000s, Zhongxin apartment store failed to maintain its revenue and closed in 2005, leaving plenty of space that later haunted by crimes such as drug dealing and prostitution. In the early 2010s, the Changhe Foundation started their trying to revitalizing this building. 32 Pi use basement is therefore established in order to attract youth and artists back to the town. After managing such a community plan for years, this building has gradually regained its energy. More and more shops are willing to provide local needs to reduce the effort people may go across the jams on the tunnels between the new and the old course. In the other case, I would like to share the incoming X project to reactivate the idle industrial land. In the left picture, we can see there is a space on the land right next to the dance community. It is the land owned by the Taiwan Fertilizer, also known as Taifei, where they store their industrial materials and semi-products. In recent years, the Science Park and the Hsinchu City Hall decided to solve the problem of congestion and the asymmetrical paths of development of the two cores, initializing the X project to balance it. Soon, the X project may bring 5G firms, startups, and the research centers into the mid-zone, connecting the new and old areas, altogether shortening the commuting distance and lowering the emission of CO2. With such a vision that advances our lives in a greener Hsinchu, in my perspective of view, I believe the most crucial task is to reallocate the resource in our public infrastructure. That is, reforming our bureaucratic system to be a more effective one. Now, at least 3 parties are composing the governing structure of Hsinchu: the City Hall, County Government, and the Center of Hsinchu Science Park share the same tasks like congestion, lacking available land in certain areas, but the discarded places are pervasive in some parts of the town, and the time consuming for reaching a consensus among the 3. Plus, with so many difficulties that should be dealt with, the annual budget of the Great Hsinchu autonomies only share 10 billion NT dollars, which is disproportionated by its taxing revenue each year, which amounts 190 billion in recent years. In the future, I hope to see the bureaucratic revised Hsinchu achieve its green goals by the introduction of a monorail system, shorter commuting distance, and more sustainable means that generate our daily usage of electricity. Dreams are big, yet no dream can be denied or give up. Hsinchu City can definitely profit with equal concepts in every action we take. I'm Yanhui Li from Hsinchu, Taiwan. Thanks for your attention to my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you again for Councillor Lee. I know Councillor Lee will be staying with us for some question and answer later. So that I will save some time for now, because just now we touched upon the building sector, how they do recycle buildings and also the space. And it would be now interesting to turn to another angle to talk about sustainable production and consumption. And first, our structure of this section, we would have an international perspective. We would invite Mr. Lucas von Strickland, who is the Sustainable Procurement Coordinator at UNEP, UN Environment, to talk about this international initiative, One Planet Network, and what kind of sustainable production public procurement program is being made in different parts of the world. That to give an overview, then we'll come back to a more local case in South Korea. So let me first introduce Mr. Lucas. So Lucas, he is a sustainability scientist who has been working for more than 6 years in the specific area of sustainable procurement in international organization. He currently functions as the coordinator of the One Planet Network Sustainable Public Procurement Program, and supports also UNEP's Sustainable UN Facility as their sustainable procurement expert So his focus lies on training, policy advice, and adaptation, as well as the development of various tools and the total cost of ownership methodologies when we talk about sustainable consumption and production. So that being said, we will pass the space to Mr. Lucas to share this One Planet Network International initiative for the audience. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Lucas von Schuckmann. I am the coordinator of the Sustainable Public Procurement Program of the One Planet Network, and I was invited today to speak briefly about the role of public procurement in our efforts to become more sustainable, particularly in the area of climate change. And I would like to thank you very much for your time and for inviting me today. So I briefly want to start with discussing what is actually sustainable procurement. And I took here a definition of the International Standards Organization that defines sustainable procurement as the process of making purchasing decisions that meet an organization's needs for goods and services in a way that benefits not only the organization, but society as a whole, while minimizing its impact on the environment. So basically meaning we have certain reasons why we buy goods and services, but in the process of doing this purchasing, we can also think about how can we use this to have a positive impact on society and the environment at the same time. They go on giving an example saying, this is achieved by ensuring that the working conditions of its suppliers' employees are decent, the products or services purchased are sustainable where possible, and that socioeconomic issues such as inequality and poverty are addressed. So why actually doing sustainable public procurement? And you can see here that the World Bank estimates in 2020 that the global public procurement volume was around $9.5 trillion. So we have a tremendous possibility to actually impact the global economy to move towards more sustainable outcomes. And this was recognized also in the Sustainable Development Goals, of which goal number 12 is specifically focusing on sustainable consumption production. And its target 12.7 focuses on the promotion of public procurement practices that are sustainable. But what exactly are more sustainable procurement practices? And here I'll give you some examples on how procurement can be used to address the 3 pillars of sustainable development, so environment, society, and the economy. On the environmental part, we can, for example, focus on preventing pollution, on sustainable resource use, climate change mitigation and adaptation, which is today's topic, protection of the environment, biodiversity, and restoration of natural habitats. And then in the social pillar, we can address human rights and labor issues, inclusion of persons with disabilities, gender issues, and social health and well-being. And lastly, some examples in the economic pillar could include, for example, whole life cycle costing, local communities and small and medium enterprises, and lastly, promoting sustainability throughout the supply chain. So, with this little introduction to sustainable procurement, I want to give you also a short introduction to what the Sustainable Public Procurement Program actually is. So the SPP program is part of the One Planet Network, which is affiliated to the UN, but basically independent of it. And it is responsible for ensuring that we are moving towards the achievement of SDG 12, so sustainable consumption production patterns, then would also report back on the progress that we are doing in this regard. The Sustainable Public Procurement Program is currently co-led by 4 organizations, that is ICLEI, then we have the environmental ministries of the Netherlands and China, and we have the UN Environment Program. And it is a network that is open to all organizations and individuals that are interested in supporting the achievement of SDG 12. And in this regard now, specifically with focus on sustainable public procurement. Here you can see the strategy and the objectives of the SPP program, which I just briefly will mention with the top left box to give you some ideas. So what we focus on in our program is that we support the implementation of sustainable public procurement. We focus on stimulating change in international sectoral markets. We also advocate and mobilize political support and leadership. And lastly, we measure the impact and progress that we do with regards to sustainable public procurement. The work that we do in the SPP program is carried out in interest groups, and we have currently 5 of them. We have one on the role of public procurement in the health sector. Then we have an interest group on circular and fair ICT. We have an interest group on monitoring the progress that we do in achieving sustainable public procurement. We have an interest group on the role of sustainable public procurement in the construction and infrastructure sector. And lastly, we just recently established a new interest group on public procurement of food. Today's topic, though, is climate. So very briefly, just want to touch on that topic as well. Here you can see the activities that were reported by the members of the One Planet Network as a whole, with specific focus on greenhouse gas emission reductions. You can see here all the sectors that were, for which activities were reported that had some aspect that contributed to greenhouse gas emission reductions. And not surprisingly, those are mainly in the buildings, and construction, energy, and housing sector. And this is, though, a more general report, so not specifically focusing on procurement solely. So if we look at how we can use procurement to tackle climate change, I just, again, will give you a very brief, very high-level overview. Given the time, we can't go into too much specifics, but we can, for example, through procurement, regulate the emissions that we have through asking for fuel and energy efficiency. For example, we can ask for energy efficient vehicles and so on. We can replace certain technologies with more efficient or cleaner technologies. For example, we can ask for LEDs instead of the traditional incandescent light bulbs, or we can ask for solar panels instead of generators. We can also focus on, in our procurement, to support the idea of reduce, reuse, recycle, and repair, with the idea that the product and good that is not produced is the most sustainable and also the one with the least emissions, obviously. And lastly, also localize our thinking ultimately, which also relates to the repairing, for example, but also relates to reducing emissions through transport. Ways of doing that in procurement is more or less you follow the same procurement cycle that you would do for conventional procurement. And I just picked 2 stages from the procurement process to give you an idea. So we can, for example, in the planning stage, use the time to rethink our needs. What are the goods and services that we really need? Can we maybe ask for less? Again, so that we don't create demand for more products, thus reducing the emissions related to the production of those. Or are there maybe more sustainable alternatives than what we usually have been doing? And then in the requirements definition stage, we obviously can ask for implement the specifications that relate directly to emissions or to recycling or whatever. This takes me to the end of my presentation, and I hope you found this informative, and you are welcome to reach out and direct any questions to me through the organizers. And I would like to thank everyone for your time. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Lucas. Actually, for the One Planet Network, that's the official website that you can see the international projects as well. So Lucas touched upon something very interesting and actually echo our previous 2 speakers. When we talk about sustainable procurement or purchase stuff, actually building sector, in addition to energy and also the housing, is one of the highest greenhouse gas emission area. So being a responsible government to procure more sustainably is actually a very important aspect that I'm really happy to see that Lucas' presentation actually echo Councillor Lee's presentation just now. And for now, we would like to turn to the final presentation, and I am actually very excited to hear about this because it's quite different. Just now we hear a lot of like the top-down government and public procurement initiative, but this time we hear more like a bottom-up, how things are actually happening at community level in terms of like doing sustainable consumption and procurement during citizens' daily lifestyles. So for the last presentation, we have invited Ms. June Lee, who is also the CEO of the South Korean Localized Initiative Almond Market, to share about this initiative a little bit more. So let me introduce a little bit more about Ms. Lee. So Ms. Lee, she actually manages this almond market in Seoul, South Korea, and conduct an environmental campaign such as zero waste, plastic-free campaign, etc. So apart from this market she manages, this allows people to purchase household items, including detergent, shampoo, and plastic containers, so that they can save the additional resources and reduce plastic pollution. So moreover, in her free time, she works in various fields to spread the ideas about the importance of environmental campaign and how to practice it in our everyday life. So with this, I would like to pass the floor to Ms. June Lee to share about this localized campaign to us. Thank you.
네, 안녕하세요. 네, 저는 이제 한국에서 활동을
As introduced, my name is Lee Joo-eun. I'm the CEO of Almond Market. So our motto is buy what you need, not the waste. So let's go package free and just focus on the content, because content is 알맹이 in Korean. And we run Korea's first refill station. It's a small store, but we want to reduce waste and really encourage other stores to reduce waste. And I think that was why the forum invited me to speak today. Koreans use a lot of plastic bags when they go shopping, and most of the products, if people use the product, then they will throw out the package. And I thought, well, that's such a waste, because there are so many packages that just go into waste. And that motivated me to come up with Almond Market. So 5,425 liters were sold from January to July. This is a 100 ml unit. And we were able to reduce 54,000 containers with this refill store. Now, customers will bring in their own containers to fill with items that they buy in our store. However, we go beyond that. We want to go package free, because we also procure package free items. We largely contributed to plastic free practice. This is a small store, as I said. But even before kicking off and opening this market, we initiated a campaign to encourage people to go shopping without plastic bags. So we receive non-recyclable products so that we can redirect that for other purposes. For instance, we will create goods or products. For instance, for laces, we will use laces to make bags, or we will use coffee drip remainder, the powder, to create something else. Now, we opened during the pandemic, and we thought we might not have enough customers. However, in fact, we are seeing an increasing number of customers coming in. The size of the store is less than 20 pyeong, which is a Korean unit. But we were able to collect about 300 kilogram worth of waste every month. We see more people joining this effort. So we have formed a community to educate them and to encourage them about going plastic free. We conducted a survey, and this is the result. According to the survey, more than 97% of the respondents said they would participate in the waste collection. And 95.5% said that they would recommend this service to other friends or family members and so on. So we were able to see a gradual increase of the amount of waste. We have one refill station, and we also have a shop on the green roof of Seoul Station. And the store has two places. One, which is a veggie coffee house, which does not use disposable cups. And we also have a small station where we invite people to engage in hands-on experience about making plastic dalgona experience, which is about melting the plastic to create something new, to upcycle the plastic. So those are the two stations that we run on the rooftop of the Seoul Station. Now, empowering the citizens is key to pursuing this type of campaign. We have to raise their awareness and change their perception. One campaign that we have is titled Plastic Attack. And attack might be a strong word, but I think that it's worth it because it can really attract more people to engage in this movement. Now, there are some plastic materials that cannot be recycled, but for instance, the Brita filter cannot be recycled because it uses mixed materials. So we wanted to recycle Brita filter with this campaign. Also, the cigarette butts also have fine plastic, microplastic in it, but the level of awareness is pretty low in Korea, which is why we urge the relevant organizations to elevate the awareness on this. And the third campaign is regarding cosmetic product package. The labeling regulations have changed, so recycling is tough. But what we want to do with this campaign is to ensure that cosmetic product packages can also be recycled. So we have to label whether this is recycle, this can go to recycle or not, and the level of recycling. So these were some of the initiatives that we conducted, and it's all about where the waste go to and how it is recycled and what items should be refilled. Korea imposes strict regulation on cosmetic products, which is why there are many people who want those regulations lifted. And together with the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, we're working together to allow people to run stores about refill shops for shampoos and other cosmetic products. As I said, 알맹이 means content in Korean. So at the end of the day, we want to empower people to recycle and to really learn how to recycle more effectively and make recycling a part of your daily life by focusing on the content and not the container or package. And we want to spread this to the larger community. We want to encourage more communities to join this movement. So our ultimate goal is to reduce waste, but we also want to hear out what people have to say and what they want to do. So I believe that drove the success of Almeng Market, and especially amidst COVID, people have higher level of awareness about the environment. So that helped too.
감사합니다. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really like it because it tells how to motivate people to join the campaign. So now we hear all the presentation, and actually considering also the time zone, our speakers in Europe cannot join us for the panel discussion, but we still have two Miss Lee. We have the Councillor Lee Yan-hui from Hsinchu City, and also our just presenter, Yi Chun-si, like to join us for a 15-minute question and answer section. So if I can start with, I have a few questions here, and actually we received some questions from the public. So let me maybe first turn to Councillor Lee from Hsinchu City, because today our theme is more on reaching carbon neutrality and the direction of mitigating emissions. So just now we hear a very interesting initiative about like recycling urban spaces. So my first question to you is more like, when you plan this city initiative, so is measuring greenhouse gas emissions like always part of the initiative when you make the plan, or how can you ensure that we recycle this urban space and the impact to the climate can be measured and communicated to the public? You are muted. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Currently for the... Oh, yeah. Okay, currently for the 2015 white paper on green policies proposed by Hsinchu City, we expect to reduce carbon emission by 2% per year to the 70 of 2013 levels by 2022 and 50% of 2005 levels by 2050. Hsinchu City is currently the fastest growing population in northern Taiwan, and the city is still expanding. So Hsinchu City's current carbon neutral goals are divided into two parts. First, revitalizing old buildings and restoring the function of the old city's business district, which has achieved the goal of reducing commuting distance and carbon emission. As I mentioned in the previous presentation, revitalizing old buildings is the way we are devoted in to reduce carbon emissions in the existing lives of citizens through urban planning. The second goal is to provide very strong incentives for green buildings and carbon neutral targets in expanding urban areas. For example, new construction that meets the green level will be given a bonus of 6 to 10% of the building's capacity. Other buildings that are renovated will also be given significant incentives under the Green Building Code. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So then I will also pass the other question to Sorry, I have some technical issue here. Can people hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, great. I would like to pass the second question to Ms. Jian Lee. Actually, just now we hear actually citizens, they are interested to really participate in such kind of a sustainable consumption and production campaign. So as a CEO perspective and a like bottom-up perspective, what do you think particularly the national or local government should do to support your initiative to increase the uptake of such kind of activities?
일단 제가 생각하는 거는
First off, I think their level of interest is still low. Back in 2005, the government announced that it will reduce carbon. However, it is not felt across the society because carbon neutrality came in too late in terms of policy making. And the same goes for the market. So plastic consumption should be reduced, and we need an institutional framework to support that. So plastic-free shopping was one of the campaigns that we pursued. And in line with the campaign, we also want the market to provide an environment in which people can go plastic-free. That means that we need institutional framework to ban the use of plastic bags, because people can shop even without plastic bags, and we need policy support for that. And I think that we can connect the dots in that term. So the same goes for the community as well as for the market. Shopping without generating waste can be a viable solution. However, I believe that the government is a little bit passive with respect to coming up with some legal grounds, so that's a shame.
Yes, I understand that too. So then maybe I think it's a really good question to follow up to both speakers, because we mentioned last year, like the global pledge to carbon neutrality by 2050, mid-century. And we have Taiwanese cities and also like Jiun, you are based in Seoul, and they also committed. So I want to see, I mean, even now, from both the government perspective and the citizen perspective, so the government, national or like local government, they committed to carbon neutrality. So in terms of being a city councillor or being like an enterprise, like innovative enterprise, does this really help you? Or is it right now you think it's still just a very initial stage, just a pledge? Just now I hear GNC already mentioned that it's still quite slow, but I want to hear a little bit more about how you see that as a vision coming out already. But as a next step, how this vision is translated to action, it would be good to hear a little bit more your sharing in this from both Ms. Lee. Either one can start with. Yeah. Maybe or maybe
네,
GNC.
제가 그러면 먼저 얘기를 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Then I will begin.
앞서 말씀드린 것처럼
As I said, we need the legal grounds and institutional grounds, so we are slow in terms of progress. And I think the same goes for this question. So they've declared carbon neutrality, however, they're being timid in taking actions. So I think we need national level campaigns. But at the same time, the government also needs to come up with a revision of the legal grounds and revising the institutional framework and so on. But be it the government level or the local government level, instead of really coming up with institutional and binding measures, they rely more on civic campaigns. I believe that 50 years is not short. So we have to be quick on our feet. We have to take quick action. We have to have a long-term perspective and take action right now. That's what I feel.
Councillor Lee, what do you think about this as a high-level goal? Yeah, please.
I think we are still in the very early stage of the recycling buildings in Hsinchu City. Although our citizens are very aware of the environmental protection issues, but the government still need to be done a lot of things. And I think the more highly supervised the solar power boards and should be done. And we can maybe have done more strictly regulations about the urban planning area, like the green building code or other regulations to that the citizens follow, and we can step by step to make our cities more clean and recycle. Circulating energy is better. Okay.
Thank you on this. I think we still have 5 minutes, but I would pose a question asked by a general public here. I think it's really interesting as a final question to help us. Maybe you need to think a little bit. So actually, for Elmo Market, the same initiative is also happening in Taiwanese cities in Hsinchu and other areas. I have been to them. And also the government is like really somehow working and not working together at the topic of like recycling issue. So this general public, he asked the question, like in general, what do you think from both the government leader perspective and also general citizens perspective? Can the recycling rate, can it be further increased from the current level? He wants to hear particular suggestion that can help increase the recycling rate. So the question is for both of you. Is it a difficult question or like maybe
제가
you
그러면
can?
먼저 또
네.
얘기를 드리도록
I'll go
하겠습니다.
first.
재활용률을 이끄는 거
So, increasing recycling rate is a difficult task.
저희 우리나라도 마찬가지로
The same goes for Korea.
그런 관심도라든지
And the level of awareness with respect to recycling is quite high compared to other countries. Still, we need to articulate on the details of the campaigns. What I mean by that is when it comes to compound materials, how are we going to recycle the products should be something that the government informs us in the form of institutional framework, because using composite material products would bring down the recycling rate. And then, if people don't act on it, then that will also bring down the recycling rate. So first off, the materials should be revised and upgraded at the company level, business level. And as for Korea, the private sector needs to work harder. For now, they manage the recycling for the most of the part. But because recycling is not profitable, the private sector will not invest in it because it doesn't generate profit, which is why the government needs to step in and oversee and manage the recycling providers. And at the citizen level, they need to wash the product after use and recycle efficiently.
많이 감사합니다.
네,
So,
감사합니다.
Councillor Lee, would you
Okay.
want to supplement? Yes.
Okay, I think there are two ways we can do or make some effort on it. And the first mention to me is that we can get the tax on plastic bags. If we have more price on buying the plastic bags, the people can more aware of the recycling issues, and our energy circulating, I think, will be better. So in Taiwan, the Taipei city is thinking about done that and already done that. But in the Hsinchu, we are not yet done that. Maybe that's the next step we can consider. And the second is the crowdfunding of the investment of the solar power boards. I think the public, if have the opportunity to make small investment on the solar power board, maybe they are more willing and more aware of the issue of the green energy and the greener lifestyle, and give us all more knowledge about how to protect our environment. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we are coming to 5 minutes for the closing. I want to sum up your point. Just now, I think Jiyun mentioned, actually, apart from recycling, actually the most important is not to throw away in the beginning. So it's like one step higher. I would also introduce a little bit in my final closing, and Councillor Lee highlight that, I mean, as from the government perspective, citizens are always concerned about cost. So taxation is a really good means to help reduce waste, and actually in such case, also by reducing waste, recycling rate would be high. Actually, you don't even need to recycle, let's say, in this sense. So once again, thank you to Ms. Lee for staying with us for this panel part, and my sincere gratitude to both of you. And I would like to do a quick closing. I would like to share my screen for a quick closing, if that's possible. Let me see. Okay. Thank you again to Ms. Lee. And then...
Thank you.
Yes. So as we can see today, we actually hear very ambitious initiative from a Finnish city, Turku, and I encourage everyone to read their action plan. We hear practical stories from the building sector and urban space, which is the highest, also one of the highest greenhouse gas hotspots, in terms of when we consider circular action. And most importantly, related to everyone, how sustainable production and consumption will be related to everyone's daily life. So that being said, I think as a closing from an ICLEI perspective, because today many of our participants are from the government and different cities in other regions, at ICLEI, we actually work with our member cities to proceed towards circular cities. So in 2019, we initiated the Green Circular Cities Coalition, and we work with different cities in thematics, including today we talk about building, and also you can see in the food system. So we have 6 thematic areas that we work with cities. So if participants are interested, please also you can get in touch with the speakers today, and then you can also get in touch with me in terms of how to brainstorm the next step actions or international collaboration. And I would also encourage you, as from the wider perspective, we just released the Circular City Action Framework this month to help cities to think. Just now we touched upon the question recycling, but actually we are not talking about recycling first. We need to talk about rethink your mindset, regenerate, reduce, reuse, and then finally recover, which is recycle. So this framework, so let's try to change our thinking. We are not talking about recycling, but we are talking about more further up, reduce, even further up, regenerate what you're doing, and rethink your mindset. So by doing so, I would like to close this particular section, and I understand the materials will also be online and broadcasted. So if you have any questions, feel free to get in touch with me or also the Secretariat. So I would like then finish this section and pass the floor back to the MC. Thank you very much, everyone, for participation.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of session 2. Thanks to our brilliant presenters and distinguished moderator, we could learn about various cases of carbon neutral policies based on resource circulation and green circular cities. Thank you very much once again. And now we're going to take a short lunch break, and session 3 will commence at 1 p.m. on the dot Korea Standard Time. So please enjoy your lunch and see you back here at 1 p.m. Thank you. 네, 내외의 귀빈 여러분 안녕하십니까? 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 곧 오후 1시부터 2021 기후변화 대응 세계 도시 시장 포럼 세 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 이번 포럼에선 다국적 청중을 위한 동시통역 서비스가 제공되고 있습니다. 통역이 필요하신 분들께서는 온라인상에서 언어 채널을 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 그럼 잠시 후 세 번째 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 많은 관심과 참여 부탁드립니다. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention one more time? Session 3 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021 will commence in a few minutes. So please tune in and please stay with us. And for our multinational audience, we are providing simultaneous interpretation service today. So please check your language options online. And finally, please note that we are following COVID-19 related safety measures in a stringent manner. Once again, Session 3 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021 will begin shortly. So please stay tuned. Thank you. 네, 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 2021 기후변화 대응 세계도시 시장 포럼 세 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 이번 포럼에선 다국적 청중을 위한 동시통역 서비스가 제공되고 있습니다. 통역이 필요하신 분들께서는 온라인상에서 언어 채널을 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 그럼 잠시 후 세 번째 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 많은 관심과 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Session 3 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021 will commence in a few minutes. So please tune in and please stay with us. And for our multinational audience, we are providing simultaneous interpretation service today, so please check your language options online. And please note that we are following COVID-19 related safety measures in a stringent manner. And once again, Session 3 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021 will begin shortly, so please stay tuned. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a great lunchtime. So now let us begin session 3 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021. Well, in this session, we will examine how citizens and civil society can come together to further spread the culture of carbon neutrality in their daily lives. And we will focus on citizen participation this time around. And it is my great honor and pleasure to announce that the Honorable Dr. James Hooper, Sustainability Consultant and Environmental Scientist at Edge Environment, who also won the National Geographic's Adventurer of the Year award in 2008, will be moderating this session. So now let me hand over the microphone to our distinguished moderator, Dr. Hooper. The floor is all yours. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Seoul Metropolitan Government for hosting the Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021. It's a really important topic that we're going to be tackling today. And we, in this session, are going to be speaking about citizen participation and what the role of citizens is in achieving carbon neutrality. So, thank you for the introduction. My name is James Hooper. I'm an environmental scientist and a climate consultant at Edge Environment. And so I will be beginning with a quick presentation, and then we'll open up to speakers who are joining us today, and then hopefully a panel discussion. So I'll start with a brief, snapshot of where we are. This is a graph which shows the current commitments which governments have made towards reducing carbon emissions. You'll see there are 3 blue lines. In the COP21 in Paris, governments came together to make an agreement to try and keep carbon emissions to a level which would not see global temperatures rise by more than 1.5 degrees. As you can see at the moment, the commitments, the red line, the NDCs, which have been made by government, is a long way off in achieving this target. And so much more needs to be done. When we look at the total makeup of the emissions which are produced by humanity, this is, I guess, an annual carbon footprint. We see that almost 3/4 of emissions come from the energy sector. About 20% come from agriculture and forestry and land use, and then some from waste and some from industry. But when we look at this, it's very difficult to see how we as individuals can make an impact on reducing the global carbon footprint. So when we look at the typical individual carbon footprint, we can see that it's split into roughly 4 major areas. About 1/4 is responsible for food, travel is responsible for 27%, housing 25%, and services 23%. But among these, really the major opportunities that we have as individuals to reduce emissions are from changing our eating and drinking habits, perhaps reducing the amount that we fly, changing our electricity or energy provider so that we run on renewable energy. But outside of these things, we're actually quite limited as individuals in our ability to reduce our footprint. At the moment, the per capita carbon footprints of citizens of different countries are quite different. But in the UK, which actually has relatively low per capita carbon footprints, it's about 5.5 tons of carbon dioxide annually. South Korea has 11.9 tons, and the USA 16.1 tons. But in order to achieve a 45% reduction in global emissions by 2030, which would keep us consistent with meeting the 1.5 degree target, the global average per capita carbon footprint would need to be 2.5 tons. And so you can see that there's a huge reduction required. And just from those individual actions we can take, it's very hard to see how we as individuals are be able to reduce our carbon footprint from these figures to 2.5 tons, which are required on average. So back in 2008, 2009, I undertook an expedition from the North Pole to the South Pole using only human and natural power. The aim of which was to try and show that through our own personal actions, we could hugely reduce our emissions. So I showed that you could travel from one end of the world to the other just using human and natural power. And I believe that this was going to be enough to help solve the problem of climate change. But in reality, I was naive. As individuals, there are certain things we can do that make a difference, but instead of thinking about personal action, we need to think about systemic change. And so as individuals, we have a small amount of pie that we don't have much strength to move. But if we work together in groups and apply our strength on bigger problems and find the levers that we can pull to make bigger differences, then we can have a much bigger impact on the climate problem. And so there are 4 major levers which we as individuals can use to have an outsized difference in changing the course of history and in reducing the emissions of society in general. And so I'll go through these 4 levers. So the first is where you put your money. So by choosing banks and investments that are committed to low-carbon sustainable futures, we can have an outsized impact. We can make a much greater impact than through any individual actions that we can change in our day-to-day lives. So a study from the UK shows that if you switch your pension to a green pension fund, you can save approximately 640 grams of carbon for every pound that is invested. And changing your pension to a green provider, investing in a green pension fund, makes 21 times more difference than the act of giving up flying, going veggie, so not eating meat anymore, or switching to renewable energy provision. So it really is by far the biggest individual thing that we can do, is make sure that where we save our money, that where we bank, that we are choosing ethical options and options which are focused on the climate crisis. Among, I guess, investment funds, one of the things that we can see is that if you put your money into investment funds that are conscious about the climate, they have much greater impact and they have much greater support for changing the actions of the companies in which they invest. And so that's one of the reasons why it's very important to invest in climate conscious funds. And we can also see that over the past couple of years, there's been a massive increase in the amount of money that's being invested into these climate-related funds, which is fantastic to see. The second thing is where you work. So by choosing a workplace that aligns with our values and is committed to making a positive difference, that's another way in which we can make a big contribution. So we can see this is a graph which shows the average amount of time that people spend doing different things as part of their day. And you can see that the biggest block outside of sleep is the amount of time that we spend working. So if we're going to make, if at any point in our lives we're going to concentrate on making a difference, the biggest point that we can make that difference is through the jobs that we do. And so by offering our energy and effort and skill sets to companies that are conscious about climate change is one of the big ways that we can make a difference. We can also ask our current employers to start to engage and be involved in climate initiatives. So by committing to science-based targets to reduce the emissions footprint of the companies to levels which are in keeping with the goal of keeping climate change or the temperature rise to below 1.5 degrees centigrade. So there are various initiatives through B corporations, fair trade, race to zero lists a number of different ways that companies can commit to becoming more sustainable. So pushing our employers to commit to them, and if not, changing companies to be able to work for companies that are conscious about the climate is a big way that we can force change. What we buy, this is the third thing. So by supporting businesses and products and services that make sustainability a priority, we are helping to push those, give them priority, make sure that they're supported, that they can continue to make a difference, whilst also not investing in companies that are maybe more culprits of creating the problem. Another big thing we can do is by using our money to buy green energy. So the first thing that we should be conscious of is that everything we spend has a carbon footprint associated with it. So actually, not spending money is one of the biggest things that we can do to solve the climate crisis. However, there are some things that, of course, we have to spend money on. And for those things, we need to be conscious of how we are spending our money. Again, similar to where we work, we can focus our spending on companies who again, commit to science-based targets, who are certified B corporations, who engage in fair trade practices, or who produce appliances which have the highest energy ratings. By showing that there is interest and by investing in the companies that are interested in these areas, we're actually supporting and investing in the technological progress that is required to introduce large-scale technological changes across society, which enable us to have technological solutions to reducing our carbon emissions. And in terms of reducing green energy, we saw that one of the largest individual things we can do is switching our own energy provision to green electricity. And by doing that, we can all reduce our own individual footprints by 15 to 20%. But also energy is one, because it accounts for 75% of the global carbon footprint. By investing in green renewable energy, we can straight away have a very quick impact on the amount of emissions that are being released and help us to reduce emissions early so that we have more time to focus on eliminating the hard to get rid of emissions later. Finally, who you vote for. So it's really important that we choose leaders who are strong on environmental and sustainability issues. So this is something every few years, wherever we are in the world, to a large degree, we can choose who the people that represent us are and what commitments they're making. So by choosing leaders who support sustainability issues, who support action on the climate, then we can ensure that our voices are heard and that changes are made at the high levels. So there are a large number of companies large number of countries which have already made commitments, but our job is to make sure that they continue to make commitments and that they improve those commitments. At the moment, the commitments that countries have made are not enough to solve the climate crisis. And so we need to push them to have more and more ambitious policies which allow us to close the gap between the current commitments and the future that we want to see. Thank you very much. That is my presentation and hopefully a good beginning to our session. I'm now going to open up the session to 4 speakers who have very diverse backgrounds, who are going to give us their own experiences and opinions on how citizens can be involved in solving the climate crisis. So I'd like to welcome them one by one. We have Park Mi-hyun, who is the founder of Touch for Good. She will be speaking to us about net zero community building through upcycling and social enterprise. We have Dr. Hayu Prabowo, who is the chairman of the Environmental and Natural Resources body of Ulama Council in Indonesia, who will be speaking about the role of faith in finding solutions to the climate crisis. Abu Bakr Rakib, the mayor of Kalumunai, who will be talking to us about bringing climate initiatives to municipal governance. And we also have Yoon Hyun Jung, who is an activist with Youth for Climate Action, and will be talking to us about how the climate crisis affects all of society and the actions that future generations want to see in solving the climate crisis. So we've got some really interesting speakers today, and we're going to start with Park Mi-hyun. So I would like to welcome her to give her speech to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. As introduced, my name is Park Mi-hyun, and I'm a CEO of a social enterprise in Korea. So you see 2 logos here, not just for Touch for Good, but also for Global Upcycling Network. I also run this network. Thank you very much for having me today. And today I would like to talk about some of the cases of my social enterprises, what we have been doing so far. I would like to first focus on the citizen-led projects that we conducted, and this is the title of my presentation, Net Zero Community Building with Upcycling and Social Enterprises. As I mentioned, we are a social enterprise. This is our mission, to recycle resources and to give new life to waste. And this is a literal translation of our motto. It's about touching the mindset of the people and dealing with the waste issue. We have 4 pillars in our social enterprise. We first focus on better use of trash, Number 2, about CSR consulting when it comes to waste. We also provide education on being eco-friendly, and we also have an upcycling lab. Now, our utmost priority is to recycle waste in Korea. It's not also just about reusing, but making sure that people are more attached to the products and that the recycled products become more useful in people's daily life. And Dr. Hooper talked about, of course, many ideas and also about the collection of waste, and especially during the election time. And that also happens in Korea because we also see a huge, vast amount of waste coming from the banners of presidential campaign pledge banners. So if we can recycle these banners, that can be quite helpful to our environment. So what we did, we pursued a 5-year pledge campaign with the presidential candidates so that we can recycle the banners. We prevented 12 cities from throwing the banners away, and we were able to recycle the banners in those cities. And I would like to briefly talk about this waste, which the attention of a large audience. We were able to see a lamp that was used during the Olympics, and we actually recycled that by using the wood materials from the stadium. So that's what we've been doing so far. And from 2020, the Seoul City has been carrying out the Living Lab project, and we are part of that. Seoul City formed a team for the transition of Seoul, and these people will be engaged in activities to reduce waste. And it goes beyond that. It's to promote recycling in Korea. So at the end of the day, it's about a circular economy, and that's what the Living Lab project does in Seoul City. And as I said, we partake in this project. And of course, people have different characteristics, and some people love making things, which is why we also call humans homo fabers, which is the concept that human beings are able to control their fate and their environment as a result of the use of tools. So people love using tools. Sometimes, they would use stone to make hammers and to make sure that we have a higher chance of survival. And I believe that that civilization, that spirit of civilization still remains with us. We are creating many different products from different tools and resources. However, the problem is this. Now, we're not only producers, but we are also consumers, which means that consumption leads to waste. So it's not about DIY culture, making your own goods. It's about throwing away more products. And that's at the core of the society that we live in, which is why we need to overcome such challenges. This is DDP. We are here in DDP, and I work and live 15 minutes away from DDP. So I'm in the neighborhood. And not only Seoul City, but also nationwide wise, DDP as well as Dongdaemun area is home to many stores and shopping malls. So it produces many different goods. In fact, we have about 900 swing factories in this area. So that represents the production side of the neighborhood. Then how can we reduce waste? That was the motivation behind our project. This is what we came up with. We formed roundtables of local groups and engaged local residents to identify the problems that we are faced with in the neighborhood to overcome such challenges. There are different local community workshops. However, not many focus on the topic of recycling. So we were able to pursue recycling projects. And first, we focused on the topic of plastic because this is a global challenge. So our goal was to address plastic waste and to reduce plastic waste. And of course, so far, the government has been leading different initiatives and the residents have been passive. However, we wanted to engage and empower the local residents so that we can all be on board in recycling plastic, which is why we opened a contest for recycling of plastic. Because many people rely on new plastic when they can actually reuse the old plastic. 70 joined and entered the contest, and they proposed ideas about how we could recycle plastic. And one of the ideas was to recycle plastic to mask clips or other different types of new materials. And the residents gave us inspiration about how we could use the plastic. And moving on to the next slide, we wanted to identify materials so that we can replace. I said that we hold local workshops, and we wanted to build and create new bags, recycled bags. And that was an idea proposed by the residents. So what we did, we used banners that are thrown away to create eco-friendly bags and to reuse the waste generated in that neighborhood. And in that process, there was a local resident community center that opened in the area. And what the residents came up with was to use the banners that we have to also make some curtains for the community center. So that was another project that we carried out. Next, since we have expertise in this area, we wanted to leverage on that, which is why we came up with the idea that we could rely on the 900 sewing factories as well in the area, and also using the leftover from these sewing factories. So what we did was to upcycle the textile and produce masks for the underserved people as well as the youth people in the neighborhood. So this is what we've been doing so far. And last year, because of COVID-19, mask was in high demand. And we were able to use this campaign to make more masks for the people. We also recycled these products to create some clothing for the trees as well. Next, we also relied on the local factories to create job opportunities. What we did, we upcycled the used textile or the leftover textile to come up with new ideas. As you can see on the slide, this is a primary example. These are some leftover textiles that we had. We collaborated with the skilled people in the neighborhood to create new patterns or to come up with new technologies. So that's what we did with the local residents. And also, we also have many foreigners in the community, and that is what makes our community distinct from others. And there are some people who are from Nepal or Mongolia or Vietnam. And before, we only had signages in English or Chinese to the most. However, now we translated that into a number of languages so that people from different countries can engage in this campaign. And before, there was some clash between our community and the foreigners' community. However, with this project, we were able to come together and collaborate together. Now, moving on to Net Zero Education Workshop. It's to use the locally produced waste so that we can reflect on our behaviors and pave a new way forward. So I believe that the future Homo fabers need to leverage tools more wisely to recycle and upcycle the products. And this is the goal that we have. This is to create a better trend. That's also the motto of our campaign and platform. What this means is that when somebody wants to throw something out, we want he or she to reflect on such behavior and ask him or herself this question. I think I can do better with this. And that's what we want to do. That's how we want to motivate the people. And with that, we want to use our upcycling platform to inform more people and to engage more people. Thank you very much for that. And those were some of the case studies. Yes, thank you very much for the case studies that you shared. I think that you can really make a difference with such projects. Yes, thank you very much for that. And now I would like to move on to the next speaker, and then I will invite you back for the Q&A session afterwards.
So now we are going to move on to Dr. Hayu Prabowo. He's the chairman of the Environment and Natural Resources Body of Ulama Council in Indonesia, and he will be speaking to us about the role of faith in finding solutions to the climate crisis. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Hayu Prabowo and look forward to listening to your presentation.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for allowing me to speak in this privileged panel. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I will present concerning our efforts through faith-based approach for behavioral changes to upload carbon neutrality in the society. So James is talking about the how to vote, how to work, how to buy, and I try to explain about this one, our effort. So this is Jakarta city. The photo is beautiful, but the interaction with the nature is fading out of this community. So urban communities are mostly disconnected and different about the nature. And this the survey from Guardians, whereby Indonesia is the largest deniers in climate change, and then Saudi Arabia and the US. So we are a big challenge because people may not know about this climate change. So this is our effort to to make people understand the importance of climate change. So essentially, the environmental crisis, with all of its manifestation such as climate change, in essence, is a moral crisis because people consider the nature as object to be exploited rather than subject to be protected for the life of the people. Thus, countermeasures against the existing problems of environmental and climate issues should be the moral approach. At this point, faith can play a big role through the form of religious guidance reflected in the daily life of the people. Religious guidance plays important role to change the behavior of the people, especially in Indonesia, with majority or 80% of its population is Muslims. With 275 million of people, Indonesia is the largest Muslim country in the world. Islamic values call to save and to protect the integrity of diversity of all forms of life. This obligation from an Islamic perspective is underpinned by defining the role given by God that humans are trustees and stewards of the world, or Khalifah, we call it. The Islamic perspective and ruling on a point of Islamic law on a specific issue were formulated under fatwa given by a recognized authority, which is the Ulama Council of Indonesia, whereby I work for. As shown in the slide, there are 6 fatwas related to the environment and natural resources. Firstly is the law on forest and land fire, environmental friendly mining, fatwa on utilization of zakat, infak, sedekah, wakaf. This is the Islamic social funds for the construction of water and sanitation facilities, fatwa on recycled water, fatwa on waste management, and fatwa on conservation of endangered species. So this fatwa is complement to the the positive law given by government. So this normative law of the from our faith, and this fatwa, and then we socialize. We socialize using the books. So the fatwa is complemented by the books. So firstly is the guidebooks, and the secondly is the preacher's book. So this book were then socialized, and we train the trainers. So the trainers are the leaders and the preachers. So we socialize this fatwa, and along with this technological or knowledge on the environmental and climate change issue against or together with the Islamic laws. In addition to the Islamic, we also work on the interfaith environmental and climate movement in Indonesia. So we are pioneering in this kind of movement. So firstly, in 2015, we formed Interfaith Environmental Declaration, which is Indonesia Movement to Save the Earth, or Siaga Bumi in Indonesia. The Siaga Bumi is translated to the Earth Alert. So we have to alert of the Earth. And 2018, we declare interfaith collaboration for rainforest protection, because the rainforest is very important as the sink of CO2, and Indonesia has a big challenge on this forest deforestation. And 2020, we launched a declaration, Interfaith Rainforest Initiative of Indonesia, is together with other countries, Colombia, Brazil, and so on and so forth. And now we are doing internalization of environmental and climate movement for each respective faith-based organization. And we established and empower local interfaith movement. And this picture shows the launching of and declaration of Interfaith Rainforest Initiative that done in January 2020, just before the COVID struck in Indonesia. It is attended by 200 religious leaders and indigenous leaders across Indonesia. It was represented by 6 major religions in Indonesia, along with indigenous people, national, international interfaith organizations, including Religion for Peace and Green Faith, as well as United Nations Environmental Program and Rainforest Foundation of Norway. The Interfaith Rainforest Initiative is an international multi-faith alliance to bring moral urgency and faith-based leadership to global efforts to help and reverse tropical deforestation. And this our ground, that faith-based organization resources. So firstly, faith-based organization has been recognized as a key player in eradicating poverty, improving public health, protecting the environment through its assets that includes houses of worship, universities, schools, hospital, lands, and caves. And secondly, the faith-based organization is a sustainable institution, and in recent years, policymakers have begun to involve them in climate issues, environmental conservation, and natural resources management. And thirdly, the network of faith-based organizations and religious leaders transcends continents and political boundaries, making them the right and practical means to achieve sustainable development. So in essence, we work with 3-pronged approach for environmental and climate change. Firstly, religious guidance reflected in the daily life of the people. Secondly, inspiring and empowering faith-based organizations and religious leaders to advocate for environmental and climate change, climate justice. Thirdly, mobilization of investment and assets of faith-based organizations for environment and climate justice. Thank you very much for the time that you have given us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hayu Prabowo. That was a really interesting presentation, and great to hear about your experiences of, I guess, the role of faith and how religious leaders are able to impact the fight against climate change. I guess I was wondering if I could ask you a question. And so I was wondering, do you think that the respect that communities have for their religious leaders make these religious leaders especially important in helping deliver solutions to climate change?
Yes, because when we talk to the people, we talk not about the regulation, but we talk about the how it is as religious people, obliged to protect the other form of life. So this all of the teaching in the religion are in fact the same, similar. I mean, like Islamic, Christian, Catholic, Protestant, Hindus, Buddhas, and everything. So we talk about the same thing here. We talk about the humanity. So when we talk about humanity, we are in the same view that we will have to protect the human and all form of life.
Okay, fantastic. And one more question: Have you seen good collaboration between scientists and faith leaders in finding ways to communicate climate change to communities?
Yes, of course. Because in fatwa, when we develop fatwa, we talk together not only the religious leaders but also with the scientists. So the scientists understand the religious views and the religious leaders understand the scientific view. Why we need to protect why we need to protect the endangered species? Why we need to make a waste management? So all of this together we combine the science and the religion. So we combine into one, and the fatwa is the formulation of both science view and the what you call the text view, the religion. So we combine essentially the text of religious leader, religious teaching, and the contextual side of the issues of the earth.
Thank you. I think in some societies we can forget the importance of engaging the community to achieve climate goals, and so I think your insight there has been really, insightful and important in showing a way that can be achieved. So thank you. I'll come back to you hopefully with more questions when we have a Q&A session at the end of the speeches. So next we have Abu Bakr Rakib. He is the mayor of Kalmanay, and he is going to speak to us about introducing and delivering climate initiatives as part of municipal governance. Looking forward to hearing your speech, and I'd like to welcome you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. First of all, I thank His Worship Mayor of Seoul, who invited me and granted this opportunity to make an address. District-wise participants, representatives of the international organization, official, who arranged this successful event, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Sri Lanka, especially from Kalmuna municipality. Today, I'm going to make an address on public participation on climate change. Public participation can play an important part in effort to achieve climate neutrality. However, in order to achieve the desired effects, engagement needs to be carried out in a way that is meaningful, both for the citizens and the institutions involved. There is a general understanding that citizen engagement benefits environmental decision-making process. This includes increased community acceptance and support for climate measure. New insight based on local knowledge and expertise or greater public awareness. Effective and meaningful participation is crucial to ensuring that policies are designed in a socially just manner that respects the right of communities and build resilience. However, in developing countries such as Sri Lanka, there has often been a reluctance on the part of planning agencies to accommodate community participation in decision-making process due to the vastness and complexity of the issues that are encountered. But efforts are being made at multiple levels of governance to ensure greater engagement. For example, for the 13 amendments of the Constitution of Sri Lanka introduced a new structure of regional and local governance by establishing the provincial councils. The proposed amendments recommend widening the function of local authorities by including new provisions, namely participatory local planning, environmental protection, and citizen charter had been incorporated to the existing governing legislation. While there is a mandate to include more citizen participation, it is not always clear how we can achieve this. Some efforts made by Sri Lankan cities include using public participation in the form of interviews, survey questionnaires, focus group discussion to collect data to inform decision making. This helped develop the state of Sri Lankan cities online database, which is a platform of urban data on Sri Lanka, consisting of statistical and spatial data. And it's interactive, allowing the user to refer to the data available with easy access to assist policymakers and planners to identify critical projects and policies that can be implemented to help cities in Sri Lanka improve evidence-based decision-making in urban planning. The SOLC database was developed keeping all these in mind, and it's a functionalities were identified through different forms, including stakeholders meeting, steering committee meetings, and meetings at each of the 11 cities that were initially covered. The database was developed as a part of the State of Sri Lanka Cities project throughout the leadership of the Ministry of Provincial Council and Local Government and implemented by United Nations Human Settlement Program and the Sri Lanka Institute of Local Governance. In the specific case of Sri Lanka, Kalmuna City, Kalmuna disaster risk reduction and preparedness plan was developed using the participatory approach and stakeholders' involvement. The project was developed by Kalmuna Municipal Council in collaboration with UN Habitat, the University of Moratuwa, the Urban Development Authority, and the Disaster Management Center to create a disaster resilient city throughout the project process, including the vulnerability assessment and the identification of hazards and risk, but done by gathering information from local stakeholders. Kalmuna City is looking at the implementing green participatory budgeting, wherein members of the community deliberate on the allocation and distribution of public resources. Along with this, city government is also promoting tree plantation, renewable energy, and energy efficiency technologies development, organic farming, green building, etc., with active support from the community and the citizens. The major benefits of the community-based approach including building confidence in the projects and enhancing capacity to improve disaster preparedness and mitigation, as well as building strong adaptive capacity at the local level. Several common principles of successful resilience development frameworks are incorporated in the plan. Encourage personal community participation, encourage civic responsibility, encourage protective action to be taken by individuals to protect themselves and their community during the incident. Foster self and community resilience. Use effective risk communication to bolster community resilience by providing accurate information and strong communication networks. Traditional and novel structural measures can be used to build capacity for knowledge sharing and make resilient communities. Before I conclude, I warmly and respectfully invite the Honorable Mayor, Mayor of Seoul, participants, representatives of the international organization to visit Sri Lanka and Kalmuna municipality to work with us on collective and shared vision for resilient and sustainable community of Sri Lanka, Kalmuna city. Thank you very much. Once again.
Mayor Rakib, thank you very much for that wonderful insight into your city. You talked at the beginning of your presentation about the importance of meaningful engagement. I was wondering, what engagements have you found to be most successful in your city?
Yeah, most meaningful part. Then we having that the people mean the citizen of Kalmuna city participation and making awareness programs, and we are seeking their contribution towards their sharing their knowledge and the active participation of the people. Now in that level we have achieved a lot of things, especially the emission of the carbon. We controlled through the carbon test. Without the carbon test, they can't drive the vehicles within our city. Second thing, we have newly introduced solar panel systems for the energy that the product manufacturing the electricity. In the meantime, the plantation throughout our roads and everywhere, beaches and lakes and rivers everywhere. So we are controlling the most of in the meantime, we have introduced even to set up the toilet. They have to get the permission from the authorities to use the bioseptic tanks. In the meantime, the rainwater harvesting and other things. Without the people's participation, we can't making that the programs meaningful.
And have you found that by adding meaning to the programs that the citizens have become more positive about climate initiatives?
Yes. Now they have understood the impact on the climate changes. Now we have earlier, that as far as we have a bit of experience during the tsunami in 2004, end of the 2000, I think the beginning of the 2005, we faced a tsunami disaster. Thereafter cyclone, there are a number of in the flood. So we have a bit of experiences from the climate change. That's a consequence of the climate changes. So we have now make ready to mitigate and resilience from these disasters.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mayor Rakib. We will move on to the next presenter, but look forward to hopefully asking you some more questions after this. So next we have Yoon Hyun Jung, and she is an activist. She works with Youth for Climate Action, and she will be talking to us about how the climate crisis affects young people and society as a whole, and the action that younger generations want to see made on the climate crisis.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 청소년 기후.
So my name is Yoon Hyun Jung. So I'm an activist. I'm working for Youth for Climate Action. And so I'd like to talk about this political community's engagement in just tackling this climate crisis. So we don't have enough time, but we are watching this. The significance of the climate crisis is growing. So we have been already exposed to extreme weathers like a typhoon and the flood. So everybody is exposed to these vulnerabilities. Then everybody is living in this crisis. Then our daily life has already been felt down by the impact of the climate crisis. So this is a photo shows you that's last year's photo. So during the summertime, there was heavy rainfall. Then here there was a landslide. The landslide just fell down, collapsed the one house, and then one old lady lost her life. So it shows clearly that everybody is just exposed to this type of the impact of the climate crisis. And that our food chain has been also hit hard by this climate crisis. So in the past, this kind of the tropical, the vegetables were only available in the tropical areas, but now many farmers have lost their original indigenous vegetables. So food has been in the crisis, under the direct hit of the climate crisis, and then so we are also losing jobs. And then so more and more cities and towns are suffering from the direct impact of the climate crisis. So the climate crisis is changing the every aspect of our daily lives. So to maintain the just a reasonable level of the safe life, then so we have to take actions right now. In this crisis, how can we respond to this crisis? So can we prevent the upcoming increase of this crisis with the small actions in our daily lives? And you have to understand that this kind of crisis is just collapsing the every aspect of our daily lives. It is hitting our housing and our jobs, as well as the economic system and the political system as well. So if we fail to properly tackle the crisis, so the resources that we have will be totally destroyed. It will have many systemic influence on every aspect of life. But many people, especially this vulnerable population, has ignored this issue, but everybody is exposed to this impact. So not only we don't need any dramatic story and then dramatic consequences of the climate crisis. Even you do not lose your job or your house, then you have to take actions. If you are rich or if you are poor, then everybody will be exposed the more the serious consequences. Then so what do we have to do? Then this vulnerable population, a vulnerable group, then what do we have to do? Then not only the small actions we can address this issue, then the more engagement, the strong commitment by the political community is required. Also, we need to make changes in the political community, and then we have to share the important issues and the problems. Then you have to raise your voice regarding these issues that you have identified. Then so also for every election, then so you have to vote for those candidates who are strongly committed to these issues. Then if you are joining this initiative and this campaign, then we can make that change. Then so we need to encourage them and urge them to take actions. So you have to become a citizen who can raise your voice and to make real difference. The reason that the citizens are taking actions to be strongly involved in the politics, and then now the many local communities and the private businesses have announced and declared that the climate contingency. Then so what has changed? Not many changes have been made. Then so they are not engaged in any concrete discussion. So no significant change has been made in our country. So these politicians should be responsible for this no action. So they are just pushing us to take more actions on behalf of them to prevent the spread of this climate crisis and to survive this crisis. Then we need to more support, more stronger commitment from the political community. Without these strong commitments, then so we will suffer more from this climate crisis. And so we have realized that through the Korea pandemic, the more vulnerable people have suffered more from this global crisis. So without any concrete actions and commitment from politicians, so we will just make those vulnerable groups to more calamities. So we are now having those extreme weathers like a typhoon, the flood, and so more vulnerable. The group of people have lost their jobs and then they have suffered more. So to protect them from the more risks, so whether these calamities are expected or unexpected events, then we have to take actions to just allow them to protect themselves. So we need to develop more concrete systems to protect these minor groups and the vulnerable group, disadvantaged people, so to enable them to protect themselves. So I'd like to encourage every citizen to join these initiatives and the programs, and we have to put more pressure on the political community. And then so we will raise our voices to make them take actions. And so thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for that. You talked about the very critical points that we need to all think about. I have a question for you. So going forward, what process do you think we need in terms of business involvement or government involvement? So by that I mean, how do you think we can engage the government and businesses to act together? Well, actually, given the climate emergency, I think that it feels like we lack information because we say that the climate crisis is an emergency. However, the government is not acting on its word. It just says that it's an emergency, which is why we need to take immediate action to tackle the emergency. And when it comes to policy makers, they will be the least affected by the climate emergency, which is why they need to provide services and care for the underserved first, because they will be hit the hardest by the climate emergency. However, the roundtables on the climate policies, well, they do not engage the right people to discuss this policy approach, because they only engage a few elites and a few high-level politicians to just talk the talk and not act, which is why they must engage the grassroots people so that everyone is on board to tackle this emergency together. By then, we will be able to create a safe community for all. Yes, thank you very much for that. I also have a comment to make. Well, we cannot focus on one single economy, because then we will lose so much opportunity. Then how do you think we can really share our commitment and values to the leaders? Do you mean striking a balance between the society and economy? Oh, striking a balance between the social values of the future and the economy of today? Yes. So how do you think we should strike a balance between the two and show that commitment to the leaders? Well, now we have to revisit what the government represents. They are too much obsessed with the interests, the national interests and self. They are so much self-centered that they do not look at what matters really here. They must put humans and people at the center. The government must decide whom to represent instead of really serving their own interests. The municipal governments and the local governments say that the people are always at the center. However, that is not true when we see their policies. They have to make clear who they will represent, and once they decide that they will represent the people, then they have to reflect that in their own policies. And I want them to show that commitment. Yes, thank you very much for that.
We've had a really interesting group of presentations. Our presenters have given us very different insights into how citizens can participate and what role we have to play in the climate crisis and in finding new sustainability solutions. So we're now going to have an opportunity to ask questions. So if anyone who's watching has questions for any of us, please send them in. And equally, if any of us as presenters, if you have questions that you would like to ask to the other presenters, then there'll be an opportunity to do that. So please, if you have anything you want to ask, that opportunity will come shortly. I know at the start of the session today, I wasn't able to ask Park Mi-hyun any questions because I wanted to make sure that all of the presenters had time to speak. But I do have a question which I'd like to ask. 많은 주민들과 같이 일하니까
And so you've worked with many citizens. So when you carried out your projects, what was the average response from the citizens?
When it comes to climate action in Korea, when it comes to waste problems, we thought that the level of awareness would be pretty high among the Korean citizens. However, that wasn't true because when we carried out the campaigns, they actually heightened the level of awareness of the people, and many people told us that they were not fully aware of what was happening on our planet. And I think our campaign really touched their lifestyle, and it was able to really bring everyone together. So at first, some people thought that we were preaching them. However, they found out that it wasn't the case. Yes, thank you very much for that. Do you have questions for other presenters? Yes, I have a question to Ms. Park. Now, the youth climate action is in full swing in Korea. And, well, I have a question to Ms. Yoon. Well, I believe that, is there something that you want people to stop saying to you?
So, engaging in this type of the activities for the youth, it is very challenging. Because the average individuals just believe that we are very immature people. Many others always tell me that you are not old enough to discuss these issues. You might not have knowledge about these issues, but everybody can understand that's what is going on. So in terms of the climate crisis, just an ordinary people can feel the impact of the climate crisis, even if we are not the experts then. But still, the many others tell us that you can involve actively in these issues when you grow up. But I don't think so. I don't agree with their ideas. Then we can involve right now. Thank you very much.
So I guess we have a question for Dr. Hayu Prabowo. Sorry, this is coming in Korean, so I need to translate it. So in order to achieve carbon neutrality or reduction in carbon emissions in Indonesia, in terms of the regional society and residents and their efforts, I guess this is slightly looking at how countries maybe can work together and what they can learn from each other. Is there anything which you think here in Korea could be particularly learned from the experiences of different regions in Indonesia? And equally, are there any ways in which other countries can assist or help each other in achieving carbon reduction goals?
Okay, thank you. So actually, our approach is kind of inside out rather than outside in. What I mean is that outside in is using the policies, regulation is outside in, whereby people need to follow the regulation. But our approach is outside out, inside out, whereby we motivate people to behave, in accordance with the religious understanding or religious teaching, and then that align with the regulation. So regulation is normally, because it's the regulation is developed from the ethical issue. So the problem is the moral and ethical issue. So the moral and ethical issue should always match with the regulation. So those, if the regulation is not complete, then it will fall under the ethical and moral approach. So this kind of thing that that we work together. So in addition to for Korean and other countries, so I think the approach should not only be outside in, but also inside out, whereby, you know, our motivation is not only in the worldly benefit, but also the afterlife benefit. So this is very important for the religious people, whereby when we follow the religious approach, then we will have both benefit of worldly benefit and afterlife benefit. So we kind of promoting the afterlife benefit, you know, to make a people change their behavior to, you know, to appreciate to other form of life, including the people, including the plants and the animals. So I think that's very important. And of course, we need Indonesian support in terms of the kind of technological, because Indonesia is very, very huge. We have 17,000 of islands. We have millions of hectares of forest that we need to, you know, protect and make a reforestation again, this forest. So there's plenty of work that we can work together with other countries.
Thank you very much. So I have a question, I guess, for all of the presenters. So I know one of the suggestions which has been put forward to help engage society to find realistic solutions which people are willing to commit to solve the climate crisis is the idea of creating citizens' councils where citizens, a representative sample of citizens are brought together and given the problems that we face and asked to help find solutions which all parts of society find acceptable and are willing to compromise together to work towards solving sustainability and climate problems. I guess I wanted to ask each of you what your thoughts are and the difficulties which you might see in creating citizens' councils and how that might feed into informing governments and creating regulations and legislation for society to move forward on this issue. So I might start with Mayor Rakib, if that's possible. Are you able to answer to that question?
Hello, yeah. It's okay. You're hearing me?
Yes, I hear you well.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask, what are your thoughts about having a citizens' council, so a representative council of citizens who could receive an overview of the problems that we face and come up with solutions that are a compromise but acceptable to all parts of society? Do you think that this is a workable solution at a city level or at a country level from your experience in government?
Yeah, it's very important. Thank you for your questions. Very good question. First of all, we have to make understanding of a public. This is not in the city level. We have to start from the bottom, with personal level. Each person having the responsibility towards the earth to save the world. So that is why we are encouraging, making the discussion, active discussion and propaganda campaign to the making understanding regarding the seriousness of the climate change. So we encouraging the people and the group of the people, institutions, and every organizations, every clubs in the city level. It's the bottom of the people in the governance level. So we have to start from the personnel, and then we have to organize. City level, we are organizing. Now the people, even though uneducated, they also understood what are the now the earth, the world facing that difficulties in climate changes. So at the level, we have set up some bylaws to the environmental laws to controlling the destroying the forest, even that pollution to the sea and water level, even air pollutions. So without that active participation of the people of the city, it can't be possible. It's make impossible to achieve the goal. So first of all, we have to start from the city, then we have to extend to the country. The rule, they can, policymakers, all the scientists and other learned people are there. Then they may policy-wise, they can make a decision. But the implementation is very vital. Otherwise, we can't make any success. So, from experience, the people's involvement, very, very important to the implementing that all the projects and climate or the preventing the earth and day to day, they are changing the lifestyle and the day-to-day lives. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mayor Rakib. 혹시 그 질문 잘 이해하셨어요? 좀 짧게
제가 질문을 드렸는데요. 그래서 다른 분들도 어떻게 생각을 하실까요?
So I would like to talk about this Green Council that I have. And this was formed about 10 years ago. And despite the change of hands in terms of mayor, this council has survived. So I believe that we also need to work on the transition in terms of collaboration and partnership with different stakeholders. So we cannot just put off the responsibility to the civil society. Everyone has been on par in working with in this issue and addressing the climate change issue. So we are partners. We are not here to bother the city council. We are here to help the city council to come up with measures to fight climate emergency. We are here to discuss, to work together, and also to convince the public on behalf of the government. So I believe that we must be viewed as partners, and we also provide advice to the city council. And I believe that all the councils should work together. Yes, thank you very much for that. Yes, thank you. Anybody else?
So I only have the very just bad examples. So we have the national level, the carbon committee, that this committee consists of the different entities. Then it was designed to collect ideas from the different sectors of people. Then I just expected them to engage the youth and the females, but they only consist of these people from the businesses as well as politicians. So most of the discussions they had are very democratic ideas. Then, though their outcomes and the results cannot be put into action. So this is a carbon neutral committee was a really bad example. Even though they had a very good ideas, good vision, and they didn't engage people from the citizens. Their outcome and their decisions were not democratic things. Their outcomes cannot have been implemented into actions. I believe that the national level and the other level of the communication and discussions have to engage the people from the different sectors, and then their discussion and the outcome have to be shared by all stakeholders. So their way of inviting people and engaging in dance, this was wrong.
So we're just coming to the end of our time here in session 3. So I'd just like to take this opportunity to once again thank all of the speakers for giving us their valuable insight to solving these climate problems, and also once again to thank the Seoul Metropolitan Government for creating this opportunity for us to discuss this incredibly important topic ahead of the COP26 summit, which will obviously have a large impact on us all in the coming days. Thank you very much.
So that concludes session 3 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021. Thank you very much, Dr. Hooper, for moderating this inspiring session. And thanks to our wonderful moderator, presenters, and panel discussants, we could learn about the best practices of citizens who are making tremendous efforts in their daily lives to achieve carbon neutrality. So thank you very much once again. So ladies and gentlemen, before we let them go, please give them a big round of applause. 여러분 큰 박수 한번 부탁드립니다. And now we are going to take a 30-minute break, and session 4 will commence at 2:50 p.m. on the dot Korea Standard Time. So please enjoy your break and see you back here at 2:50. Thank you. 네, 잠시 안내 말씀드립니다. 곧 오후 2시 50분부터 2021 기후변화 대응 세계 도시 시장 포럼 네 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 이번 포럼에선 다국적 청중을 위한 동시 통역 서비스가 제공됩니다. 통역이 필요하신 분들께서는 온라인상에서 언어 채널을 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 또 이번 행사는 코로나19 관련 방역 수칙을 철저하게 준수하며 진행되고 있습니다. 그럼 잠시 후 네 번째 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 많은 관심과 참여 부탁드립니다. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Session 4 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021 will commence in a few minutes, starting at 2:50 p.m. on the dot, Korea Standard Time. So please tune in and please stay with us. For our multinational audience, we are providing simultaneous interpretation service today, so please check your language options online. And also please note that we are following COVID-19 related safety measures in a stringent manner. And once again, Session 4 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021 will begin shortly, starting at 2:50 p.m. on the dot, KST, so please stay tuned. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your short break. So now let us begin session 4 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021. And the main topic of this session is eco-friendly transportation, and we will examine zero-emission policies in transportation sector. And session 4 will be moderated by the Honorable Madame Tu Mai Tran, Head of Sustainable Mobility at ICLEI, Local Government for Sustainability. I know it's early morning for our European counterparts, so now let me hand over the microphone to our distinguished moderator. Madame Tran, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. My name is Tu Mai Tran, and I'm the Head of Sustainable Mobility at ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability. And I thank Seoul Metropolitan Government for this and the forum organizers for this invitation. As said, I will be your moderator for the session Achieving Zero Emission in the Transport Sector. And a few words just about ICLEI. And ICLEI is a local governments for sustainability, is a city and region network of 1,750 local and regional governments across the world, and we are active in more than 100 countries. Why transportation and why is it so urgent? So essentially, as we all know, transport is one of the largest sources of global CO2 emissions, and transport is also expected to grow at a faster rate than other sectors. And there is a need to reduce emission in line to meet the Paris agreements and other global goals. The majority of the transport emission come from road transport, and in a lot of cities also under the radar is also the freight contribution to transport. And if there are no action taken, and it is expected that a 60% increase in the transport-related CO2 emission by 2050. So what cities around the world are doing to, and one of the main goals here is also to, one of the main action is to electrify, for instance. So improving fuel efficiency offer near-term gains, but then what advances in technology and policy can enable advances in technology and policy enable electric vehicles to improve the efficiency and reduce emissions from the grid through targeted vehicle grid integration. At this rate, in this slide, you can see highlighted some commitments to electric buses and their ecosystem. I highlighted the electric buses also because of the context we are at with COVID. But then cities, regions, and countries should adopt policies and programs, including zero-emission vehicles, mandate and incentives, support the transition of all modes to zero-emission vehicle, invest in smart charging infrastructure, and develop a policy and regulatory measures to maximize the environmental, economic, social, and operational benefits of electric mobility for the transport and energy sectors. But the question remains, is electrification enough, and are we doing it fast enough? And perhaps the answer is not really, in the sense that only 3.4% of the transport energy is really connected to renewable energy, while the energy used from transport represents 32% of the total final energy consumption. And therefore, there is a need to look at transportation as a system. And estimates are that the transport sector is not on track to meet the global climate targets, and many countries still lack a holistic approach and a strategy for decarbonizing transport. We need a paradigm shift. Just a few words about the Sustainable Mobility Program at ICLEI. We have two main initiatives which encompasses strategies, projects, tools, and community of practices. And the Eco-Mobility Initiative gives priority to walking and cycling, public transport, and share electric vehicles, and Ecologistics instead complements eco-mobility with a focus in urban freight and logistics. As I mentioned, there is a need for vision, So we developed the 12 caution strategies for the future of urban mobility and the ecologistics principle to help cities in advancing and create a net zero strategy for their transport planning and also equitable. In today's session, moving on to our agenda for today, we will hear from four fantastic panelists, and we will have also a panel discussion and Q&A. You may send your questions at any time during the presentation, so that we will collect them and address them during the Q&A session. And in this session, we will explore various measures to achieve zero emission, such as including electrification of vehicles, alternative energy, and the urban planning interventions. And our first presenter is the mayor of Seoul, the mayor Seo Cheol-mo, the mayor of Wonseong, South Korea, who will be sharing with us Wonseong City Transportation Net Zero Strategy at the center of the plans to tackle the climate crisis. Thank you, Mayor for joining us today, and the floor is all yours.
안녕하십니까. 대한민국 경기도 화성시장 서철모입니다.
So I'm Seo, mayor of the
기후위기
Hwaseong
대응을
City in
위한
South
지방정부의
Korea.
실천
So to tackle
행동과
the
온실가스 감축을 위한
crisis,
국제적
so
연대를
I will
형성하는
explain
2021년
Hwaseong
기후변화 대응
City's
세계 도시 시장 포럼 개최를
efforts to
환영합니다.
reduce the carbon emission, and I'd like to congratulate the opening of the 2021 the Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change. So we deal with not only just reducing the emissions by buildings, but also the reduction efforts by other areas. We focus on the carbon neutral policies, mainly in the transportation sector. So I'd like to share the actual cases of our initiatives and to seek the ways of reducing the carbon emissions in the transportation area. According to the Paris Agreement, agreed in 2015, so every city has to submit the national, the voluntary, the commitment. So we need to reduce our GHG emission by 40% by 2030. So we have to reduce the current tons of CO2 emission to 436 million tons by 2030. To achieve this ambitious goal, so we have to dramatically cut down on the emission of greenhouse gases. So with this understanding, President Moon Jae-in, so in the government meeting, announced Korea's strong will. So he emphasized the significance of these ambitious goals. Out of the greenhouse gas emissions in Korea, as of 2017, the transportation accounted for 44%, which is relatively very high. It was reduced 13% in 2018. However, the Hwaseong City has taken more actions to reduce more emissions from transportation city. It's because we relatively the large scale land compared to other local communities, and then so transportation, the mode use is relatively low. So we in the Hwaseong City, transportation accounting for the higher percentage of the pollution. So not only the passenger vehicle transportation, but also the private and the commercial, the vehicle use is relatively high. So we decided to more dramatically compared to other cities to reduce the greenhouse gas emission from the transportation sector. The starting point of our efforts started with the free transportation policy. In order to reduce any criticism for the free transportation policy, we decided to actively introduce this new innovative policy. This is very important to achieve the very future-proven city in the future. This free transportation policy was introduced in 2020. It targeted the youth already, and then it has been expanded to other age groups. Currently, the elderly population accounted for more than 50% of the passengers. It clearly shows that this free transportation policy is not only involved in the financial ones, but also in kind of a more inclusive policies that cover the different age groups and the different sectors of people. And this is a more practical way of achieving our goals of carbon neutrality. This free transportation policy in Hwaseong has already changed the lifestyle of citizens. We already conducted some surveys. I will share the analysis of the survey results. So some people say that before the introduction of the policy, they never used the public transportation, but after this introduction of the policy, they started using this mass transportation. So they have also reduced their commuting time by more than 13 minutes. According to the question about the level of satisfaction of citizens in using this service, more than 86% of people were satisfied with this new service, and also their average response is very positive. And so we very actively encourage more and more people to start using the buses. After adopting this new policy, we help them also reduce the transportation fare by more than 13%. So they now have higher percentage of the disposable income to spend in other areas. So I can say that we have contributed increasing the economy of the city to effectively respond to the climate crisis. We have set up the more concrete plans. So we set up the Hwaseong-style Green New Deal initiative. By 2030, the share of the free transportation, we will reduce the greenhouse gas emission by free transportation by 66,000 tons. This accounts for the 86% of the emissions goals for the transportation. The Hwaseong City has also adopted another types of the decarbonization policy. We have introduced more eco-friendly transportation policies. We have already replaced more cars with eco-friendly vehicles, and also we will introduce the tram. So we will launch this tram by 2027, and then so we encourage the citizens to use more bicycles and the public transportation modes, and then so we gave them already the incentives, different types of the programs. And the number of the registered cars, Hwaseong City has the highest number of the registered cars. Then so we have also set up the hydrogen-powered hydrogen stations, 3 stations in the Hwaseong. So we are ahead of the other cities in introducing hydrogen, so fueled cars and hydrogen-related facilities. The climate crisis, nobody is free from the impact of the climate crisis. It is very urgent to engage more citizens into these efforts. So by 2030, so we will increase the participation of citizens by providing them with the free mass transportation, public transportation, moves, and then so we are shifting from the conventional types of the transportation to eco-friendly transportation. So we will lead these initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Seoncho Mo, for sharing your insights. Also, it's great to see also the immediate benefit of free transportation and your leadership in making transportation center of your climate plans as well. So I know that you have a very busy agenda and you might have to leave very soon. So perhaps a question that I have for you is that you announced this free transportation plan in the midst of COVID-19, and I wonder if this has helped you or if this has hindered you. And then you have also in your presentation hinted towards citizens' participation and also convincing everyone. So I wonder if you could share your insights on how it went and what are the challenges ahead and what are the achievements as well.
After the corona pandemic hit us, so we had challenges. So through the adoption of the more public transportation, but after the corona pandemic occurred, more and more people wanted to use their private vehicles. However, the Hwaseong City government has had the high level of awareness of the significance of the climate crisis. We encourage them to join this new initiative. We believe this is just a starting point. If South Korea moves to the with Corona stage, then Hwaseong City will lead this initiative throughout the nation. More than anything else. So out of this public transportation modes, buses, then so we have adopted very just quarantine-related measures already. Then so we are the just front line in adopting these new initiatives.
Thank you, Mayor, for sharing this initiative and also for focusing on free transportation. I wonder if you have been inspired by other cities, or where did you get this idea and how did you decide to focus on free transportation over other measures?
In preparation for this initiative, we have benchmarked other cities. Since 2 years ago, I've planned to travel to many other countries to learn their cases. But due to the pandemic, I could not go to any other countries, but we benchmarked France and the other European cities. So I got some ideas from European cities.
Thank you. Then I would like to thank you again for accepting this invitation and for sharing your insights today. I would like to move to the next speaker, who is the next presenter is Hendra Wijayanto from the Transport Agency of Jakarta government, and Mr. Wijayanto will be sharing with us how Jakarta is fostering change through the integration of public transport. Thank you, Hendra Wijayanto, for joining us today, and the floor is all yours.
Hello. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be open us. Good afternoon in Jakarta time. The Honorable, all of speakers and all of attendees. On behalf of the head of Transportation Agency, I would like to extend his apology for the absence due the prior engagement. In this good event, I will try to share about shifting paradigm of integrated DKI Jakarta transportation. The shifting paradigm in transportation in the DKI Jakarta is, as we know before, the past policy in DKI Jakarta is car oriented, and we encourage to shifting the policy to transit oriented plus digital oriented development, because the past policy in DKI Jakarta causes the low use of public transport. For example, more than 88 million trips per day. The public transport ridership is only 9.7%. And the public transport is not optimal. For example, there are lack of convenience, low punctuality, and not reliable. And today, the past policy in DKI Jakarta is causes the multimodal integration that is not seamless. There are multi-operators, scattered feeder system, different payment system, and all of routes is not connected. So we encourage the TOD and DOD development. In TOD, rearing priority on the route is, the firstly is pedestrian, and the second low emission vehicle, included the bicycle in number second, and then in number 3 is public transport, and the last is private motorized vehicle. We have the disincentive for the private motorized vehicle. And in the DOD, or digital oriented development, is the main digital transformation in everyday lifestyle and transport sector. This is to promote efficient mobility and service improvement. All of the TOD and DOD, we integrate in the one system. We call the system is Jacklinko. Yeah. In this event, allow me to introduce the Jacklinko. This is an ecosystem of transportation in DKI Jakarta. The name of Jacklinko derived from a local language of the Indonesia, is the Nusa Tenggara. The city is named the Manggarai. Originally used to call spiderweb rice field, which then we interpret can represent network and its integration. In the Jaklingko, we have two strategy, that is the pull strategy and also push strategy. In the first strategy, we encourage the pedestrian and bike facilities improvement to promote mass transit, and also the infrastructure integration and system and tariff integration between all of the public transport. In the second strategy of Jaklingko, we have the push strategy to private car restriction. We implement the even odd plan and also parking management. We implement the high parking tariff in DKI Jakarta. And next, in the future, we also will develop pricing in the DKI Jakarta. Yeah, it is the mass public transport network map. You can see on the screen. We have the 3 modes mass public transport. This is the BRT and MRT and also the LRT. I think you can see the transport network in the screen, so I think will be better we can firstly in this presentation. So next. And then what have we been progressing in the last 2 years, and what are the plans? Yeah. Firstly, we encourage the revitalizing pedestrian fund, promote the use public transit. Pedestrian are our first priority. Vehicle are the last. What were used to be lanes for vehicle were transformed into space for pedestrians to travel and enjoy their commuting activities. We commit to revitalize pedestrian ways everywhere in Jakarta, because being able to walk safely and conveniently are citizen right. Next, please. And secondly, we encourage the use of low emissions means of transport, bicycle first, and last mile connectivity. We provide a protected bike lane and bike parking facilities, bike on board, and also bike sharing. Bicycle riding bicycle riding has increasingly become lifestyle for many Jakarta citizens, especially for cater short distance traveling, first or last mile connectivity, sport and recreation, and even everyday commute to work. Right now we have 81 kilometers of bike lane and plan to continuously develop in 2030. And third, we also develop the intermodal infrastructure integration. Since then, we have commuter rail lines has been in service since 1930. BRT Jakarta was introduced in 204. And the 2019, Jakarta had two new public transport modes, MRT and LRT. Therefore, we needed to escalate the system to ensure integration between existing and new modes. Since then, 10 stations have been reformed throughout 2020 and 2021. We also set up to develop intermodal infrastructure integration. For example, in your screen, there are the CSW area, which the pilot project in the infrastructure integration in DKI Jakarta. And then integration of microbus into Transjakarta system, we also encourage. We initiated integration of microbus to the Transjakarta system. We call this integration is microtrans. And then the continuous effort for integration, we have for program, the integration is firstly is physical integration, route and service integration, fare and ticketing integration, and also data and information integration. These cities are commons and we must act collectively against unsustainable practice in urban development. Jakarta therefore affirmed its commitment to thoroughly transform to initiate a sustainable mobility through integrated transport system. We call the JETINGO.
Thank you.
As a city of collaboration, Jakarta is open to various stakeholders that worldwide to collaborate in building and developing the better future together. Thank you. I think that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Hendra Wijayanto, for sharing with us how Jakarta government is transforming transportation by improving public transport and implementing transit-oriented development. And also how you are integrating walking and cycling in your public transport systems. And I really like your message about acting collectively and the fact that cities are also common. So thank you. We will ask you questions during the Q&A, and I would like to virtually travel to Europe now. The next presenter is Mr. Elliot Prehane. Elliot is the Joint Interim Director for Environment and Energy at the Greater Local Authority of London, responsible for developing and implementing the mayors of London's environmental strategies and policies. Elliot will share about London's integrated strategies and share insights on the world's first ultra-low emission zone. Thank you, Elliot, for accepting this invitation, and the floor is all yours.
Well, thank you so much for having me here. It is a great honour. Thank you for making the time to hear a little bit about some of the work that we are doing in London. So this week has been a very, very busy one because we've actually launched the latest phase of our ultra low emission zone, which I'll be talking about a bit later on Monday. So it is a very exciting time in London, and hopefully some of the experiences that I will share today will be helpful, although it's also been fascinating hearing about what other cities are doing, and it reminds me just about how much we can learn from each other and how valuable sessions like this are. So thank you once again for having me here today. I always like to start when I talk about air pollution in London with a little bit of history. Someone has done the equivalent of my job since about the 13th century, when the first rules for the burning of coal were introduced in the city. And then in the 17th century, we had our first air quality strategy, which was devised by this gentleman here, John Evelyn. And you can see here this name of the strategy, The Inconvenience of the Air and Smoke of London. So we've been dealing with these problems for a very long time. But I also think that London's story can be a source of inspiration. So what we have seen is in London a strong history of these terrible pollution smogs. And in the 1940s, one of the famous Great Smog, over 4,000 people died in the immediate aftermath of that pollution incident. And you can see here one of the causes of that, where we were doing, where the power supply for the city was coming from big power stations right in the heart of the city. And of course, over time, what we did with in terms of the energy supply for our city is we actually switched to cleaner fuels, and we actually took some of that power production out of the city, and then we retooled some of those sources of pollution into more helpful buildings. So, for example, here you have Tate Modern. And I think that that's a really powerful reminder as we go into COP to Glasgow later this year about the power that we have as cities and as policymakers, if we are bold enough to actually solve some very big, challenging problems. And in London in 2016, when the current mayor started in office, we faced a very, very big air pollution problem. And you can see here a map which shows air pollution across the city. You can see particularly in the centre and inner London, anything in yellow or red or purple is exceeding the legal limit of 40 micrograms per cubic metre. And as we will know, of course, this translates into real health effects for citizens. And at the time, we had over 450 schools located in areas which exceeded these legal limits. And of course, the consequences of poor air, whether that is stunted lungs, whether that is an increased risk of asthma, whether that is things like cancer, all of those terrible effects were falling unequally across the city, with the poorest people in the city and those from minority ethnic groups much more likely to be exposed to the worst consequences of air pollution. In London, we're lucky in that we can take an integrated approach and that we developed integrated strategies for tackling these problems. So we have the London Environment Strategy, which of course set out what we need to achieve from an environmental perspective. But some of our biggest tools, and obviously I'll be focusing on what we did in terms of transport today, but also in terms of the spatial planning of the city, which is a critical tool to actually encouraging people to do more walking and cycling, for example. And there was a unifying theme across these strategies of what we called healthy streets. So streets which were safe from crime, safe in terms of there wasn't exposure to air pollution, safe in the fact that you're not likely to be in a traffic accident if you're walking or cycling down those. So it was a really integrated approach to what we wanted to achieve. But of course, it's vital if we're going to be taking action on transport and that we want to address emissions from across the board and from individuals and encourage them to walk or cycle or use public transport, to make sure first that we are leading by example. And that is why we invested a lot of time and energy in making sure that our public transport fleet was zero emission. And from 2018, only new double-deck hydrogen, hybrid or electric buses joined the fleet. And we've recently announced that for now only zero emission buses are joining our fleet. And we currently have over 550 zero emission buses in the fleet. And by the end of next year, that will be 10% of our fleet, over 900 buses out of a total fleet of 9,000. And what we actually want to do is we've just recently brought forward the date by which we think the entire fleet will be zero emission to 2034. Similarly, for taxis, the black cab is a famous icon of London and London transport. But again, we had to make sure that these vehicles were also leading by example, switching to zero emission. And we now have about a third of the fleet, 4,400 of our taxis are zero emission. And we did that in two key ways. First of all, by saying from 2018, we would only license a zero emission taxi for the first time, and then an age limit to forcibly retire the oldest taxis to kind of get the throughput that you need to clean up the taxi fleet. And you can see that, of course, to enable the use of electric electric vehicles, you need charging infrastructure, and we delivered over 300 rapid charge points. Over 7,000 charge points are now in place in total in London, which is a third of all of the charge points in the UK. But what I wanted to mainly talk about today was actually, once we'd led by example, we also need to tackle emissions from private transport as well and commercial transport. And the way that we did that was through the world's first ultra-low emission zone. You might remember the map I showed you about the nitrogen dioxide problem that we had, very focused in the centre of the city, then also in inner London, and then at the end on some of the busy roads in outer London. And that really shaped our overarching approach. So from April 2019, we introduced in the centre of the city the ultra-low emission zone, and I'll run through the standards of that in a moment. And then we, in March of this year, we expanded for heavy vehicles, for buses, coaches and lorries across the entire city. And then on Monday, that's just gone, we have just extended the ultra-low emission zone, including for cars, vans and motorbikes, to this area in inner London, so this kind of lighter green colour. And that has a population of around 3.8 million people. And the city as a whole has a population of about 9 million people. So you'll get a sense there of how much we've been able to achieve in terms of covering the area that lots of people live and travel in to improve air quality. So in terms of how the ultra-low emission zone actually works, it's 24 hours a day, except for Christmas Day. It is, as I said, the ultra-low emission zone for cars and vans is in the area of inner London, which is up to our north and south circular roads, so two very big roads that we have in the city, which are very important for people getting around. We base our vehicle standards on Euro standards, and they are set at the European level. And of course, many of you may be aware that there is a differential between the standards for petrol and diesel cars. So we actually have a tighter standard, a Euro 6 standard for diesel cars, which means that any car more than 6 years old, any diesel car more than 6 years old is probably likely to have to pay the ultra-low emission zone. And if you're a car, a motorcycle or a van and don't meet the standard, you pay £12.50 a day. And if you're another, a heavier vehicle in that larger zone, for the low emission zone for heavy vehicles, it's £100 a day or up to £300 a day if you're particularly polluting. And we use a clever network of cameras to actually capture images of vehicles, which we can then check their emission standards to see if they meet the standards or whether they had needed to have paid a charge. Of course, it was not just about introducing the ultra-low emission zone, and it's not just about leading by example with our bus and taxi fleets. We've also had a huge investment in walking, cycling and public transport. We provided £61 million in funding to help those on low incomes, small businesses, charities to scrap their vehicles to meet the new standards. We've provided supporting projects for businesses and local areas, for example, like cargo bikes. And of course, as I mentioned, we've also expanded electric vehicle charging infrastructure. One of the things that obviously people are interested in is, has this worked? And I think there's a really powerful comparison with COVID, which I just quickly want to tell you. So the red line basically shows over the course of the day pollution levels before the ultra-low emission zone in central London was introduced. The green line shows how that fell significantly by 35% when the central London ultra-low emission zone was introduced. And then, of course, with lockdown and a huge change in the way that people travelled, what we saw again was an additional fall of about 26%. But I think it's such a fascinating story that whereas lockdown had these huge and uncomfortable and painful economic consequences for people, the ultra-low emission zone, which is a sustainable long-term intervention, actually brought about a significant and by itself a greater individual impact in terms of the air quality, in terms of nitrogen dioxide. So it shows you what a powerful intervention it is. And it shows you how much I think that through these schemes we can actually do to actually improve air quality, as well as tackle the climate emergency as well, of course. One of the big challenges that we face now as a city is what happens next. One of the positive outcomes of a terrible experience with the pandemic has been that people experienced cleaner air, more there were change in travel patterns. The positive ones actually saw people walking, cycling, being more local. The negative ones, of course, are people potentially feeling that they shouldn't use public transport and switching to private car use instead. So we really need to make sure that we seize this moment of the recovery to make sure it's a green recovery. And the vision we have for London, this is obviously a mock-up, but is what more we can do in terms of encouraging walking, cycling, greening our urban environment, tackling emissions, switching to public transport, making sure that where we are using vehicles that they're zero emission. And that is part of our overall approach to ensuring a green recovery. And at the heart of that is the ultra low emission zone. I'll stop there, but happy to take any questions later on.
Thank you, Elliot, for this wonderful presentation. It sounds very exciting to be in London at the moment, and also that London has always, I think that your motto about leading by example is really part of London's strategy. You mentioned in your presentation about the healthy streets and vision, and also the ultra low emission zone, and how this is only possible through integration of different policies and also with the buy-in of different partners and stakeholders. And I wonder if you could elaborate a bit more what this entails on potential challenges and opportunities that each other cities can follow this example. Thank you.
Yeah, and we've learned a huge amount recently because as part of our response to the pandemic, we needed to make more space available for things like walking and cycling. And we did that through a program called Street Space. So it was really important that we continue to build on the work that we've done through things like Healthy Streets. And I think part of the challenge then is that things had to happen so quickly. There wasn't always the time to have the full discussions with local communities. And I think one of the really important learnings is that we must continue, and local authorities, particularly because it's not all the responsibility of the mayor to introduce these schemes, are that we're working in partnership with local businesses and with local communities. And where that happens, you can see these really positive schemes which have very positive support. And as I said, I think one of the positive things of the terrible period of the pandemic overall is that people do recognise the importance of having cleaner air. People do increasingly understand the consequences of the climate emergency. And it's about how we can now work with people to, in a positive sense, to actually bring about local changes which make for a more pleasant environment for everyone. And then that we're also marrying that with the important investments you need in public transport infrastructure to make sure it's still easy, quick, and effective to get around the city. So that's the approach that we've taken. But of course, that collaboration is really, really important.
Thank you very much for this. And this is the perfect segue for, about collaboration to the next speaker, who is we are traveling from London and the first ultra low emission zone to the largest, or one of the largest low emission zones in Southern Europe. And the next presenter is Juan Maria Bigas, the Director of Mobility at the Transport and Sustainability of the Metropolitan Area of Barcelona. And Mr. Bigas will share with us how the metropolitan area of Barcelona is implementing the low emission zones as part of their strategy to achieve zero emission in the transportation sector. Thank you, Mr. Bigas, for accepting our invitation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. I'm just going to speak about this low emission zone in Barcelona area. That is involving 5 local communities, and now we are with 7 local communities. This is the metropolitan area of Barcelona. Is 636 square kilometers, 3.2 million inhabitants. It's not a large metropolitan area, but it's in the core of the region and it's a center of activities. We have a local organization, a local authority. It's Barcelona metropolitan area with responsibilities in urban transport, bus network, metro network, the taxi services, and other kinds of mobility like active mobility, the bikes and micro mobility, and management of the basic metropolitan road network. So it's a complex system of mobility, And we have these figures about the sustainable trips. We have 73% of sustainable trips, most of them walking and some of biking. Just a few considerations about the air quality from a metropolitan scope. My colleague from London has told that we have a problem with the environmental health risk coming from the poor air quality in the cities. Is the fourth highest cause of death among the health risks, and in Spain, 12 times more people die from poor air quality than from traffic accidents. You see that in Europe we have another areas that are also in worse conditions than we are here in Spain. So it's a global problem. In our metropolitan area, we exceed the concentration limits of nitrogen dioxide, the limits that are set by the European Union for the protection of health, and the World Health Organization is still more limiting. So 70% of the population is exposed to high levels of nitrogen dioxide. So we have to fight about that. Here you see some effects of the air, the poor air quality, the pollution, and so we have to fight against that. It's important to say that around 50% of the emissions of these pollutants come from the road transport and the transport in general in the city areas, in the urban areas. So, and in the most densest, in the densest zones, that can go up until 70 or 80%. So we have seen in this map, we see in this image, we can see the reduction of the pollution, about the decrease of the mobility in the COVID pandemic. The decrease of this mobility has led to an improvement on the air quality. You can see here the maps and the figures, so it's very relevant what happened before the pandemic and during the pandemic. So these are the images. It's very clear that we have a problem in normal conditions. It's one of the main citizen concerns, and the knowledge of the low emission zone is greater than 73%, and the degree of acceptance of this low emission zone exceeds 70%, and more after the COVID pandemic. The low emission zone of Barcelona, as I said before, is including 7 municipalities right now. So is this blue area that you see in the map, 95 square kilometers, and we don't allow the access of vehicles, the oldest vehicles and the most pollutant vehicles. And the impact in 2020 has been 15% of vehicles, polluting vehicles removed. So we have removed 120,000 vehicles daily, the most pollutant one. So the impact in the quality of the air is very important. It's one of the biggest low emission zones of the Southern Europe, and one of the main technological projects in Southern Europe. So we have implemented instantly new cameras, and also we have a system for exemptions and delays for some people that has special problems, and we have this database of exemptions just to accommodate to the reality of the society. We have also information, communication, and specific signals. Here you have some exemptions for handicapped people, for service vehicles. We have also temporary authorizations, a 10-day pass along the year. So we have different measures to accommodate and just to accommodate to the needs of the citizens. We have an information website, more than 1 million records, 5,000 calls answered every month about the low emission zone, and we have 70,000 registrations for these exemptions that we have implemented. There is a technological project with a capture of data with the cameras and also cars equipped with cameras and the police. This data is going to a database that is crossed with other database about the characteristics of the vehicles, and that ends with a sanction system where the fines are implemented, are put by the police to the citizens that don't accomplish the rules, don't accomplish these limitations. Here you have the different vehicles that have been affected by the low emission zone. In 2020, we started by motorcycles and cars. In 2021, we have gone on with vans, coaches and buses, and lorries. Coaches and buses still are being implemented in the next months. Here we have the evolution of the most pollutant vehicles circulating in this area. You can see that in 2017, those vehicles were more than 20% of the circulating fleet, and now they have been reduced to 88% at the beginning of the low emission zone. When the low emission zone started, and after the sanctions system in September 2020, they have reduced to 4%, and now they are less than 1%. So the reduction has been dramatic and and the impact very important on the quality of the air, because one of these most pollutant vehicles are equivalent to more than 30 new vehicles in terms of pollution. So there is a strong impact on air quality with this reduction, with this removal of the most pollutant vehicles from this central zone, this low emission zone. We have also signals implemented in the entrances on this zone, and this signal we have the honor that has been implemented in all the country, in all Spain, by the national government. So now in all Spain we have this signal, these limitations, and the government has said that all the local communities, more than 50,000 inhabitants, will have to implement a low emission zone in Spain. Following this example of Barcelona that has been successful, here we have the zone, the central zone. This zone is being expanded in the blue communities also. So we are expanding this zone, now 7 municipalities, and then we want to reach 20 or more. And this is the progress of the low emission zone in Barcelona. Just to say that we have other measures to combine it with the public transport. For instance, just to accompany the citizens in this progress, in this new low emission zone. We have a new ticket of free transport for 3 years in public transport. So we give 3 years of public transport to those who decide to remove and dismantle the old vehicle and not buying a new vehicle. So those who want to dismantle the old vehicle and they want to pass to the public transport, they have 3 years of using public transport. So that's, I think, a very important measure in the sense of the just to accommodate to the citizen needs and to help citizens to make this change. It's a global strategy with a lot of bike network being implemented in the city. Also the electrification of the bus system in the streets, as my colleague of London has explained also for London, and a global strategy for the traffic network. Just main conclusions, the low emission zones have become a policy instrument to regulate the excess of the urban cores. It's a powerful tool to improve the air quality, reduce the air pollution and decarbonizing the whole transportation are the main objectives of the Barcelona metropolitan area. That requires a continuous collaboration and coordination between several administrations, local authorities, and the regional and local level. There is an importance of the communication of the actions implemented, and to do that from a holistic perspective. There is a technological potential of the measure with the cameras, the construction of technological and multifunctional platforms. This is one of the biggest challenges. And finally, we must point out the participation in various European projects and forums. Sharing our experience with other European cities has been a key factor. So thank you very much. That was my presentation, and welcome to the next questions.
Thank you, Juan Maria, because for your presentation. It looks very exciting to see how you started with fewer municipalities and you're expanding to 7 and going towards 20. So I wonder what are the advices for the other metropolitan regions where you have all this coordination not only with the stakeholders but also and the partners, but also with within the municipality itself or within the metropolitan area. I wonder if you had any challenges, if you can tell us a bit of behind-the-scenes stories of challenges and opportunities and how easy it was to bring on board all these municipalities.
Well, it was not easy at the beginning because it was something that they didn't know, and you know, as a metropolitan area, as a local authority, we have a continuous work with them, with those city councils and those local communities. We have a continuous work with the public transport service. We are the responsible for the public transport service, and that helps to create this community of interest and this community of debate and dialogue. And that has helped very much to implement a system like that. So it's quite difficult to do it from a new organization. But when you have an existing organization, I think you have to take advantage of that to implement a new project like this.
Thank you very much for your encouraging words as well, because it's always like starting is always hard, right? And you need a lot of courage to start a new project. And perhaps I would like to ask all the speakers to come on the virtual stage. Now we'll start a panel discussion, and if the audience has any questions, then please type them in, and we will pose them to the speakers. And I think that just to break the ice, I have a question for all the panelists. There are some commonalities across all these presentations. There is a start from a pilot or from a high impact area, and then you are expanding or advancing expanding your programs. So I wonder what is the secret, let's say, to shift from pilot to scale up or to expansion or advancement of the different programs. And I wonder if it's about a political vision, or it's about financing, or it's about staff members, or it's about the public pressure. So I wonder if I could ask, starting from Elliot and Juan Maria, and then I would like to go over to Jakarta then. Yeah. So Elliot, the question is all yours.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. So I think making the case is actually the most important thing, like piloting and making sure that you've got the technology and that it works. And and we've been lucky in London in terms of the way that the schemes that we have evolved over time from the centre of the city, where we established a really well understood and tested zone over many years, gave us the ability to understand the behaviour and how people respond, how you effectively enforce and monitor a scheme. All of that stuff was very, very important. But when we developed our air quality plan and when the mayor came into office, he was very clear from the beginning about the sequence of events that he wanted to do in order to kind of make sure that we were tackling the problem as a whole. And it wasn't just about doing one part of London, it was making sure that we had a holistic approach which improved air quality and tackled carbon emissions everywhere. So I think your point about vision is important. You need to have a clear plan, but you also need to have the evidence to underpin that. And I think that, as I say, the evidence, the ability to make the case, to explain, A, why what you're doing, but B, to have the evidence and the experience to show that you know what it will achieve and that you can explain what the benefits are is really, really important. So I think that they're kind of the key ingredients that you need to be able to do this successfully.
Thank you, Elliot, for sharing your secret recipe. I wonder if Juan, would you like to add to this?
Yeah, of course. I just subscribed the words of my colleague of London, nothing to add. But if I have to add something, I could say that it's very important also for to make the local communities understand the importance of this problem, that we involve the health agents of the city. I mean, doctors, scientists, etc. They can explain very well what's the size of the problem, what's the importance of this problem, the quality of the air for the daily living of the citizens, the impact on their health. And I think this alliance, this link with the health sector, it's very important to make people understand that it's a very important measure. We live in a dense area, and we breathe the air of this area all together, and it's just the place where the air is most polluted. So that has no sense. Where the most people are living, we have the worst air quality conditions. So we think we have to fight against that. Yeah.
Thank you for highlighting also the alliances with the health professionals, but also perhaps the researchers and other type of stakeholders that can make the difference. And also help with the evidence and monitoring. I wonder if Mr. Hendra would like to answer the same question about how Jakarta managed to start with a pilot or with the BRT system and then expand to TOD and integrate the different modes of transport, and how you managed to start from a mode of transport and essentially expand to other modes of transport.
Well, thank you, moderator. Yeah. How did our manage the stakeholder in the development in transport policy and planning? I think we collab with all stakeholders, such as the NGO and also university, community, and others. We planned and gathered all ideas together, and the lots of meeting and also development monitoring we did with the stakeholders. We share our problem and solution with them. Therefore, our stakeholders understand the true condition and the best goal of the project or the program. Like us, so far stakeholders have the same vision with us. So I think the key is the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hendra, for highlighting collaboration and partnerships so to be able to scale up projects. And perhaps one additional question, what we haven't touched upon is really, or only touched upon marginally, has been about data and monitoring. And so what are your approaches to data and evidence towards showing what are the impact of your projects? And so the other question is about financing. All this, it's already a challenge to define that area, but then also being able to make sure that this area is monitored and there is a follow through. Then I wonder, how do you finance all this type of incentives or all this type of monitoring systems? So perhaps just shifting a bit the order, starting with Juan Maria and then going to Elliot. And Hendra, let me know if you would like to also share your views on this.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think the implementation of these low emission zones are not very expensive in relationship with the benefits that we obtain from them. We have this financement comes from the investments of the European programs. For instance, we have used the investments of European programs. Now these recovery and resilience funds from Europe. And also we have some taxes for the citizens that want to have exemptions and permits. So we have some taxes, and that helps to finance the measure that, as I said, is not one of the most costing investments. The most important investments are in the field of electrifying public transport networks and the infrastructures for this electrification. That is a huge amount of budget, and that requires, of course, the involvement of the state, the involvement of the regions, and of course the European funds that are coming more slowly that we would like, but we are implementing those measures with the sources that we have right now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Juan, for highlighting also how cleverly you can combine like low investment type of measures and high investment type of measures, so that financing and policy can come hand to hand. And Elliot, over to you.
Yeah, so I think the monitoring point's absolutely essential. So I think that we're very lucky in London. We already have a very significant reference quality monitoring network of over 100 monitoring stations. We complemented that with what we call Breathe London sensors, Breathe London pods, which are cheaper sensors that we can use. And we're building a network now of over 350 of those. And again, what we've been able to do with the monitoring network is I showed you the graphs, which actually showed what happened over time, depending over the course of the day, depending whether we had introduced the ultra low emission zone during COVID. And having that really rich set of data is really important for us to be able to communicate that these schemes have worked, that they're important, that they're valuable. And Juan Maria, I think, was very good at explaining around that relationship that you need to have with health professionals, with academics, who can then help tell that story in terms of wider economic or health benefits. And I think that that is when you can, particularly when you understand the impact on a person's child, for example, that's an incredibly powerful message to explain why A, the scheme was necessary, and B, what it's achieved and why it was a good thing. So I think that bit evaluation is absolutely critical to maintaining the public acceptability of these schemes. And in terms of resourcing, although these in London we do have a charge if you don't have a non-compliant vehicle, we don't actually want people to pay the charge. We want people to have a compliant vehicle, to walk, to use a bike, to use public transport. And as a result of that, we've had to invest very significantly. We had total budget over the last 5 years of about £800 million to invest not just in delivering things like the ultra low emission zone, but also cleaner buses, to help people transition to cleaner vehicles, to support walking and cycling interventions, to make sure that we were installing the charging infrastructure that we need to support the shift to zero emission vehicles in the future. So it's this massive investment that's being made in the future mobility of our city. And in the context of COVID, I think one of the great challenges that we have is how we sustain that investment, and actually we encourage people back onto using things like public transport. Because if we are going to tackle the climate emergency, if we are going to really address air pollution, we really need to make sure that people are using those modes of transport.
Thank you very much. We are coming to an end to the panel discussion. But perhaps since we have the COP26 climate change coming up very soon, I was wondering if each speaker could give me a 20-second takeaway that you would like us to bring to, or all of us to bring to the head of states as a message. So perhaps Elliot, since you are already, you just finished, perhaps I could ask you first, and then Jean-Maria, and as a wrap-up, Hendra.
Absolutely. We're at a crossroads, it feels to me. We either make the bold decisions that we need to tackle the problem of the climate emergency and also of air pollution, or we make the decisions that happened in the past where you just reinforce people's current patterns of using cars and private vehicles, of not switching to zero emission technologies. And we know the consequences of that in terms of human health, in terms of the planet. So we just need to hope that people will, at COP, will make the right choice and that they'll be bold.
Thank you. Juan?
My message, the message of Barcelona, our message from Barcelona would be that the importance of the cities and urban areas to achieve the zero emissions in transportations. I think it's very important, and without the cities and the local communities, this goal cannot be achieved. So in the urban environment, there is a complex environment, and with high density of people living there, high intensity of economic and social relationships, activities, and is a main place for innovation and progress. So we have to take care of this urban environment and the quality of living for the inhabitants there. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. And thank you for highlighting the importance of cities as well in these actions. And Hendra, over to you for your 20-30 seconds.
Okay, well, I think we all need real and strong effort. All of sector need to participate. Every effort, no matter how small that, should be appreciated. So we can step to bigger and bigger change. Yeah, I think enough. Thank you.
Thank you for highlighting how it's important to start with small actions and then to growing them over time. Indeed, it's important to also take the courage to take action. So we have only 3 minutes left, and we have covered a lot. So I hope that you enjoyed this session on how to achieve a zero emission transport. And we heard about how we can help accelerating this transition through bold actions, but also bold visions and also integrated visions. So coordination and partnerships are important, but of course aligned with also funding and being clever on how you create your mix of policies and actions so that you can maximize your resources. has been very positive also to see all these cities also focusing on public transport, where essentially it has been one of the sectors that have been mostly hit by COVID-19, and also how the cities have a vision for to harness the benefits of this pandemic and also the climate crisis, and essentially try to curb also the negative aspects of this that might come from these two emergencies that are pretty big. So I would like to, before we close this session, I would like to thank all the speakers for their time, for their insights, for their expertise. And also I would like to thank again Seoul Metropolitan Government ahead of Seoul Metropolitan Government for hosting this event.
So that brings us to the end of session 4 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021. And we had yet another constructive session. So thank you so much once again to the moderator, presenters, and panelists. And now we're going to take a 30-minute break. And session 5, the final session, will commence at 4:40 p.m. on the dot Korea Standard Time. So please come back here at 4:40. Thank you so much. 잠시 안내 말씀드립니다. 곧 오후 4시 40분부터 2021 기후변화 대응 세계도시 시장 포럼 마지막 세션인 5번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 이번 포럼에선 다국적 청중을 위해 동시 통역 서비스가 제공되고 있습니다. 통역이 필요하신 분들께서는 온라인상에서 언어 채널을 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 그럼 잠시 후 이번 포럼의 마지막 세션인 5번째 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 많은 관심과 참여 부탁드립니다. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Session 5 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021, which is going to be the final session of this forum, will commence in about 5 minutes, starting at 4:40 p.m. Korea Standard Time. So please come in and please stay tuned. And for our multinational audience, we are providing simultaneous interpretation service today, so please check your language options online. And also please note that we are following COVID-19 related safety measures in a stringent manner. And once again, session 5 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021 will begin pretty soon, starting at 4:40 p.m. KST. So please stay tuned. Thank you.
COVID-19 has changed the world as we know it, and mayors and cities have been on the front lines of both the pandemic and climate change. As we move forward, we have a choice to make. We can return to fossil fuel-powered economies, polluted air, and crumbling infrastructure. Or we can transform our economy and build a better foundation for the future by creating cleaner, healthier, and more resilient communities. That is a green recovery, and it must begin in cities. An investment in low-carbon infrastructure, an investment in millions of new jobs, an investment that serves and protects people, all while confronting the climate crisis. From Paris to Pittsburgh, Accra to Adelaide, hundreds of mayors and cities in dozens of countries have committed to halving emissions by 2030 and reaching net zero by 2050. Because cities are home to over half of humanity and produce 80% of global GDP, they are the key first step in the green recovery, able to deliver nearly half of the emission reductions needed to keep global heating well below 2 degrees centigrade. But city leaders can do more when working together with partners. Cities continue to need partnerships and support from national governments, as well as engagement with communities to deliver green recovery actions that address the COVID-19 and climate crisis together and scale solutions globally. More than 10,000 mayors have committed to the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy and stand ready to partner with local and national leaders to kickstart an inclusive green recovery and net zero future. Join us.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your short break. So now let us begin session 5 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021. Well, in this final session, the main topic of sustainable future and sustainable business through climate finance will be covered. And it's indeed my great honor and privilege to announce that the Honorable Mr. Enrique Reboledo, Climate Finance Specialist at the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, will be moderating this session. So without further ado, let me hand over the microphone to our distinguished moderator. I know it's early morning for people from Europe, so thank you so much for joining us and waking up so early for us. So without further ado, let me hand it over to our moderator. Mr. Reboledo, the floor is yours. Please take it away.
Thank you very much and good morning from Europe. It's a great pleasure to be here and especially with this very high-level panel of speakers. And I know it will be a little bit difficult being the very last session today, but I hope that we can provide good insights of the challenges that cities face in terms of financing. This session will have a very brief presentation, but basically we're talking about the challenges that cities have, basically in terms of the recovery after the big pandemic issue that we are still facing, but this is seen as a fantastic opportunity for rethinking and reconsidering the way we work and we plan and we invest in the cities. At the same time, we have to think about the business opportunities that are behind this transition and this recovery. The assessment that we're required to do on this is a tremendous challenge, but still we have the tools and the opportunities are out there. And finally, I would say that the financial sector is challenged to work with this and to understand how cities face these challenges. And so the issue is we have to improve the communication and exchange of information and trying to have a common understanding of the challenges we face from different perspectives. I will share some of the challenges that are happening at the city level here in Europe, and I will say that they are very similar to those happening across the world. But basically, the main challenges are barriers to investments, which are availability of funds, but at the same time, issues related to regulatory environments, the processes that are behind them, the red tape, and the technical capacities are still some of the issues that are out there. At the same time, there are several investment gaps. But one of the good things, I guess, is that the climate mitigation adaptation have been identified as one of the priorities, And this is good news for us. Today, we have a very high-level panel of speakers providing insights on the experiences of different cities across the world in terms of tackling climate change, but also in terms of mobilizing financing, both from the public and the private sector. Our first speaker is Mrs. Maria Castillo Fernandez, and I'm sorry, I think I did something wrong. Sorry for this. She's ambassador to the European Commission in the Republic of Korea since 2020. She has served as ambassador of Malaysia as well, and she has worked at the headquarters of the European External Action Service in Brussels, and was the head of the division for India, Nepal, and Bhutan, and Bangladesh, in charge of coordinating the U.S. Overall relations with these South Asian countries. She also served as the head of the EU office in Hong Kong and Macau, and she was in charge of the EU political relations and economic cooperation activities with the Republic of Korea and the Democratic Republic of Korea, both with postings in Brussels and as deputy of head of mission in Seoul. Prior to this, Ms. Castillo Fernandez has an extensive career in the European Commission. She has a postgraduate studies in European law, economics, and international relations with 2 masters from the College of Europe and from the Institute of European Studies. She has a law degree from the Universidad Autónoma de Madrid in Spain. She will provide us with the perspective of the European Union in terms of the work of the cities, challenges, and the perspectives from Europe. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Annyeonghaseyo, to our friends in Korea and in Seoul. Selamat pagi to Datuk Mahadi in Malaysia, and to all of you in Spain and in Europe. Buenos dias and good morning. It's a real pleasure to be able to be here with you today. I know as Enrique mentioned, the key importance of cities in all this climate fight that we are all participating in, but also to try and fight the pandemic as well. Cities have been at the forefront of all this work. First, my gratitude to the mayor of Seoul metropolitan government, Mr. Oh Si-hun, and I'm very happy of the involvement of Seoul City in all the climate actions here in Korea, and also an opportunity to tell the mayor congratulations for his third posting as mayor of Seoul. Perhaps he is not listening, he's not here, but we were together already when I was first posted in Seoul, and he was also mayor, so we are very happy to find him again in my second posting in Korea. My special greetings goes to Datuk Mahadi. Kuala Lumpur is still in my heart. I'm very happy to see all friends together and to put these 2 cities, Seoul and Kuala Lumpur, very different but with similar challenges, and 2 cities with whom I've worked very closely, and with the mayors as well. It's very important, the work they have to do, and with so many challenges, different but with similar solutions. And we all work together also on this the Seoul Mayors Forum, not in Seoul, but in the Global Governance Forum of Mayors. And I think this is very important to see Malaysia and Kuala Lumpur still very committed to this action, and to see you here. A big thanks. To the Global Convention of Mayors for Climate and Energy. I think this is one of the best programs I've ever, been working with in the different postings I had all through Asia. That really puts out the driving role that cities have on climate action. Very important. You are at the forefront. You are very close to citizens, and you are the ones who have to bring up solutions now. You cannot wait until later. Citizens are asking for solutions, and there are many challenges, but there are many issues that can bring from experience from other cities. So last May in Korea, at least when you were celebrating the P4G summit, there has been an enormous push from all Korean cities, not only Seoul, but the 243 of them, to try to achieve carbon neutrality 2050. And in every city I visit, this is now the goal. And therefore, they're always asking for experience in Europe. What do European cities do, and how you can link us together? For that, we have two new projects that I want to mention. One is a similar global conference of mayors for Asia, where we want to develop, help cities in Asia to join this global conference of mayors. I think this is very, very important, and also to help them on sustainable energy and climate action plans. I would like to double at least the number of Korean cities part of this global conference of mayors. So in every city I visit, I come with this request and the agenda. The other one is the International Urban and Regional Cooperation Project, which is city-to-city partnerships. And there I am happy that we have 3 parents in Korea. One Seoul city metropolitan with Dublin, another one Busan with Rotterdam, and Seoul city with Sofia. So this is certainly a very good cooperation in terms of issues like smart mobility, green mobility, new technology, and nature-based climate solutions. So this type of pairs could serve, and I think that for the next year we are also looking to do more of these city-to-city partnerships. This weekend we are all going to be, really following the COP26 in Glasgow. That also, it's very important that we all work together and we try to put our collective commitment and ambition into action. That is how we can manage that is very important. In Europe, we have been very ambitious with our 55% target. But we see other countries, including Korea, now, pledging to reduce emissions to 40%, which is also very ambitious for this country, I can tell you. So there must have to be action at all levels, in all sectors. And cities, therefore, have a big role to play now. So this meeting is certainly very, very convenient. Let me turn now to climate finance and also mention that both, in Korea, the Korean deal and the European Green Deal have certainly, together, they have to leverage green investments and promote digital innovation. And they have to transform our economies in the longer term, and they need recovery plans and investment plans together. Sustainable finance will therefore be, at the cornerstone of what is the European Green Deal. It's really very important. It goes hand in hand to the investment plan that Europe is putting on the table, 1 trillion euros of investment and sustainable innovative solutions. This is certainly very important, and I think we cannot do this action these words into action without important financial resources. And this is something that you're going to discuss now in this panel. It's not only financial resources; it's also about research and innovation. So I want to make reference to also a big program that we have in Europe, which is the New Horizon Europe for research and innovation. 95 billion euros also for 2021 to 27. And we hope, that Korea comes an associate partner with us. And why do I mention it for cities? Because there is a special focus on cities in this very big research program for the next 7 years. This is how we put together local authorities, business, investors on what they call the Horizon Europe City Mayors mission, which is how we can deliver for 100 climate neutral and smart cities for 2030. So let us do it together. Let us put these ambitions into really action, and try to make cities experiments and innovation hubs in many areas. I would like to recall the International Platform for Sustainable Finance, which is a group of like-minded countries that represent half of the global population, half of the global GDP, and half of the global emissions. And what we are trying to put that together is converge in more transparent and inclusive global standards. And mainly, dear friends, I want just to end up with some personal remarks. I think we are in a moment of truth for the global community. We need to put our ambitions into concrete actions. We need to make a big systematic transformation of our economies. This is difficult, but this is doable. And therefore, the challenges of cities are there, but they are possible. And therefore, we need to transform this climate crisis into opportunity, into a big opportunity to develop a new and a more sustainable economic model. And we need to do it together. Alone, governments cannot do it. Cities alone cannot do it. We need everyone on board, all sectors, all parts of the society and the economy. The cost will be high. Many people are mentioning this, but the cost of non-action is even higher. So I look forward to continuing working together with cities in Korea now, but as I did in Malaysia before, and helping them to get in contact and bring experience from European citizens that are also doing the same and facing the same challenges. But hope our discussion today will allow for more exchanges and more cooperation. Gansamida, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador, for this, Ambassador Castillo Fernandez, for these words. I think that these are very enlightening and very positive. She mentioned something that is very interesting and very important, which is linking with citizens, not only with cities. So I think it's one of the challenges that we have ahead. Thank you for this conversation, Mrs. Fernandez. Then our next speaker is the mayor of Kuala Lumpur, Mr. Bahadi bin Chenak. I will introduce him, but he will present some of the challenges of one of the global capitals of the world, linking cities with citizens and with the global financing. The Mayor Mahadi has appointed as the 13th mayor of Kuala Lumpur in 2020. Prior to this, he was an advisor to the mayor of Kuala Lumpur, serving also an executive director of Kuala Lumpur City Hall from 2018 to 2019. He was also an executive director in that time. He was appointed as a chief executive officer for the Kampong Baru Development Corporation, affiliated under the Ministry of Federal Territories from 2015 to 2017. Before that, he was the director of urban planning department of Kuala Lumpur City Hall, and he's a corporate member of the Malaysian Institute of Planners. He received a bachelor's degree of urban and regional planning from the University of Technology of Malaysia and a master's of science in urban development from the University of Strathclyde, Glasgow, in the United Kingdom. Without further ado, Mr. Mahadi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Eric, for the kind introduction. Honorable Ambassador Maria, Honorable Mayors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A good afternoon to one and all. Afternoon in Malaysia, I don't know what time in Seoul at the moment. Permit me to extend my appreciation to Seoul Metropolitan Government, ICLE, local governments for sustainability and global covenant of mayors for climate change. Thank you for the kind invitation. I am pleased to be here amongst mayors from leading cities around the world to share Kuala Lumpur's journey towards becoming a carbon neutral city by 2050. I look forward to telling you about the strategic plans and initiatives Kuala Lumpur has in store, particularly in relation to climate finance and sustainable businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, Kuala Lumpur has grown by leaps and bounds since its humble beginnings as a tin mining settlement during the 19th century. Today, we stand tall as a prosperous city with a growing population of 1.8 million, spread across 243 square kilometers. However, we are mindful that our journey to sustain growth is a continuing one. In cultivating a livable future for all, it is vital that we address environmental issues from the onset through proper planning and management of our city. This is particularly pertinent as the future of Kuala Lumpur affects more than just its residents. As the economic driver of Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur's well-being colors the future of the nation as a whole. As such, and in line with our vision of developing Kuala Lumpur into a world-class, livable, sustainable, and resilient city for all, we have shifted our gears towards becoming a carbon neutral city by 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a newfound vision. For years, we have conducted extensive studies and focus group discussions that have culminated in the development of several master plans and blueprints. Among these include the Kuala Lumpur Low Carbon Society Blueprint 2030, Draft Structure Plan 2040, and Kuala Lumpur Climate Action Plan 2050. With these plans in place, we look to achieve a balance between carbon emissions and carbon absorptions. Most specifically, our target is to reduce carbon emission intensity in terms of GDP by more than 70% by 2030, with the 2010 emission levels as a benchmark. These plans are unified in their purpose of developing Kuala Lumpur into a carbon neutral city by 2050. In tandem, they will shape a comprehensive roadmap for Kuala Lumpur's journey towards a more sustainable and climate resilient future. Ladies and gentlemen, we are conscious that the development of action plans is only the first step in tackling climate change. Successful implementation is imperative for our goals to materialize. Mitigating these effects of climate change and building a sustainable city will not come easy, and it can be an expensive undertaking. As such, it is crucial that city planners have the right climate finance in place to ensure that strategies and plans turn into action. I am pleased to share that recently, the Malaysian government announced its 5-year Malaysia Economic Plan, which places green infrastructure as one of its main priorities. Additionally, financial industry players, via a collaborative platform called JC3, have agreed to engage with Kuala Lumpur City Hall in exploring opportunities to address the sustainable financing needs of the city. Meanwhile, commercial banks in Kuala Lumpur are providing financing loans to corporate agencies that adhere to ESG, the environmental, social, and government reporting that invest on green growth and low carbon initiatives. Indeed, with support from our stakeholders, we are confident that we will be able to achieve the status of carbon neutral city by 2050. Nonetheless, we remain cognizant of the need for sustained planning, development, and funding to ensure that our projects continue to be viable. To that end, bringing climate action to the forefront is also a key aspect of the Kuala Lumpur Climate Action Plan 2050. This approach involves the integration of climate change action into sectoral policies and plans by policymakers and development stakeholders. We will be able to leverage on existing resources, funding, and finances, and promote cost savings through multifunctional solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, as city planners, it is important to understand that the buy-in of the community and stakeholders can only be achieved by presenting them with tangible actions and results. Pursuant to this, Kuala Lumpur City Hall has taken the lead in the implementation of climate-friendly initiatives. Among our efforts include increasing the installation of solar photovoltaic systems on Kuala Lumpur City Hall-owned buildings and facilities. While Kuala Lumpur City Hall is able to implement climate action initiatives within its authority, a large part of the city comprises privately owned land, which has brought about a need for public-private partnerships. Bearing that in mind, Kuala Lumpur City Hall has taken steps to encourage businesses within the city to become more sustainable. For example, Kuala Lumpur City Hall recently imposed a regulation on real estate developers which requires the utilization of at least 30% of renewable energy in their projects. Testament to the efficacy of these regulations are IKEA Cheras and the Duke Toll Plaza. We are also encouraging large corporations to join the fight against climate change. Aeon Malaysia, a renowned retail company in Asia, has committed to allocate a huge sum of budget to initiate low carbon efforts in their shopping complexes in Kuala Lumpur. We are confident that this effort will encourage other prominent businesses to also contribute to low carbon efforts, thus expanding low carbon initiatives to other parts of the country. Beyond private businesses, Kuala Lumpur City Hall has cooperated with various agencies, including the Seoul Metropolitan Government through CityNet, UCLG ASPA, Tokyo Metropolitan Government, Wansasari Residents Association, and public schools, to name a few. We also encourage collaborations between schools to educate the youth on the part they can play in combating climate change. Recently, I was informed that Air Panas Girls High School in Kuala Lumpur and Fujimi Gaoka High School for Girls in Shibuyaku, Tokyo, collaborated to enhance their understanding and knowledge of low-carbon lifestyles. This form of engagement is indeed vital in order to encourage low-carbon practices from an early age. Making sure that this effort does not stop at early age, Kuala Lumpur City Hall introduced One Community, One Recycle program. This program encourages community to exchange recyclable items into daily necessities such as cooking oil, rice, milk, sugar, and so on. Recently, we have also expanded this effort to allow exchange of recyclable items into the housing rental fee. This applies to all Kuala Lumpur City Hall housing tenants. Ladies and gentlemen, a mutual agenda for climate action and growth can provide many economic opportunities, including greater markets for low emissions infrastructure, technologies, and services. This opportunity will also increase market confidence, prompted by greater climate policy clarity and enhanced incentives for innovation and efficiency. However, these benefits are only achievable with the right climate financing and a collective effort between all stakeholders. Fortunately, we are now beginning to see an acceleration in terms of climate action, but this needs to grow exponentially in terms of the number of implementers. As Mayor of Kuala Lumpur, I would like to emphasize that we are firm in our commitment to the betterment not only of Kuala Lumpur, but the region and, of course, our planet. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for the opportunity to share my thought on the matter of climate finance and sustainable businesses as Kuala Lumpur works towards becoming a carbon neutral city by 2050. I hope that this has been a beneficial session for all. Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you very much, Mayor Mahari. I think this is a very interesting opportunity to share your experiences, and congratulations to the commitment of your city in terms of climate neutrality by 2050. And of course, the priorities that you're putting on the table are, I think, are common to other cities around the world. So congratulations on your work. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Ayat, and he's coming from the Garrocha area in Spain, and he will be presenting the experience of the Garrocha Domus process in Spain. Mr. Ayat is a civil engineer and the director of the Foundation Europace, which is a non-profit organization which is aiming to combat climate change while improving the health and well-being of citizens through urban regeneration. He's responsible for the Domus program, specifically the Garrocha Domus or GI Domus program, which is aimed at promoting energy transition and buildings decarbonization, but also attracting the private sector and engaging with citizens in terms of the financing of measures that are related to climate action. Without any further ado, Mr. Ayat, the floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Enrique, for the introduction. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Before to start, I would like to thank SMFCC for inviting us on this fantastic event. For us, it's truly an honor to be part of it. So thank you very much. As Enrique mentioned, today I'm going to introduce Garrocha Domus, which is an integrated home renovation program. And the reason of it is because when we analyze the impact of our buildings, we realize that, at least in EU, but I guess these figures are similar for worldwide, buildings collectively are responsible for 40% of our energy consumption and around 36% of the greenhouse emissions, which mainly stem from construction, usage, renovation, and demolition. Roughly, 75% of our buildings are not efficient. And from this building stock, 85–95% of today's buildings will still be in use on 2050. Therefore, these old buildings, besides the poor efficiency conditions, also usually present poor habitability and safety conditions, which also impact not only on the environment, but also on health and quality of life of citizens and families. So, therefore, improving energy efficiency in buildings has a key role to play in achieving the ambitious goals of carbon neutral by 2050. In fact, in EU, in average, less than 1% of our building stock is renovated each year. In order to meet climate and energy goals, this current rate should be increased at minimum 3%. So still a lot of work to do. And we are running time, on time. So what we did is, in order to face this challenge, is we spent a lot of time understanding the sector, the building renovation sector, actually the building renovation sector in general. And we realized that there are mainly two barriers constraining the sector uptake. The first one is the lack of demand. Home energy renovation, home renovation in general, is not a priority for the families, and this is true. And unfortunately, climate change and sustainability become not an effective triggers today to convince them to renovate. So what we can do to spur this interest? How can we generate the need or interest of these families? This question will be answered in a few moments, and I'll show you the way we face the challenge through the program, through Garrocha Domus. But there are another main barrier of the sector, and is the complexity. Home renovation, energy renovation in generally, is a complex, stressful, and a slow process, and is managed by an inexperienced homeowner with a lack of knowledge, inexperience, and lack of time. And usually, they prefer to not initiate this stressful process unless it's unavoidable. So how can we transform this process in a streamlined, easy, simple, and affordable? Again, this question, I'll show you how we address this challenge through the program. But considering the topics today is finance, and so far I've not been talking about finance, one thing we learned from our experience is finance is a very, very important barrier for the sector. But we realized that it's not the most important one. And actually, it's not more important than other barriers coming from the technical and administrative side. So it's important to be aware of that, because we have to put a lot of effort creating new innovation financial solutions. But we cannot avoid the rest. We need to also spend effort and time trying to solve all the other barriers. So being aware of these main barriers, we create Garrocha Domus. Garrocha Domus is an integrated home renovation program to boost energy efficiency and renewable energy on the housing stock. The program unlocks the barriers of building renovation through an effective customer outreach strategy and one-stop shop model, providing with so-called 360 degrees personalized assistance through the entire retrofit process. The program, as mentioned, Enrico mentioned before, is currently working in a region located on the northeast of Spain. And actually, I'm very happy because 2 weeks ago we were awarded by the Catalan Association of Municipalities as the best climate action of 2021. So, when we mentioned about the main barriers, the second barrier I mentioned was that usually the renovation process is a complex, stressful, and slow, and homeowners tend to avoid it. So we solve that barrier through a 360 personalized assistance based in 3 main pillars. The first one, the program, is based on a one-stop shop model that facilitates the interaction between actors involved and streamline the process. One of the barriers I forgot to mention before is when we analyze the complexity of the renovation, we realize that the sector is very fragmented. Usually in a renovation process, many actors participate on it, and that makes the process slow and complex. So one way to facilitate, to streamline the process is to centralize the interaction between these actors through this one-stop shop model. Also, we provide for the principal actor here, the star of the movie, the homeowner, we provide comprehensive and customized response to their needs, desires, and barriers through a personalized technical, administrative, and financial assistance through the entire retrofit process. And very important, for us, building decarbonization must become also a driver for economy recovery. And for us, and for this, programs we promote, the service we promote, we promote local professionals. The program only works with qualified and validated local professionals, ensuring that homeowners will receive high quality services. So moving to the second barrier I mentioned before is the lack of demand. How to increase the demand, how we generate leads. For that, we design an effective customer outreach strategy based on social marketing. And we spur the homeowner interest by using effective triggers more aligned with comfort than sustainability, because unfortunately, today's families are more keen to renovate to increase comfort than sustainability. Explaining all the other benefits of the home renovation, not only the improvement on environment, but also inform that this type of renovation usually improve health, asset revaluation, improve quality of life and productivity. And these are also triggers that allow to convince homeowners to renovate. Using plain communication, usually we tend to promote energy efficiency and renewable energy in a too much technical point of view. And at the end, our users do not understand what we are trying to say. So using plain communication is an important element to do. Making energy visible. This is one of the problems of energy efficiency. Energy is invisible, and so we need to make it visible. Showing local success cases, and at the end, trying to create trusting environment for homeowners to be confident and decide to renovate. An example of this social marketing action, what we put in practice in all these elements, is the one I'm going to display now. I hope it's going to be displayed properly. It's just a 40 seconds video, but it captures very well the social marketing action and also the essence of the program itself. Okay, so as I mentioned before, and actually it was commented in the previous presentation, it's key to involve citizens, to involve homeowners, because at the end, the ones who decide to renovate are them. So all the initiative we put in place to boost energy efficiency, to decarbonize buildings, is very important to put people in the middle, in the center of this initiative. And programs like Domus, we try to do this. And to finalize my presentation, it's also important to understand that the benefits of this type of programs of building decarbonization goes beyond improvement of environment and actually impacts very positively on people. So we are able to have better buildings, more efficient, more comfort, more comfortable, it helps to improve the quality of life of the citizens. Also, obviously, enables to energies to have energy savings and energy bill reduction, which is also always welcome for the family's economy. In terms of the environment, obviously, it contributes to combat climate change and to create very important, vibrant and sustainable communities. We need to empower citizens on this energy transition. And in terms of cities and regions, as I mentioned before, it's very important to use this type of programs to regenerate the economy. So this type of programs stimulates local economy and create new jobs and spurs urban regeneration. And here I finish my presentation. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you find interested my presentation. And if there is any questions, I'll be very happy to answer them during the discussion panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayats. I think you provided with a very high-level introduction of your work in Garrocha Domus. With this, we have two presentations. One from the city level, and the other one, I would say, from the bottom up, putting the citizens at the spotlight. So, with these two visions, we can see that there are many angles that we have to tackle. I would say, and I would like to add to Mr. Ayat's presentations, the fact that the issue of having a one-stop shop is one of the key elements of this, and it's an issue that we have to consider when we talk not only about regeneration, but he made it in a statement talking about the citizen as the person that decides to regenerate. But basically, we're talking about the citizen as a key entity for paying for the services and for the upgrading and in terms of the comfort and the climate impacts associated with this sort of living. Our next speaker is Mr. Julio Schreier. He's coming from the European Investment Bank, and he's a civil engineer with a master's degree in environmental strategy and business management. After working as a consultant for more than 15 years in different countries, he joined the banking sector. During the last 5 years at the European Investment Bank, he has been engaged in project preparation, assessment and validation, and more recently has taken the position as a senior department climate advisor, responsible for cross-sectoral issues related to the urban and territorial development department. Without any further ado, Mr. Julio Schreier, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rebolledo, for the introductory words. Thank you very much for all the previous speakers. I think it was very interesting to put the issues into perspective. And thank you as well to the organizers to invite the European Investment Bank to say a few words on what we are doing in the urban environment, how we are dealing with this challenge of climate change. As Mr. Rebolledo said, I'm the Department Climate Advisors for the Urban and Territorial Development Department, which is very much linked to urban and regional development. So we live every day, every minute of the week with urban investments, and now as the EU Climate Bank, we are very much geared towards investing in climate action. So I'll do a very quick presentation on our types of investments and then some interesting facilities that maybe will help bridge the gap or resolve the conundrum of projects linked to finance. So let me share with you my very quick slides, and I promise to be very quick. So here you are. So basically, I'll give you some very high-level figures to give you an idea of the dimension of what we are talking about. As you can see, here are the four main pillars that the bank is working on, and you can see that between innovation, environment, infrastructure, which are at the very heart, including as well small and medium companies, we are very much engaged into urban investment, and with particular interest in climate, as we said in our Climate Bank Roadmap published last year. that 50% of our finance from 2025 will have to go towards climate action and environmental sustainability. So this is a topic that is very much in our hearts. If we look at, because I know financing institutions talk a lot about how big investments, how big the gap is, but sometimes we forget the impact this generate on the number of jobs that can be created, and transport that is provided to people, health support, energy solutions, etc. So this slide gives you just a brief indication just on the year 2020 how much these investments generated in positive impact. If we move on, because I know you're interested on the urban side of it, in the last 5 years, I know we are one of the key players in investment in urban infrastructure. We invested around 100 billion in this sector, as you can see, on development, sustainability, environment, and climate action. And just in 2020, we invested 18 billion in urban projects. And to put this into perspective, urban lending is one of the key, I would say, areas of EIB's involvement. And if you look at the graph on the right, it's a major contributor to our climate action investment. So we are almost at 50% of urban lending going to climate projects or climate mitigation or adaptation, as you can see there, with the aim to increase it even further over time. But what we identified over time, and that's not recent, it comes a few years back, is that lending was available or is available, but projects weren't coming through, or good quality projects that we could finance and other institutions could finance weren't coming through. So with that in mind, the EIB, as other institutions did, created a number of technical assistance products or offerings that could help develop those projects, get promoters, get cities, counterparts to pick up their ideas, their proposals, and make them or structure them on into projects that could be financed. Here are some examples. One is JASPERS, which is an instrument focused on the European Union to develop and support implementation of projects. ELENA as well, that is very much focused on climate mitigation and reduction of emissions. And the first one, which is called Climate Gap Fund, which is to help low and middle income countries to prepare climate resilient projects. And because of that, and because of the topics today, I will explain to you a bit more about the Gap Fund, which I would believe some of you are aware, some won't. So I won't spend too much time on it, but it will be good to pick up some points there, because this could be one of the solutions. I know we need some other solutions. We need a variety of players, but that gives you an idea of what could be of interest. The Climate Finance Gap Fund is an instrument financed by basically by Germany and Luxembourg, with implement agencies being the World Bank and the EIB, with support from GIZ. What we identified was that, and as the mayor of Kuala Lumpur correctly said, cities are at the very much heart of the climate front, or climate ambition, as we call it, and making cities resilient to what climate change is creating is something very, very important. So we developed this facility, which is basically for preparation and support on project identification for cities, As I mentioned, this is for mainly targeting low and middle income countries, which may be appropriate for the target public of the conference. It's very much, it's a very simplified procedures supported by a number of experts in the sector. But I think for me, more importantly, is the next slide, which indicates in a nutshell what this can be used for. Because again, we, in one end, are at the very last 2 points you can see on the bottom right, where we offer the finance, but we find out that there are very nice ideas out there that need just the final touch, the final push, or the help with preparation to come to investors to be able to finance those. So as you can see, this facility can help develop strategies, it can develop programs for capacity building. If projects are already on the table, but there are too many to help, how to prioritize those, and going as far as helping to prepare some feasibility studies. The fund had 1 year anniversary, and I would say it was quite a successful start, because already 33 cities are benefiting from it. We brought some, I would say, varied examples here, where you can see in Ecuador, there were some support for climate change scenarios modeling. You could see in Vanuatu, a pilot study on a solid waste project. In Montenegro for usability of green roofs, and in Brazil on the investment on nature-based solutions. Basically, that was what I wanted to present, because it gives you a flavor of what can be done and what institutions are doing. So it gives you also an idea for our discussion, the panel discussion later on. In any case, if you want more information, the slide provides a few links. One is directly to EIB, and we'll be happy to direct any questions to the relevant teams. But also, there is a dedicated GAP Fund website where you can find information on how to apply for support, or how to ask any questions needed. As my colleague said, I'll be very happy to take any questions during the panel discussion, and afterwards as well, if you want to send us any requests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schreier. I think that you have a lot of calls and a lot of visits, because these are very interesting resources, especially for project preparation. But thank you for this. I'm sure that many questions will come up later at the panel discussion. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Germán Velázquez, who will be talking from the perspective of the Green Climate Fund in terms of the cooperation strategies between climate finance institutions and cities. And Mr. Velázquez is the director of the Green Climate Fund Division of Mitigation and Adaptation. He heads a division that provides expertise and technical support in climate change adaptation and mitigation. And this includes a thorough understanding of the incremental costs of low emission and climate resilient investments. And he also reviews and assesses the pipeline of proposals for adaptation and mitigation activities to be financed by the GCF, and assists developing countries and accredited entities in improving their readiness to access funding. I think this will be a very interesting presentation, and will provide yet another perspective of the financing and the challenges for cities and the financial institutions. Without any further ado, Mr. Velázquez, the floor is yours.
Many thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'll give a very short overview of the demand, the opportunities, and the barriers, and how GCF addresses those barriers in cities. We all know the demand. I think it has been discussed, and I think the mayors who are part of this panel have actually stressed those, but let's just review them. OECD states that there is 6.9 trillion will be needed on energy, transportation, water, sanitation, and telecom in the next 15 years if we are to align to a 2-degree scenario. The World Bank says that 400 billion is needed for urban resilience, and failing to do this will cost us 314 billion per year by 2030. The Coalition of Urban Transition says that 5 to 6 trillion a year will be needed to meet the economic and developmental needs. An infrastructure investment deficit is going to be up to 1 trillion a year. So there's a lot of gaps. What's the opportunity? The IFC says cumulative climate investment opportunity is up to 29 trillion in 6 sectors of cities. The Coalition of Urban Transition says that low carbon cities is a 24 trillion opportunity. So while there are challenges, there are opportunities. However, there are challenges also that the cities face in dealing with these financial issues, because we do know that less than 4% of the largest cities in developing countries are creditworthy in international markets, and a little bit more, about 20%, are considered creditworthy in local markets. So they cannot borrow. Fewer than 1/2 of developing countries allow devolved fiscal or legislative powers to cities or provinces, so they don't have the ability as well to decide. 56% of developing countries do not allow any borrowing capacities to local governments. So they cannot, again, not only are they not creditworthy, they are not allowed to borrow. And in addition to that, 20% of the world's 150 largest cities have basic analytical tools. 80% doesn't have these tools that allow them to do low emission urban and transportation planning. So there are significant structural challenges as well: fiscal, planning, management capacities, good practices, benchmarking, and so on. So how do we address this? So in the GCF, we try and contribute to this, as we are the financial instrument of the Paris Agreement under the Climate Convention. And there's a lot of advantages in working with the GCF. One, we are the largest multilateral dedicated climate finance entity. We are the largest. In fact, our investments in adaptation on multilaterally is one of the largest, because we have to keep it at half of our investments. We are a partnership institution. We have more than 110 partners, and anybody can be a partner as long as they become accredited to the GCF. So we have national banks, we have local commercial banks, we have multilateral development banks. We have ministries of finance. So these entities can access financing from the GCF. We are capital agnostic. We can deal with grants. We could deal with concessional financing, loans. We could deal with equity and guarantees. And we could blend. We are country driven. So we address the issues based on what the countries demand of us. We have focal points that actually submit projects to us. We have very high risk appetite. This is, in fact, one of the nice things about the GCF. We are risk takers. We take risks to make projects viable. We will take bankruptcies. We will take financial losses. We will take, all kinds of losses to make climate projects viable. So we will do credit enhancement. We will do all of those things, and our financing usually take the riskiest tranche of co-financiers. So this is the role of the GCF. And we balance mitigation and adaptation. We could do both. Most of our projects are cross-cutting. What can we provide? We have readiness support. This is $1 million in grants per year per country. All developing countries have the ability to access this. And developing countries can request up to 3 years, $3 million in one go. So this is very flexible, and this is basically given to countries to allow them to access the larger projects in the GCF, to allow them to be ready. So they could do practically anything: build capacity, do studies, enable some more partnerships, and so on. So they could do a lot of things: investment work, technical work. So that's the readiness work. In addition to that $1 million per year, we also provide one-time up to $3 million for national adaptation planning. So this is one time. They could divide it into multiple parts. Once you get accredited, then you can access the rest of our financing. Readiness doesn't need accreditation. Readiness just needs we'll just review you for fiduciary capacity. But once you get accredited with the GCF, then everything below that is available. We have project preparation facility. This is a grant up to $1.5 million to prepare the project, do the feasibility studies and all the technical work, write the project, and hire consultants to enable you to prepare the project. We have requests for proposals. I will not name them all. And we have the standard and simplified approval processes for freestanding projects. So on cities, what is our focus on cities? We have 4 pillars on our focus on cities. One is decarbonization of the energy system in cities. We look in particular to distributed renewable energy in cities. This is to deal with the context of the growing population going into cities. That's the first one. The second one is energy efficiency in building stocks. So this is both retrofits and in new buildings, green standards. So this is what we do. We do a lot of this. Thirdly, we do compact and resilient cities. So it's a lot of planning. And it has a lot of benefits, including on transportation, improve energy efficiency, resilience, and so on. Of course, we have a separate focus on low emission and resilient transportation. And then finally, circular urban economy, including waste management, landfill, circular production models, and so on. So these are all eligible for financing in the GCF. I'll give you a few examples of our recent projects. The first one is with ADB. It is in Mongolia. It is the Ulaanbaatar Green Affordable Housing and Resilient Urban Renewal Project. The project size is $544 million, and the GCF provided $95 million in concessional financing and $50 million in grants. We have another project by the World Bank in Vietnam. This is scaling up energy efficiency for industrial enterprises in Vietnam. This one provides a guarantee. So I noted before that most cities does not have the ability to borrow. So we act as the guarantor to the cities to enable them to borrow, because nobody would guarantee them. So in this case, we act as the guarantor. And then in addition to that, we also provided $11 million in grant for capacity building and technical assistance. Third project is with the Inter-American Development Bank, promoting private sector investment in energy efficiency in the industrial sector in Paraguay. This is $43 million, $20 million in concessional loan, and $3 million in grants. We have also a project in Bosnia-Herzegovina by UNDP on scaling up investment in low carbon public buildings. This is $122 million, wherein the GCF provided $17.3 million in grant. And then finally, of course, we have the EBRD Green Cities facility. Most of you may be familiar with this. This is a $598 million program. And the GCF participated in the first tranche of $65 million in concessional loans and $22 million in grants. I'll go into a particular detail on one of our fairly larger programs. This is the Shandong Green Development Fund. This is in China, brought to us by ADB. And as you can see, it's a blended finance program. ADB, AFD, KFW, the GCF provided close to about $350 million in financing that allowed $1.5 billion in blended finance from the public and the private sector. GCF participation in this sense allowed us to increase the climate impact from 25 to 37 million tons of CO2 emission avoided. And also increased the adaptation from 5 to 7.5 million people benefited. The GCF investment actually doubled the transformational projects from 10 to 20% because we took the riskiest projects. And we did that by our concessional lending. Our concessional loan is up to, our cheapest loan is 0% interest, 40 years tenor. We could do local currency financing as well. So this allowed the projects, 20% very risky projects to continue, and also allowed others to actually be crowded in. In addition, it's a very good practice platform because it allowed other cities in China to have a look if this is something that's doable in Shandong. It might also be doable in other cities. So I'll stop there, and we look forward to working with most of you if you're interested in working with the GCF. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Velasquez. I think again, you'll have another set of calls after this conversation, and I hope that I'm sure that you can provide good insights to the cities in terms of the product that you have. Now we have a panel with discussions. I think we're about to receive questions from the audience. But I'll try to put a question to all of you, and I think it will be relatively simple in terms of it will be practical. So we know that we have the financial products. Clearly, there are several elements in terms of financing, good terms, 0% financing, good tenors, and pre-preparation facilities. We have identified the potential. We see the opportunities, but what is missing? What is happening to get to the financing to the scale that we need to have in tackling the city financing? I would like to see if anybody of you want to say maybe one final recommendation or initial recommendation for cities in terms of what they have to do first in terms of accessing and scaling up financing. And I would put this question to all the participants in this session. Anybody want to volunteer?
Yeah, I can. If you don't mind, I'll jump first. I noticed what you mentioned. Yeah, preparation is there, finance is there, cheap investments are there. But I think what happens probably with finance institutions is the preparation and bundling and the documentation necessary to process those investments, which I think the preparation facilities are getting there. They're not there yet. I think it has to be, at least from my own perspective, quite a number of study cases, good examples that could start being replicated. So then would be a marketing tool between cities. So cities talking to cities saying, yes, I've done this great project with such and such institution. This is how it works. This is how we structured. So maybe I think it's using a bit more or the existing tools on the Covenant of Mayors or Climate Adapt to see if between themselves they can share the experiences they have, because then to be better prepared together, because then we as institutions as well will see what challenges or even if there are any specific points which we missed. Excellent.
Thank you for these insights.
Mm-hmm.
Any other speaker that wants to provide some insights on this? What would be your recommendation in terms of starting the conversation with investors in terms of kickstarting financing?
If I could add, Enrique, from our experience in the GCF, although I highlighted a few examples to you, it is far and in between. From our partners, there are very limited partners that have the ability to work with subnational entities. Most of our projects are national. So I think that's one challenge. Secondly is it is very rare to actually embed the particular needs of subnational entities, provinces, cities, with the people who control climate finance, which is mainly national. They have to compete sectorally with different ministries, and they're all national. So how do you bring the voice of the subnational level to climate finance when they have to compete, across the different sectors, which are all national? But I think there's a lot of opportunity. We are looking forward to more projects of national. We recently also launched a global subnational fund with Pegasus Capital Advisors. It's an equity fund. We think we can do more, but there's a limited number of partners that can do this.
Thank you for these insights. I would say that I will add to this that the private sector perhaps is one of the areas or the entry points for this, as they are not necessarily in this the dichotomy of being a national entity or a local entity. So in this sense, is there any good practices? I know that this facility involves, like I say, I understand that 40 countries provide with an equity base and providing different instruments, especially local financing is one of the challenges for many cities. But in terms of involving I won't say the private sector, but private sector in general, operators, financiers, technological partners, and so on, are there any blueprints on this? I understand this is not necessarily happening across the world, and the European Union, in terms of the countries that are working on the 100 cities for climate neutrality, are still struggling with this. But the pre-preparation facilities are one of the avenues for cooperation, and I think that there are many other opportunities. Do you see the private sector engaging on this in terms of working with cities, and are they interested in or are they missing something, or what cities can do in terms of attracting more the private sector in terms of investment at the city level? Mr. Velasco, do you have any insights on this?
A green and resilient city cannot happen without private sector. 80% of all investment in cities are private. So it's not, can we involve the private sector? They have to. The question is how. So they see a lot of risks to get engaged. We need to elaborate those risks. And I think that's where we come in. We can take those risks, but we need partners to bring those projects to us. So I think cities are also kind of frustrated because most of us are very bureaucratic. To develop projects for the GCF is a very long process. So therefore, projects like the Subnational Fund by Pegasus is quite useful because the project selection is delegated to Pegasus. So what we create is a fund, and the sub-projects are to be known later. What we need is more of those. We also recently developed a new project with Pegasus called CRAFT on adaptation technologies. So I think Pegasus has figured the GCF out. We need other partners to figure GCF also and to work with cities. So I think that's the key.
Excellent. Thank you very much for this insight. Mr. Scherer, would you like to add to this? Like, what is the perspective of the EIB in terms of working with subnational entities and attracting the private sector?
Yeah, that I'll probably need to leave to my colleagues in the banking sector, because we have very specific rules and standards to follow there. So that question I won't be able to answer, how we would get to involve the private sector.
Excellent, no worries. I guess I will ask Mr. Ayats, from the perspective of a practitioner from the local level, how do you engage with the investors or with the investor community? I know that you have Europace has some developments in terms of having a private equity structure with other entities. What would you say to cities in terms of approaching this the investor community?
Well, I guess the key here is to provide a trust pipeline. I think this is one of the key issues. So a clear and trust investment on this type of retrofits with a good work on the impact of benefits of them, because when we talk about energy efficiency, we have a reduction of energy bills, and this is facilitate then the return of this potential financing. So being able to provide trust on this formula, on this methodology, I think it's key to provide trust for private financing to come into to financing this type of retrofits.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think I was expecting to have more questions here, but I think that we're running out of time. Without any further ado, I will thank all the speakers in this panel today. They were having a very insightful conversations, and I think we provide a lot of information that we have to tap on. I will pass the microphone to Mr. Andy Deacon. I will introduce him. He's part of the Global Covenant of Mayors Secretariat team since January 2020, and he's working on to guide program management and delivery across all the Global Covenant of Mayors areas of activity. The Global Covenant of Mayors is the largest global alliance for city climate leadership and is built on the commitment of over 11,000 cities and local governments. And it has worked for 25 years across a range of environmental protection issues, focusing on climate change, energy, and equality in local, regional, and central government, academia, and NGOs. Without any further ado, Andy, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Enrique, and good afternoon, good day, colleagues. My thanks to the organizers for the opportunity just to provide some closing remarks at the conclusion of this session, and to all of our presenters for the fantastic insight that they've shared through the course of this session. Just a few words in opening my remarks about the Global Covenant, now representing more than 11,000 cities across the globe, with more than half of those now with a climate action plan that's been completed, addressing both emissions reduction and climate resilience. And the Global Covenant from next year will be adding work on energy access and energy poverty as a key third pillar of our work. From those over 11,000 cities, we now represent more than 1 billion inhabitants in cities across the globe. So very pleased to have recently reached that milestone, now accounting for very many people in a very diverse group of cities, both in terms of size and scale, in terms of their different climate priorities and actions, and the pressures and stresses that they face. And we were delighted just yesterday to be awarded this year's Gulbenkian Prize for Humanity in recognition of the work that everybody involved in the Global Covenant, all of our regional and national covenant partners, our other city network partners, the team and the members of staff contributing to all of this activity right across the globe, and delighted to be recognized in that way. But you saw in the video at the beginning of the session, it's not really just about reporting or statistics or planning, but really, and we heard from the European Commission at the start of the session that cities really are on the front line, both of economic recovery from the COVID pandemic, but also in terms of efforts to address climate change. And you've heard from Jordi and others, really very close to citizens and a key mechanism to then engage, whether it's householders, and we heard from Kuala Lumpur about work between the city and business on energy efficiency and renewable energy installation. And mayors, city leaders and their teams are really at the forefront of taking action to tackle climate change. And at global level, the Global Covenant of Mayors then has a key program, Invest for Cities, which is trying to do three things. And they capture very nicely a very large part of what we've heard through the course of this session. Firstly, to set the right enabling environments. So to make sure that policy frameworks, whether that's planning at the local level, whether that's work at the national government level, are really in place to enable finance to flow. Secondly, then the initiative is then trying to unlock project pipelines. So we know that very many cities often lack critical resources or capacity to advance some of the projects that we've heard about, from an idea or a recommendation in a climate action plan to a robust business case and its financing, investment and implementation. So very key work to continue to unlock project pipelines and to give visibility to that activity. And then thirdly, in terms of mobilizing financing solutions, and you've heard about new funds that are being made available from the GCF, from the European Investment Bank, and others. And the Global Covenant is continuing to collaborate with many partners to advance innovative local solutions, but globally. And so I just wanted to share a couple of slides just to reinforce those points. So from some work that we completed earlier this year together with the University of Melbourne, their Connected Cities Lab, actually through our research and innovation program, Innovate for Cities, then had done some research to analyze what cities were saying within their climate action plans and linking that to COVID recovery, and to draw together again a number of themes that were shared during the session. And then just some overarching themes and a few key points here. Again, on that enabling frameworks side, very key that governance, strategy, stakeholder coordination across all levels of government and out and engaging with potential investors and private sector businesses, then important to make sure that governance is being addressed. In terms of research and knowledge, gathering that data on where climate projects can deliver those multiple benefits that Jordi and others spoke about during their conversations. In terms of infrastructure and technology, we've heard about the need to invest more heavily in green infrastructure, that huge city climate finance gap that we and other partners are doing our best to plug. And then finally, on economic development, recognizing the benefits of climate action in terms of job creation and business development and those wider benefits, but also identifying the right mechanisms and approaches to be able to blend different sources of finance and bring the right packages together at the right scale for cities. The International Energy Agency were very clear from their reporting last year and reinforced even in the past weeks that we are effectively at a key turning point. We face the prospect of either locking ourselves in to higher carbon investment pathways if green recovery spending is misdirected and we don't seize this key opportunity of new stimulus spending, new funds opening up and cities seeking ever greater direct access to sources of recovery funding, to then locking ourselves into a much higher carbon pathway if those opportunities are really missed. And indications so far are not good. The percentages vary, but the green recovery seems far from green in many cases at the moment. And there are trackers online now seeking to look at and understand the way in which green recovery spending is being allocated and the proportions of that are going to some of these key infrastructure challenges to address climate and the challenges that cities are facing. We've also been doing our bit to advance the science and understanding in this area. Just a few weeks ago, together with our co-hosts, UN Habitat, and then also an event co-supported by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the the Innovate for Cities conference, then brought together key speakers across a whole range of topics, but including plenary discussion, as you see here, captured fantastically by our visual artists on financing the transition and mobilizing urban climate finance. And again, a number of the themes that you've heard during the course of this session today came through in those discussions during Innovate for Cities. So we do need to take a whole of economy and society approach and to recognize, quantify and build into business cases the multiple benefits of climate action in cities. Cities, though, can't deliver everything that's needed alone. And we need partnerships with the financiers and investors, some of whom we've heard from today, but also with wider society and with business industry, the private sector, as well as with academia. So building and fostering those partnerships to really make sure that we're unlocking that urban opportunity and the investment potential that's there is key. And then finally, also need to leverage that finance that is available. We've heard about the important role of project development facilities that include the City Climate Finance Gap Fund, the proportion of the subnational climate fund that was mentioned that's available for project development, and really making use of those facilities, bringing forward new sources of project development support for cities will enable them to move beyond climate action planning and again into the delivery and securing of investment and the implementation of those projects in the ground. Because as the IPCC made clear in their Working Group 1 assessment over the summer, then subsequently described as a code red for humanity, time really is against us and is running out very rapidly. Finally, and just very practically to say that the Global Covenant is also a founder member of a new international coalition for sustainable infrastructure, and together with colleagues from the Global Secretariat team did some work earlier this year on green recovery and finance for sustainable infrastructure. And the URL for that report is there, and we can make the slides available to the organizing team afterwards. Just provides a few practical examples of approaches and tools that we've heard about, whether that's PPPs, blended finance, land value capture, other approaches for authorities who have very high capacity and ability to act, all the way to those who are more capacity constrained or earlier in their journey. And really would encourage people to take a look at this report and to make use of its very practical applications and the toolbox that it sets out. So in concluding, thank you again to all of our presenters today. Very helpful to hear examples from very different cities in different parts of the world and the approaches that they're taking on financing. There's much more information about our Invest for Cities program, the work of the regional and national covenants that you heard about from Enrique and from the Commission at the beginning of the presentation on the Global Covenant and Mayor's website. Would encourage you to stay engaged and look forward to continuing to support this activity as it advances. And with that, back to you, Enrique.
So that concludes session 5 of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021. Thanks to our excellent moderator and presenters and panelists, we had very fruitful discussions regarding climate finance, in particular, the importance of partnership between cities and climate finance institutions. So thank you very much once again for sharing your expertise with us, and we really appreciate your gracious attendance both online and offline. So that brings us to the end of Seoul Mayor's Forum on Climate Change 2021. Well, thank you very much for staying with us until the very end of our programs today. And on behalf of our hosts, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation once again to all participants, both online and offline. And we sincerely hope that you had a very constructive time during this 2-day forum. Well, now it's time to say goodbye. So have a great evening if you're here in Asia. And please enjoy the rest of your day if you're joining us from Europe, Americas, Africa, and other parts of the world. This has been Hemi Kim. Have a great day. Thank you.